a young woman found herself in a situation unknown to her. She didn't know what had happened to her. The situation itself terrified her, as she clung with her hands to a stranger's trousers, trying to hold him back, but she didn't even know who he was. The girl looked up at the stranger when he asked her to let go of his trousers. The boy adjusted his tie. He did not hide his irritation at the girl's behavior at all. He looked down with a smile and promised that, after such repulsive behavior, he would never look at her again. The cold tone of his voice stunned her, but she looked at him from below and did not understand what he was saying. Although her attention was focused more on the stranger's beauty, the boy raised his chin and threatened that their conversation was the last, and they would not speak of the matter again. The stranger called her Kana, and for her to release his hand, he promised to use force. A name that hadn't been used in a long time plunged her into a state of panic. She let go of the stranger's clothes, after which he walked away from the room without looking back. The heavy door slammed shut, and Kana was left alone in an unfamiliar room. However, now that she could be away from others' attention, a wave of anxiety invaded her mind. Because the name Kana was well known to her, the girl took a deep breath, trying to calm down. But it wasn't very effective. So, clutching the hem of her dress with her hands, she repeated her name over and over. Finally, managing to control her emotions, the girl looked around and realized with relief that she had returned to her body. She was Kana Addis, a member of the second family of guardians who protected the Western continent. But as the eldest daughter of Duke Addis, she carried the mark of an illegitimate child. Therefore, her impure blood was the reason the entire family distanced themselves from her. As a child, Kana was an outcast, as her black hair and eyes terrified those around her. So all she could do was listen to the offenses directed at her, never confronting her aggressors. In the world where Kana was born, there is a disaster that since ancient times manifests as a sudden black fog, which completely ravaged the southern continent in ancient times. With hair and eyes the color of black fog, people saw her as a threat, and her very existence was considered a grave sin. That is why all the gazes of those who knew her were filled with evident disdain towards her. The disdain was also shown by the members of the Hattie's family, who kept their distance from her. Her stepmother and younger sister did not hide their repugnance upon seeing Kana. Her younger brother used to get into arguments with her, which ended in fights where Kana could not defend herself. However, her second brother always pretended to be kind, but treated her like a servant in the Duke's palace. But all this was not so sad, as there was still the father, who only watched how they treated her, and did nothing. Despite the beauty of her soul, she lived every day overcoming the hatred that burned in the Hattie's family. Kana lived 14 years in that situation, but one day upon waking, she saw a strange landscape through the window. At that moment, her life took an unexpected turn, and getting out of bed, Kana realized that she was now in the body of a girl named Lee Ju-hua. Examining her new body in the mirror, Kana found nothing in common with her real appearance. Now her hair was light, and her body was a few years older. The girl screamed in horror, as she could not believe how her face had changed. Kana moved in front of the mirror, still trying to appreciate all the changes. Suddenly, it occurred to her that perhaps her obsession with alchemy had caused something unexpected. She tried to convince herself that she wasn't crazy. But time kept passing, and her soul remained trapped in the body of a stranger. She had no choice but to accept the situation and stop looking for answers, since time was advancing and she had to keep pace. Kana's most important decision was that now her soul was in the body of Lee Ju-hua, which meant they shared a special strength, so denying it would change nothing. But now that she had returned to her body, she still remembered how much she had worked, and learned to live in Lee Ju-hua's body. By entering Ju-hua's body, Kana acquired all of the other girls' knowledge. That's why she adapted quickly to the new world. Although that knowledge was good guidance, in moments of desperation, the psychological shock overwhelmed her with unbearable panic. However, if Kana had returned home, it only meant that she had overcome all challenges. While living in the body of 17-year-old Lee Ju-hua, Kana learned patience and resilience. That is why, at the age of 29, she managed to secure a position in a medical institution. Achieving such success took Canny 12 years. She studied diligently and was always the first to finish exams. In the end, she obtained her medical license from an Oriental medicine institution. Before returning to her body, Connie spent a lot of time researching. Trying to recall the last few days gave Connie a headache, but she found no answers to her questions. The young woman sat down next to the bed. She didn't have the strength to get onto it. She remembered that moments before she had fallen asleep in Lee Yu-hua's body and promised herself that her difficult life would soon improve. When she had the first body swap, Connie decided to accept that gift and honestly live Lee Ju-hua's life. As for her, the life of a stranger was much better than her own. In the new body, nothing reminded her of her past. She was happier than ever. Being Lee Ju-hua, Connie experienced the affection of her mother, who always supported her in moments of doubt. She learned kindness and care. As in the new family, she had a father and a brother who were always interested in her life. In those moments, even though she was in someone else's body, she reached out like a little kitten. To learn to live again. Before the swap, she never dreamed of finding the warmth that the Hua family gave her. Expelling sad memories from her mind, Connie jumped off the floor and ran to the mirror. The young woman examined her body, which seemed foreign to her. She was back to being the one with dark hair and somber black eyes that radiated danger. The ones Connie had tried so hard to forget. The girl stepped away from the mirror. She had seen her real face many years ago, but even growing up, it hadn't changed much. Kanya could not take her eyes off the reflection. Her real face intrigued her. Now that she confirmed she had returned to her world, she remembered the boy who at first seemed unknown to her. Kanya had a guess as to who he was, but if her suspicions were true, she was in a very bad situation. She leaned against the table with her hands. Her life had changed again, and now it resembled a bomb about to explode at any moment. Her thoughts filled with anxiety. Once again, she had no choice, just like when she was 14. Small tears began to form in her eyes, but she managed to hold them back. Kanya decided that she was no longer the same frightened girl from the Addis family. She had changed too much, and she had no intention of silencing her desires. She found a diary written by another girl during the body swap. But all the reflections in the notebook were about how she used the knowledge from a book to conquer the Duke. However, not even the fact that the marriage with the Duke was a contract alerted the girl in Kanya's body. The diary was full of plans to conquer the Duke. Reading the entire content, Kanya felt absolute horror. But more than horror, she felt fury seeing how her body was used without control. The emotions overwhelmed her, so without resisting, she struck the diary with her hand. The diary was written in Korean, so no one other than Kanya could decipher its content. Although the descriptions confirmed that Kanya and Lee Ju-hwa had lived in different bodies for the past 12 years. Meanwhile, in Kanya's world, she tried to study and develop her business. Lee Ju-hwa only dreamed of marrying the Duke. According to the diary, Lee Yu-hua fell in love with the Duke and proposed that he use her. The proposal surprised the man, who demanded details from Lee Yu. That day, Lee Yu proposed to the Duke to sign a contract according to which his marriage to her would help him break free from the power of the imperial family. During the time she spent with the Duke, Lee Yu understood that he had no intention of marrying the second princess of the imperial family. So she suggested an alternative. The deeper Canny delved into reading the diary, the more intense her anger became at Lee Ju's nonsense. Canny couldn't believe that precisely Sylvian Valentin was now bound to her by the bonds of marriage. When the whole kingdom knows that man's uncontrolled temper. Sylvian was undoubtedly a handsome and well-mannered man, but all that was just an external mask. Because a marriage with such a dangerous man concealed many secrets and complications. Now, Connie understood that after the body swap, Lee Yu had fallen in love with the Duke at first sight and dedicated all her time to courting him. Lee Yu did not hesitate to place posters with confessions of love to the Duke in the middle of the shopping street. Sometimes she sent him gifts to his office, but this did not yield results. In a fit of desperation, Liu Hua stealthily entered the Duke's rooms at night to seduce him. But his reaction to her remained cold. Such acts caused the man to despise the young woman, to the point that at one point he began to regret the signed contract. The Duke's indifference to Liju saddened the young woman, but according to the diary entries, she was firmly determined to win the man's heart at any cost. Canny opened the last page of the diary, where she discovered that Liju's plan was to kneel before the Duke and beg for his attention. Canny approached the window. She knew everything now, but she needed to calm down to plan her next moves. The sun was still shining outside. She calculated that she was now 26 years old. She was in her real body, which meant that Liju Hua had returned to hers. Canny laughed, thinking that a moment ago Liju was kneeling before the Duke. And now she suddenly had to get ready to go to work. She imagined that Liju would go to work enthusiastically and continue with another life. Canny got angry, thinking that Liju might take poor care of her patients and lose her medical license. She supposed that if in the first swap she remembered Liju Hua's memories, then upon repetition, Liju Hua should also remember all the knowledge Canny had accumulated. Canny calmed down, thinking that her medical license would not be lost, but was horrified imagining that her business would be destroyed. Even in another body, while trying to live someone else's life, she became interested in medicinal herbs. And she started making handmade soaps, candles, and perfumes. But what started as a simple hobby eventually grew into a full online store, which in recent years had supplied customers with numerous orders. Connie clutched her hair, as now Liju Hua's innocence would ruin the business she had dedicated so much effort to. In time, she tried to remember how she had returned to her body. An instant before the transfer, Canny finished manufacturing a new type of scented candle. So after work, she met with her family and presented the new product, which everyone liked. That was the last memory Canny had of her other life, but now she was alone in the middle of an unfamiliar room. The young woman convinced herself that she had to control the situation, since hopelessness would not solve her problems. Canny already understood that Sylvian Valentino treated her body with complete disdain. A memory of begging on the floor in front of the Duke gave Canny the strength to decide on the next plan. The young woman calmed down. She concluded that divorce from a man as horrible as Duke Valentino was the right decision in her current situation. Canny inspected the room. The Duke was not in the palace, so she could only announce the divorce the next day. The young woman got into bed. She hoped that the Duke would also be happy with her decision to annul the marriage. Just like her. But there was a huge problem, since Duke Alessandro Addes, who was still her father, could deny his consent to the divorce. The Western continent is different from Korea, where Canny spent half her life, which means that only the father can approve the divorce, not government authorities. Canny clearly remembered her father's character, as in their last meeting, he stated that his daughter was a scandal for the Addes family. Upon learning of his daughter's marriage, the Duke of Addes left and wished that Canny's curse would pass to the Valentino family, not the Addes. At that moment, the young woman was emotionally devastated, but she didn't have the courage to confront her father. Canny reflected that, if she were in another body, her father Liju Hua would have taken great care of her, and would surely defend her daughter's honor if he knew how she was treated. Heavy thoughts exhausted the young woman's mind, so she collapsed onto the bed. She decided that the best thing to do was sleep well first, and then plan, as Connie still believed it was just a bad dream. In the darkness of consciousness, a dream appeared, as if a little Connie approached her father with questions about her mother. The girl was very agitated. She didn't know what reaction to expect from her father. The man, whose face was hidden by semi-darkness, abruptly turned towards the voice. His eyes brimmed with anger. He got up from his seat. Canny prepared herself, thinking he might hit her. But a loud scream was heard in the room. The man demanded that his illegitimate child never mention her mother in his presence. The Duke leaned over the girl. His eyes shone with fury. But he repeated his order more firmly. The little girl slipped out of his hands and ran to the other end of the room. She knew that her father hated not only her mother, but also Canny. The hatred that existed in the Addis family extended not only to its members, but also to their friends. That is why, with every act of outsiders, Canny felt more abandoned than alone. Her brother's friends always mocked her dark hair, but they also convinced them to turn against her. Relying on the opinions of others, her brother Orsini became the main bully and channeled his anger directly at Canny. To maintain his status as leader among his friends, Orsini supported his insults and personally started fights with Canny. The dream suddenly cut off, and the young woman woke up in the same bed at the Valentin estate. The first thing Canny saw was a pitcher of cold water with which they had splashed her. The girl sat up in bed as a tall maid leaned over her. The maid looked at her with disdain and wondered why she was still in bed. Canna dried the water drops from her face, trying to calm down after a disturbing dream. She looked around. The room was the same, which meant that the body swap had become real. She was not prepared for this truth. It would have been better if it had all just been a bad dream. The maid captured her attention with shouts and demands that Canna leave the Duke's bed. The woman was very rude and demanding. When Canna turned to look at her, she realized that, being a 14-year-old girl, she would have said nothing in response to the maid's shouts. If Canna had not changed during her stay in the other body, she would now be trembling with fear and trying to escape. But by giving her a calm look, she understood that her personality had already changed. The girl tried to be kind and asked the maid her name. Although a memory suddenly arose in Canna's mind, showing how the same maid had slapped her in the face. The woman was also impatient, as the lady had fallen asleep again. Before, Lee Ju-hua was in Canna's body. That's why she couldn't face the authoritarian maid and only accepted the punishments, always apologizing for any fault. The memory ended, but Canna remembered the maid's name and addressed her. Mary examined the girl skeptically. She noticed that something had changed, but it seemed to her that she was indeed still Canna. The maid composed herself and declared that the lady should not pretend to be dumb, but get up and go greet the mistress. The authoritarian tone amused Canna, of course. She remembered Mary Goldian and the morning ritual of greeting the mistress. The young woman leaned back on the pillow and firmly stated that she had no intention of meeting the mistress or anyone else. The maid's mood changed abruptly, but Canna didn't like her carelessly calling her lady. Lifting her hair, Canna demanded to be called Madam, as she was the owner of this mansion and the Duchess of Valen. Mary was indignant at such impertinent behavior, but then the maid realized that any attempt by the young woman to pretend to be a noble aristocrat, she could easily stop it. The servants knew that the Duke of Valen paid no attention to the young woman and that her title of Duchess was just for show. Even the Hattie's family, after the marriage, never took an interest in Canna's life. But even the noble marriage to Valen did not free her from the stigma of shame. And all the aristocrats treated her like the worst curse in the world. Mary knew that no one would care about the young woman's life, so she confidently stated that the only owner of the Valen mansion was Madame Josephine. An uncomfortable silence fell over the room, after which Canna demanded that the maid hand her the pitcher of water. Not waiting for her request to be fulfilled, the young woman snatched the tableware from the maid's hands. Glancing quickly at the pitcher, she noticed there was some water, and the next instant, the young woman overturned the tableware over Mary's head, spilling icy water on the maid. Raising her chin proudly, Canna declared that maids could not be so arrogant. While Mary was in shock, Canna shouted at the maids to bring the whip to her bedroom. The young woman snatched the instrument from another maiden's hands. Her actions alarmed the entire staff. With a slight movement of the whip, Canna ordered Mary to expose her calves for the chastisement. Mary froze. Her face flushed with anger, but she didn't know how to act under those circumstances. Unable to bear the tension, the servants began to shout about their importance in this house, since she had been there longer than Canna, and Josephine trusted her. The expressive behavior did not shake Canna's determination. The young woman reprimanded Mary and reminded her that she was a simple maiden who dared to water her mistress with water. The young woman pushed the whip against the maiden's chest and promised to re-educate her, as it was the duty of a duchess. Kana cracked the whip again. Her threat was stronger than the previous one. Now she swore to punish all the servants if Mary did not accept the punishment. The maid could barely contain her emotions. She couldn't believe she was being cornered by some young lady. Kana didn't want to wait any longer and demanded that the maid reflect on the fate of the other maidens. A little later, Mary clutched the hem of her dress and lifted it. She decided to accept the punishment in silence, although her face burned with fury. Kana noticed the maiden's fear, but worried whether Mary had guessed the changes in her. The young woman looked at the whip. Suddenly, a voice in her mind, that of her mother from another life, reminded her that any punishment must be done correctly. Kana was sure she had to defend herself, so her hand holding the whip rose. In the next instant, the maiden received a strike, but she bravely refrained from screaming. After the first strike, the young woman did not stop and administered several more. The maiden remained standing and endured the blows. But then Mary couldn't bear it, and with tears in her eyes, admitted her guilt to the duchess. The maiden fell to her knees. Kana demanded an apology for daring to splash her with water and slap her in the face to wake her up. Mary called her lady again. But seeing the young woman's threatening look, she started making excuses and promised to call her madame from now on. The young woman threw the whip to the floor and promised that the punishment would be much more severe next time. Kana sat down on the bed. Such a tense morning drained her of much strength, but she still shouted at the servants to leave the room. A thud was heard in the hallway, and Mary stood frozen on the threshold of the door. Kana looked towards the sound. She already understood that one punishment would not change the ingrained habits of this property. She now regretted the reverse swap, as Lee Yuhua failed to gain any status in this mansion. When Kana lived Lee Yuhua's life, she did manage to improve that young woman's life. Hard work allowed her to graduate from a prestigious university and become a traditional medicine doctor. But a tight schedule did not prevent her from starting a relationship with a kind boy. However, Lee Yuhua did the opposite for Kana's life. She turned it into an unbearable ordeal. Now Kana Addis was not only the despicable daughter in the Addis family, but also the mockery of the Valentino household. Although she was an aristocrat before, no one considered her noble. That is why every reception or guest visit to the Addis estate ended with an endless torrent of curses behind Kana. Every gathering of aristocrats ended with nobles looking at her with disdain. That is why Lee Ju-hua was not prepared for such a life. At one of the social dinners, everything changed. Because at that moment, Duke Valentino visited the Addis estate. As soon as Lee Ju-hua saw the man in the threshold, she fell into the cursed whirlpool of infatuation. Kana's memories ended when the noise in the hallway turned into a dreadful scream, demanding that they open the door immediately. Josephina Ellister burst into the room with several assistants. The lady was displeased with Kana's behavior, as Mary had told her everything. The countess scrutinized the young woman with an arrogant look, waved her fan, and asked Kana to demonstrate to the maids what obedience was by her own example. Kana already knew that the countess was Duke Silvian Valentino's stepmother and the true owner of this estate. Josephine was upset because Kana had ignored the order and hadn't gone to greet the estate owner at breakfast. The young woman was calm, but the mere fact that such behavior was demanded of her alerted her. Lee Ju-hua became a prisoner of the situation and obeyed the countess's orders. That is why she attended every meal and greeted the mistress. Over time, the countess showed more authority and even forbade her from leaving the estate. That is why Lee Ju-hua followed the capricious demands. Kana couldn't be angry with the young woman, as she was probably trying to earn a little love in this house. However, the consequences of such actions now filled Kana with sadness. Finding herself in a complicated situation, the girl realized that Lee Ju-hua's past decisions could not be fixed soon. Her old habits had to be eradicated, and those who treated her badly could not be pleased. To avoid this, since childhood she had to understand how to live correctly, even despite the criticism of the Addis family. Kana admitted that she had not forgotten the mistress's demand. But then, with a bit of determination, she announced that she did not want to continue submitting to foolish requirements. Her future should not suffer because of the past. Duchess Josephina Ellister became Sylvian's stepmother when the boy was only 10 years old. But after the death of the previous duke, she managed to maintain her position as mistress of the castle. The Duchess was sure of her superiority. That is why she did not hesitate to cause any harm to Kana and Li Yuhua. When Josephine heard Kana's audacious declaration, she didn't believe it. No one in this house had dared to disobey her before. Kana got out of bed, repeated her stance to the Duchess, and did not back down. Josephine was confused. Just a few days earlier, the young woman acted like the most loyal servant, ready to fulfill any request. But now, Kana's eyes shone with bravery and resolution. The woman suddenly approached. She hit her with the fan and demanded that she respect the customs of her home while being the duke's wife. Kana pushed the fan away from her face and reminded the Duchess that family rules. And hers were different things. The Duchess's expression amused Kana. She laughed at how the woman tried to appear as an important family member. But such an attitude only embarrassed the Valentins. The young woman's words surprised the Countess, who immediately ordered the rude girl to be arrested. The assistants rushed towards the girl, restraining her hands, preventing her from stepping back. Mary brought the whip to the mistress, as she was furious and determined to teach Kana manners. The young woman expected this approach from the Countess, as only with force could she momentarily maintain power in the state. Mary adjusted Kana's skirt so that the whip would strike the girl's legs. The girl abruptly pulled the maid's hands off her dress, startling the woman. Kana lifted the hem of her dress. She pulled it up and defiantly shouted at the Countess that she was ready to play by this house's rules. Such brave behavior aggravated Josephine's anger. Her burning fury grew. She now wished to teach the girl the proper lessons with even more force. The situation amused Kana. The girl bowed to the mistress and smilingly asked to demonstrate the disciplinary teachings. The servant seated Kana on the floor so the girl couldn't escape, while the Countess, wielding the whip, approached. The girl laughed, seeing that the Countess justified the noble status, as the education of a daughter-in-law is given through punishment. But then Kana remembered that Duke Valentino would approve of this educational method, a phrase that terrified the woman. To hide her fear, the Countess waved the whip and began the punishment. An echo of a loud lash resonated through the room, but Kana made no sound. The Countess lost control and began relentlessly beating the girl's legs with the whip. But Kana clenched the hem of her dress tighter and began to endure the pain. Many maids watched the punishment from the hallway, but dared not intervene in the process. Despite the new blows, Kana dared not scream or show her pain, so the Countess's assistants were surprised by her composure. Although the girl's suffering entertained Mary, she did not hide her malicious smile. More blows were heard in the room. Kana understood that everyone was watching her, but she was indifferent. No one dared to stop Josephina, and the prolonged punishment frightened Mary upon seeing the girl's injuries. Kana resisted with all her might. Now all the staff saw that the girl had undergone unexpected changes overnight. Her legs were too injured, but after a few more blows, blood marks appeared on them. The Countess paused to catch her breath, although inside she burned with rage because her daughter-in-law would not give up or admit guilt. As so many times before, Kana did not remain silent for long, but her phrase surprised the woman when she tried to admit her guilt. Josephina smiled maliciously, convinced that she had made her daughter-in-law admit she made a mistake. But Kana did not give up and firmly stated that she was only guilty of letting the servants and the Duchess abuse her life like that. The girl reasoned that she should not spend every day in the company of the Countess. Kana proudly shrugged her shoulders and declared that she was the owner of the castle, and that Josephine was only a guest staying there. The staff did not expect such impertinence. Josephina began to choke with fury at feeling belittled and called a mere guest. The daughter-in-law was calm. She knew that according to noble laws, the estate always belonged only to the new duke, and his wife, not the widow of the previous count. Kana advised the Duchess to submit and try to live in a separate house. But she accepted this humiliation in strong bewilderment. Josephine recalled how, as a young aristocrat, she had ended up married to Sylvian's father. Then, she attracted the attention of other duchesses. She was a famous noblewoman, so at any dinner she easily received thank you notes or invitations to events. She also did not lack expensive gifts while Sylvian's father was alive. That is why every aristocratic gathering became more interesting with Josephine's presence. Suddenly, the woman imagined that there would be no more meetings with influential people, and Cana would take the seat of hostess at the table. The servants, whom Josephine had trained so diligently to be loyal, would start serving Cana and receive gratitude for it. Once all that happened, Josephine would only have loneliness and lost influence among the nobility. The woman regained her composure. Her thoughts were still filled with terror, but she tried to maintain a confident posture in front of her daughter-in-law. However, her efforts were in vain. Josephine grabbed Cana by the collar of her dress and began to shake her. Instantly, the countess froze, as the woman's body staggered and began to fall. Cana lay motionless on the floor. The room fell silent, but no servant rushed to help the duke's wife. The girl breathed with difficulty, but half opened her eyes and looked at the maids. Josephine ordered all servants not to help her until she admitted full guilt for the insults directed at the mistress of the estate. Cana began to lose consciousness. The room darkened as the countess headed for the exit and gave orders that no one should visit Cana. Deep night fell on the Valentino Palace, and all the lights in the building were already out. After the day's incident, Josephine was still angry, and although she was in her chambers, she shouted threats against Cana. The woman was furious about having allowed Sylvian to marry an illegitimate child of the Haddies family instead of the planned match with the second imperial princess. Josephine knew that her rank as countess was just a false title she maintained by force. But the lost opportunity to join the imperial family constantly troubled her. The countess imagined again that Cana would become the owner of the palace, and she would lose all her power. Although even now, as countess, she did not possess any property or money. But with Cana's new behavior, she would definitely lose everything. Anger clouded her mind. She only thought that Cana would not survive the night. After falling at her feet, the servants reported that the injuries were very serious, and the daughter-in-law had a high fever. Josephine decided to leave things as they were and pretend she had nothing to do with the injuries. The countess smiled maliciously, hoping that everything would soon take the direction she desired. The woman lay down on the sofa. Future plans relaxed her, so she began to dream about how, after Cana's death, she would push Sylvian to reunite with the imperial princess. A knock was heard on the door. The assistant reported Duke Valentino's visit, which frightened the woman. The door opened slightly, and a man entered silently. Josephine was terrified. She looked at Sylvian, but feared he had only come to her chambers. The countess jumped off the sofa and approached her son to greet him. Her thoughts were filled with concern about the incident with Cana, which might have attracted the duke's attention. So she had to invent an excuse. Sylvian walked silently past his stepmother, behavior that increased the woman's unease. The man did not answer her questions about the late visit. He simply sat on one of the sofas. After regaining her composure, Josephine kindly offered her son tea and assured him that he could stay in her chambers as he wished. The young man's silence created tension, so the woman started laughing nervously and insisted once more that he have the tea. The atmosphere in the room changed abruptly. Duke Valentino remained, sitting silently on the sofa. After waiting a moment, the man stated that strange news had reached his ears today, which left his stepmother stunned. The woman huddled on the sofa, fearing that Cana had occupied an important place in her adopted son's life. That's why he had come to get rid of her. But Josephine instantly relaxed upon hearing Sylvian mention that only today he learned about the need to attend the second princess's birthday. The woman began to smile, happy that the conversation would no longer revolve around her hateful daughter-in-law. And she could push the duke to get closer to the imperial family. Josephine proudly announced that Princess Lilin was personally interested in Duke Valentino. Therefore, in her role as mother, she promised her visit to the birthday. The Duke remained motionless opposite his stepmother. He sensed hidden motives behind that action. Observing her closely, Sylvie asked in a cold tone what right she had to promise anything in his name. Josephine lost the ability to speak. The Duke had never been so cold to her. Sylvie decided to punish her arrogance and demanded an answer. Did Countess Elster have the right to decide for the Duke what he should do? The woman anxiously clutched her wrists and whispered insecurely that she was only fulfilling the princess's request, who hadn't seen the Duke for a long time and missed their conversations. Sylvian was furious at his stepmother's attitude in plotting intrigues behind his back, and threatened that Countess Elston should accompany the princess if she had the right to do so. The man got up from the sofa without waiting for his stepmother's response and threw out the statement that the conversation was over. The Duke headed for the door, but Josephine was so scared that she didn't even turn towards him. She was so nervous that she squeezed her hands tightly, cutting her skin on her wrists. But as soon as the door closed behind the Duke, she managed to relax a little. There were no servants in Kana's room, so she spent the day lying on the floor. And she woke up when the moonlight entered through the window. Her body was so weak that she was trembling. Kana tried to get up. She placed her hands on the floor, but her head kept spinning, which prevented her from calculating how long she had been unconscious. She felt her body burning, so she took a quick look at her injured legs, and was surprised by the severity of the injuries. Although her dress hid some of the damage, seeing the amount of blood, Kana realized that recovery would take a long time. She reached for the hem of her dress and tried to separate the fabric stuck to her skin. Upon inspecting all the damage, she was horrified to realize that her inner strength was not strong enough to have allowed them to do that to her. Her head spun again, and she fell back onto the floor. Fatigue closed her eyes on their own, preventing her from moving. Although her body had no strength, her mind analyzed the situation and proposed a solution. She had to treat the wounds to prevent infection and worse consequences. A thought crossed her mind: that she could die. And that fear made her get up again onto the room floor. Kana understood that the cunning countess wanted her dead. That's why no doctor visited her all day. Gathering strength, Kana began to crawl slowly towards the bed. The anger at seeing that the people in this palace were willing to commit repulsive acts motivated her not to give up, and to keep moving forward. Clutching the blanket, Kana reached the edge of the bed and almost managed to climb up. She had now entered into war with local customs, but no one in this palace expected her death, since she would heal herself. The full moon shone through the window. Kana found a bottle of alcohol in the room and used a sheet to make bandages with which she began to treat her wounds. She decided to apply alcohol to the wound so that the alcohol it contained could disinfect the deep cuts on her legs. However, before doing so, she noticed something outside the room window. Putting the wine bottle aside, Kana observed the garden, brightly illuminated by moonlight. In front of the window grew an enormous tree that looked very familiar to her. Slowly overcoming the distance to the window, she went out into the garden and immediately confirmed that the tree's aroma would be of great help. She remembered that the tree in the garden was called cinnamon, and that in Korea it was a medicinal plant. According to her knowledge, any part of this tree was useful for creating medicines that effectively cured various bruises. Finding such a plant was an unexpected miracle, since in the wild cinnamon only grows in the east, and the Valerio Palace is in the west. Kana meditated, trying to recall something from Li Yuhua's memories. A few years ago, the Countess got the hobby of collecting eastern plants in the family garden. That's why she forced Li Yuhua to plant cinnamon. That day, Li Yu tried to improve her relationship with her mother-in-law and advised her to care for the plants with mana stones. Otherwise, the western climate would kill the tree. Fragments of memories disappeared. Kana understood that even the tree care was inadequate, although the idea of using mana stones was excellent. The girl's mood improved. Such luck would come in handy, and she could prepare a good remedy for her cuts. Gathering a few leaves, Kana crushed them with a bottle to make an ointment. Evaluating the result, The young woman decided that this ointment would be enough to relieve the initial symptoms of infection. First, she sprayed alcohol from the bottle onto the wound to disinfect it, but the burning sensation upon contact of the alcohol with the cuts turned out to be unbearable. What made Kana let out a prolonged scream. After overcoming the pain, the young woman applied the ointment to the wounds, and with bandages made by herself. She bandaged it. Putting aside the tray with medications, she fell back onto the bed without strength. It was very late at night, and the day had brought Kana nothing good. She feared that the remedies wouldn't be enough, and if the body swap hadn't happened, she wouldn't have got into a dangerous situation either. The young woman began to dream that if she were still in Korea, she would have taken the countess to the police, and the hospital doctors would have taken care of her treatment. Although now she wished she at least had a small first aid kit with good medical supplies nearby. Kana remembered Lee Ju-hwa's mother again while they were in different bodies. She had already gotten used to the new family. That's why in such difficult moments, she always turned to her mother's advice. After resting a bit, Kana decided the situation wasn't worth her tears. Therefore, she had to concentrate all her strength on correcting the mistakes. The young woman understood that despite her desire to return, she couldn't do it anymore, so the only way out was to rebuild her life. Silvio arrived at her chambers when one of the butlers informed him of the incident between the countess and his wife. The man listened to the report in silence, but the butler wondered what to do about the wife, since the duchess had ordered not to provide help. Silvio listened to the assistant, but reminded him that Countess Alester took care of all internal affairs of the fiefdom. As he walked away from the butler, he implied that the conversation was over. Silvio headed towards the office. Jocelina's suspicions were correct. Indeed, he didn't give a damn what happened to Kana on his property. And his cold attitude towards the young woman meant a death sentence if she decided to stay in the Valentino family. A new day dawned in the Valentino house. One of the maids was carrying a tray with food to Kana's chambers when Mary stopped her. Mary asked the servants if the food they brought to the Duke's wife's chambers every day had been consumed. Mary was alert. 10 days had passed since the whip incident, but only empty plates came out of Kana's chambers. Not a dead body. That worried the maid, as the countess waited at the door for news of her daughter-in-law's death. Jocelina constantly inquired if any servant offered help to Kana, for her orders could not be disobeyed. So one of the countess's orders was for Mary to immediately report if the good news of the daughter-in-law's death came true. This day was no different. The maids came out with empty plates. Mary was getting tired of waiting, as the trouble Kana had brought upon herself was for daring to punish the maid. Mary Goldian's spirits lifted when she decided that at night she would visit Kana to check how bad she was. And when she would die. Suddenly, a scream resonated through the hallway, and a frightened maid ran out of Kana's chambers. The maid tried to catch her breath after running, while Mary reprimanded the importance of not running in the hallways or bothering Countess Alester. Noticing Mary's frightened expression, she suddenly rejoiced that Connie had died after all. The assistant didn't know how to react to the elder maid's joy, who insisted on telling her everything in detail. But all of Mary's feelings vanished when Connie's voice sounded behind her. With slight joy, the young woman appeared in the hallway. Alive, and her lively appearance surprised Mary. The maid couldn't believe that so many days had passed, and the beaten young woman was now completely healthy, even though the injuries had been very dangerous. Connie smiled shyly. She was amused that the maid had lost the ability to speak, but didn't react to her appearance. Mary observed the young woman. She was irritated that she now looked even better than before the punishment. Connie didn't wait for the servants to react and announce that, being the owner of the castle, she couldn't ignore that her subjects wished for her death, demanding they bring her the whip. Chaos reigned in the doctor's office. Countess Alester threw objects and angrily demanded a confession. The doctors swore that all the medications were in place and that no one could have stolen them to help Connie. The woman screamed hysterically that it was impossible to recover without outside help, let alone accumulate so much strength. Before going to the doctor's, she found her in the hallway, lying on the floor and beaten with lashes. Since then, she hadn't stopped being restless. Then, the Countess tried to wake the maid, but her wounds terrified Josephine. One of the maids reported that Madame Connie had punished Mary for wishing her death. That confession shocked Josephine. Now she feared for her own life. The woman was angry about the dead-end situation, but she couldn't remain paralyzed without acting. The Duchess shouted at the doctors, but she turned around and headed to Kana's room to confirm the rumors for herself. Kana was in the garden when shouts were heard from her room, and the Duchess appeared accompanied by several maids. Kana's healthy appearance surprised the Countess, but what worried her was how her daughter-in-law had managed to get to the sick room and steal medicine. Kana's wounds were still bandaged, and the Duchess noticed it, but she laughed at the absurd idea that in her condition she could have left her room all the way there. However, she decided to confess that, instead of the sick room, she had been in the family garden collecting medicinal herbs that the Countess had specifically collected. The situation entertained Kana, and with impudence, she asked her mother-in-law if she truly wasn't happy that her daughter-in-law had finally recovered her health. Josephine understood that she was now at a disadvantage and agreed to pretend, asking her daughter-in-law to inform her more about her condition. And to show her character, the Countess demanded of Kana the reason why she had punished the maid without her permission. Kana carefully observed the woman, but gave no immediate answer. After a moment, Kana straightened her dress and calmly replied that Mary was the one who wished for her death. She told her what happened in the hallway before Mary saw her, which enraged Kana at the maid's joy over the Duke's wife's possible death. So she punished her. The reprimand directed at the Countess did not go unnoticed, so Josephine began to feel uneasy. The Countess knew that the maid was guilty of not waiting and rejoicing too soon. But one must always remember that Kana would have died from her illness. But before that, one must remember that, although despicable, she was part of noble society. The Countess devised a plan. She could not allow Kana to seriously think that they wished for her death. Kana asked indifferently if she had acted correctly. But the Duchess remembered that Mary had served in that house for several decades. The daughter-in-law did not intend to give up. She stated that any servant who wished for the mistress's death was a very dangerous person. Suddenly, Kana confessed that if the Duchess did not allow Mary to be expelled from the palace, she herself would have to leave. But these words only brought joy to Josephine. The Countess looked at the young woman who, hunched over, sat in the shadow of the tree and did not seem to belong to a noble family. Kana's conditions did not impress Josephine, and dismissing them, the woman wished that her daughter-in-law would leave the estate if she so desired. The Countess concluded her visit and, along with the servants, headed for the exit of the room. But Kana promised her that by dawn, she would leave the Valentin estate. A loud slam was heard, after which the garden fell silent. But now Kana felt even better, as she would take all the next steps on her own. After sitting in the garden for a while, the young woman understood that her plan had worked, and that Josephine had expelled her from the house. Looking at the empty room, Kana decided that for her expulsion from the palace to be credible, she only had to talk to the Duke. The young woman decided that Sylvian must support her proposal for divorce, as according to Li Yuhua's diary. Her behavior provoked a cold attitude towards her from the man. The sunset was almost over. Kana got up from the bench and, as her soul was filled with determination, headed to the meeting with the Duke. The main building of the estate was empty, while Kana walked down the luxuriously decorated hallway towards the man's rooms. And before entering, the young woman politely knocked on the door announcing her visit. She didn't expect an answer, but after a while a voice invited her to enter. Although the young woman clearly perceived a smile in the response, Kana suddenly threw the door open and almost screamed that she had come with an important matter. But she couldn't utter a single word. Her eyes looked at the Duke with fascination. Sylvian Valentino wore a light nightgown over his bare body. The man noticed the young woman's reaction and asked why she had appeared before him in the middle of the night. Without waiting for her answer, the Duke called her by name again. Kanna looked closely at the man's beautiful features, while he tried to figure out what she needed at such a late hour. The young woman didn't know how to react. She felt very embarrassed for having seen him in that state. But then she controlled herself. She remembered that she was in front of Sylvian Valentino, a terrible person whose body she should not admire. Turning away from the man, the young woman reminded herself that appearance is just a shell, and she shouldn't be distracted by it. She knew, not only from the diary but also from ancient stories, that the soul of Sylvian Valentino was as dark as night. His attitude towards his own wife was neither respectful nor caring, despite knowing the terrible injuries his wife had suffered. Closing the door, the young woman started the dialogue by saying that the Duke should know about the incident that occurred a few days ago in the palace. Kanna confessed that the Duke's stepmother tried to kill her, but the man mocked that the punishment with the whip couldn't kill. That cold reaction to the terrible events shocked Kanna. Clenching her hands into fists, the young woman firmly stated that the injuries caused by her stepmother did not receive adequate treatment. So they could have killed her. The man sat down on the bed. He wasn't interested in the conversation. So he asked his wife to explain the reason why she had brought up the incident. Kanna was furious. She was the Duke's wife who could have died from her stepmother's revenge. But her husband took no action when he heard about it. The man furiously kicked the carpet and confessed that what happened was completely indifferent to him. The girl was stunned. She had seen the Duke's expression many times in Lee Ju-hwa's memories. But now she was facing it in person. The Duke looked pleasant. His voice was always friendly, and a smile never left his lips. But the most dangerous thing about his face was the extremely bored look that could repel anyone. The Duke didn't understand what she wanted, as she was alive and well, which greatly surprised Kanna. But such was the nature of that man. He wouldn't care even if she were mortally wounded in front of him. Now Kanna was even more heartbroken, as Lee Ju-hwa had grown up among people who loved her. But in the end, she fell in love with someone like that, suffering for that love for years. Kanna only wished that Lee Ju-hwa's parents wouldn't find out what had happened to their daughter. Kanna moved closer to the bed and stated that although the marriage was by contract, it did not invalidate that their union should comply with the conditions of a normal marriage. Standing in front of him, the girl couldn't resist, and shouting at him, she demanded at least a minimum of respect towards her. At dawn, Kanna left the Vilnino property, as promised. But upon arriving at the Hattie's house, a guard ordered her to leave, as by order of Duke Hatties. The wife of Duke Vilnino was forbidden to enter the house. The gates of the grounds closed, and the guard ordered her to return to the Vilnino house. Kanna, with her suitcase, stood by the gate. Although she knew this would happen, she still hoped for a different outcome. She furiously kicked a stone and began to lament that such orders were excessive for her father. Now that she knew her father had completely abandoned her, she understood that Lee Ju-hwa also hadn't been at the family home after the wedding. Putting aside thoughts about the order, Kanna began to think about how to simply obtain her father's consent for the divorce. Looking at her hair, the girl wondered if the attitude towards her would change if she dyed her hair a different color. The color black has long been that of catastrophe and failure. Therefore, it is impossible to change the attitude towards prejudices. A long time ago, when the southern continent still existed, it was called the Magic Land. At that time, everyone was in balance, and time passed in peace and tranquility. But suddenly, everything changed when the black fog arrived, covering all the lands of the continent. The power of the black fog was so great that any living being died instantly as soon as they entered it. And one morning, the entire world of the southern continent turned black, so all humans had to abandon their homes and homeland. Those who survived and moved to other lands managed to found a new state called the Western Continent, which has existed for 1,000 years. However, the Western Continent did not become a completely safe place, and the black fog still appears in some parts. The fog has the property of manifesting various objects. In a period of time, strange objects and huge stones emerged from it. But there was something else that, over time, terrified everyone. Monsters began to emerge from the fog. Such creatures did not exist anywhere before, but with the arrival of the fog, they also came. Uncontrollable creatures, omnivorous predators. Everything happened quickly. It was enough for the black fog to come into contact with a person's skin. Afterward, the infected person began to rapidly lose their mind. Fury took hold of him, and he turned into an authentic beast. And worst of all, after the transformation, the only thing the monsters desired was to exterminate humanity. The infected had black hair and eyes, so Canny became a victim of ancient legends. Since her appearance was similar to that of the infected, that is why any public appearance or meeting with other people was always accompanied by disdainful looks towards her. What she received from others, the Duke Valentino also received from her. Therefore, when she expressed her discontent last night about no longer being able to bear the disrespectful treatment, Canny told Sylvian that since Countess Alister had expelled her, she would return to her family home. The girl's visit did not surprise him too much, but he was interested that she had decided to leave. Sylvian laughed, because as husband and wife, his wife could not live in separate houses from her husband. But the man did not argue. After all, it was indifferent to him how they lived. She sat back down on the bed when Canny announced that she would return to her family home to obtain Duke Addis's consent for the divorce. In return, she received only a mocking smile and the promise that Sylvian would wait for consent for the divorce. The memories of the previous night angered her more, so she kicked stones again along the fence. She realized that she hadn't made the right impression on the Duke, and that he was simply mocking her attempts to change anything. A few weeks ago, she had knelt before him, begging him not to leave. And now, suddenly, she had decided on drastic changes. Canny threatened the void, swearing that this time she would see it through to the end and they would get divorced. But looking at the closed gates of the Hattie's courtyard, she reduced her intensity. Since now she couldn't even enter her house. The girl laughed, thinking she could try to jump over the wall and fall to her knees in front of her father, asking for permission. The family carriage approached the grounds, causing Canny to pay attention to the arriving guests. The coachman stopped the horses to turn the carriage towards the gate. Then he shouted to the guards, announcing that the master had returned and demanded that they open the gates. Canny observed the situation closely when suddenly the gates behind her opened wide. The carriage stopped next to the girl, and from it appeared Callan Addis, the second son of the family. Upon inspecting her brother, Canny noticed that there was also a young woman in the carriage, whose face was covered by a veil. Callan got out of the carriage. He did not expect to see his stepsister at the house. Callan's behavior was cautious, and he demanded an explanation as to why the wife of Duke Valentino was on Addis property. Canny was shocked that her brother addressed her by her status as the Duke's wife, and she remembered that he wanted nothing to do with her. Before meeting Canny, Callan Addis was returning to the family estate from the capital city. He was very exhausted after a failed conversation with the new doctor. Callan addressed his younger sister Lucy and asked her to rest that day, while he continued searching for a new doctor. The girl remained silent, which alerted her brother, but still confessed that there was no hope left, and that they should stop searching. Callan felt disheartened, realizing that even his sister had started losing faith, and she herself was asking to give up. Lucy Addis was the youngest in the family, and at the age of 7, she was diagnosed with a very rare illness that no one had ever heard of. Even the members of the Addis family could not ignore the child's peculiarities, so they indulged in gossiping about her condition. The most outstanding doctors on the continent could do nothing. They only advised sending her to a temple. Cullen did everything possible to help his sister, as sending the child to a temple meant they had given up. He worried that with each passing day, support was diminishing and results were not coming, no matter how many consultations they had. And so, when he was quite annoyed, he met his sister at the door, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Lucy was interested in what was happening outside, so peering through the carriage window, she was frightened to see Canny. The girl immediately hid inside the carriage, but it was already too late. Cullen and Canny saw the little girl, which distracted them from the impending argument. Kana began to observe the girl as she tried to cover her face with a veil. She approached to examine her and determine what ailed her, but instantly a strong arm pushed her aside. Cullen pushed her away from the group and threatened that if she dared to reveal what she had just seen, he would leave her no chance for a good life. That tone did not faze her. She only wanted to know how successful the treatment was. Kana demanded answers from Cullen about the progress of the treatment, the results obtained, and the doctors attending her. While the boy was stunned, the girl said that she could help Lucy if she stayed at the Addis castle for some time. Such confidence infuriated Callan, as all the doctors in the Western continent had failed to cure the girl. So Kana should not promise the impossible. The boy was losing patience. He couldn't allow his hopes to be mocked. Kana waited for her brother to finish shouting and moved closer to him. The girl demanded that he gather strength, stop being overly emotional, and consider the possibility that she still had chances to help his younger sister. Callan stood motionless. The calm demeanor and confident voice of his sister seemed to indicate that she could really help with the treatment. The brother clenched his fist. It was difficult for him to admit that he was asking for help from his sister, who since birth had been a curse to the family. But now he had no alternative. The family entered the house. The butler reported that the other family members had gone to the imperial dinner. The assistant picked up Kana's luggage, while the girl informed her brother that for the treatment, it was necessary to prepare special tools. The girl handed her brother the instructions for making medical needles of a specific size and in the required quantity. But Kana demanded that the work be done by a magic master who must use magic stones of the highest quality. The brother looked at her with evident skepticism. He simply couldn't understand how a single needle could heal. Sighing, Kaelan decided that the needle option was better than sending Lucy to the temple. On the Western continent, the temple was the center of the divine spirit, which purifies everything through the world tree. But the emperor's laws did not apply in the temple, which meant that no one assumed responsibility for negative consequences. One could not enter or leave the temple freely, so it was impossible to send Lucy to a place without discipline and common sense. After accepting this, Kaelan decided to try Kana's methods to cure her, since as long as there was a chance not to send Lucy to the temple, he would use them. The brother led Kana to Lucy's room, trying to ask her if she had studied medicine elsewhere besides her childhood hobby of alchemy. The girl proudly affirmed that alchemy is related to healing, so she made sure to have enough knowledge to treat the child. Although she did not tell her brother about her travels between bodies, Kana openly lied to her brother, stating that her alchemy was a new process. Since if she told him about her hospital work while in another body, he would take it as madness. Without waiting for her brother, she hurried ahead to meet Lucy quickly and learn all the symptoms of the illness. Kylan watched the girl. He didn't believe her words, but seeing how proudly she walked, he understood that she was no longer the same one who was always scared. She looked like a complete stranger. Although 7 years had passed since Kana last lived in the family home, she shouldn't have changed so much. When the brother and sister entered Lucy's room, the frightened child hid under the blanket. Kana moved closer to the bed and noticed that as she did so, the girl under the blanket began to tremble. So she had to promise that she wouldn't do anything yet. The girl didn't want to come out, so Kana started telling her that with the right treatment, Lucy would feel better. Kana admitted that she had treated patients with an illness similar to Lucy's, so she could promise a sure recovery. A noise was heard from under the blanket, but Lucy did not hurry to leave her hiding place. After waiting a moment, the girl finally lowered the blanket and looked at Kana with a sad gaze. Kaelan was surprised that Kana showed no reaction, as all the doctors were always shocked to see that. The girl asked Lucy to close her eyes and give her a moment to examine her face. Callan watched from the side as Kana performed the medical examination, but he still tensed up when the girl touched his younger sister's face. However, the young woman's calmness disturbed Callan more than her treatment methods. Since she was too calm, the girl carefully examined Lucy's face, trying not to frighten the little girl. Kana turned to her brother to tell him all the symptoms the girl had before falling ill. Suddenly, the young woman asked if Lucy had a cough or fever, which worried Callan even more. He remembered that a few days ago, Lucy had fallen into a pond and caught a cold. But the illness passed quite quickly. Kana understood that after that incident, they hadn't managed to completely cure Lucy. The girl began to question Lucy about whether she had hearing problems, but Callan tried to explain himself that the girl showed no such symptoms. Kana demanded her brother shut up, as Lucy should answer. Hearing that authoritarian tone, Callan stood still, but he didn't want to argue. And he remained silent. After thinking for a moment, Lucy confessed that she had hearing problems. Her words hurt Callan, because if she hadn't told him, it meant she didn't trust him. After finishing the examination, Kana confirmed that she had not been mistaken about the diagnosis. The brother and sister left Lucy's room. The girl stated that the illness she has is curable. Therefore, they must prepare the necessary tools. However, Callan seemed not to hear his sister. He couldn't understand how she had skillfully managed to discover the girl's truth, something she hadn't even told him. The brother asked Kana to explain how she managed to discover that. But from her experience as a doctor, she knew that all patients hide something. Callan pointed out that not only patients hide secrets, and suggested that he expected more information from his sister. The girl remembered how, as a child, he used to mock her and ask her to perform tasks he had prepared himself. But the worst was that back then, Callan asked her not to come near him. Although now he demands the opposite. The girl hid nothing. She simply admitted that if she had a serious illness, she would not complain about additional symptoms. Callan tried to find a deception in her confession, but his efforts yielded no results. But he was surprised when his sister mentioned the deception by the doctors. Kana was upset because, despite the doctor visits, the girl remained sick. The girl's conclusions, that Lucy doesn't mention all her problems because everyone would take her for a liar, surprised Callan. The boy tried to defend himself, as he truly did everything possible to make Lucy comfortable at home. But Kana knew that wasn't enough. Callan Addis has always been someone supported since childhood, so he will never understand the life of one who suffers general contempt. Kana hinted that Callan doesn't live alone in the house, so the girl, born to a maid, will always be under observation. Because even if Callan tries to be kind to Lucy, he will never make the other family members change their perspective. Therefore, any member of the Addis family who is behind will always look with disdain, not only at Lucy, but also at Callan. Especially her mother, sister, and brother will be the main annoyances at home. Because unlike Callan, Lucy perceives the true actions of those people. After such a direct monologue, Callan didn't know what he could say to defend the Addis family. The girl didn't insist further, perfectly understanding that he would never have realized on his own the true nature of his family. However, looking at him closely, she was glad that over time Callan had changed, and now showed interest in his younger, blood sister. He never treated her that way, not even when she was weak or sick. He usually observed her suffering from a distance. Although he tried to be kind, it was all a facade that allowed him to feel satisfied with the humiliations he devised. But at any moment the mask would break, and Callan would utter phrases that meant Kana was not supposed to be in public places, especially when she was sick. In those moments, there was no way to stop him, and for a long time he continued with hurtful words, demanding that she lock herself in her room until she was completely recovered. The sad memories came to an end. Now Kana was no longer a child, so there was no point in suffering so much because of it. Although deep down, it hurt her that Callan treated her like a pest, and now suddenly tried to act like a decent older brother. Approaching the table, Kana decided that now she would be the one to use her brother to prepare her place of life in this house. The girl asked for the library to be opened so she could study the necessary books for her cure. She analyzed the symptoms she managed to learn from Lucy against those described in the manuals. On the Western continent, there existed a viral infection that caused facial paralysis in people. Medications for treatment existed, but finding them was an extremely difficult task. Reviewing several documents, Kana understood that the medications existing in Korea are also on the Western continent. Therefore, she will definitely be able to use her knowledge of Oriental medicine. Although Kana didn't yet know all the complications of the viral infection, she already suspected that the treatment would be difficult and prolonged. Therefore, for a while, she can stay at the country house. Callan didn't distract her from her work, but his look full of distrust did not leave her. The boy spied on what Kana was studying. He was intrigued as to whether she was really capable of mastering Oriental medicine. Since the Oriental continent was discovered by a navigator only 10 years ago, when the first ships reached an unknown coast. Therefore, knowledge about the new lands is still not completely reliable. But the basis of Oriental medicine is the study of herbs and the preparation of special infusions. After finishing with the books, Kana understood that her knowledge from another life coincided with what this world managed to discover by investigating the Oriental continent. Although traditional medicine is advancing rapidly, there is always a risk that the combination of certain herbs can lead to erroneous treatment. Kana reflected. The knowledge in the manual was different, as it had not been written by people from the Oriental continent. The girl began to write down the recipe for the medicine from the book. Then she promised Callan that now she had a precise plan to cure Lucy. The boy took the paper with a long list of herbs and plants. Kana explained that they were necessary ingredients to create a product that would cure Lucy. Callan looked at the list again. He had never seen those names of plants, so he felt a little uneasy. The brother watched Kana's work from the side. He still didn't trust her, but the way she quickly identified Lucy's new symptoms softened his skepticism a little. The day turned out to be exhausting for Kana. While Callan instructed the servants according to the list of medicines, she decided to go to her laboratory. Callan reported that her bedroom and laboratory were still the same. His words surprised the young woman, as she did not expect to find any memory of herself in this house. The brother finished the conversation with the butler and confessed that the father had personally closed all the doors so that no one could enter. The butler handed Kana the key to her room. On the bedroom door, indeed, there was a strong bolt protecting the place from intrusions. There was silence in the room. The furniture remained intact. Kana walked through the hall, surprised that everything was the same as 7 years ago. When she arrived at the Valentino house, upon inspecting the closets, the young woman wondered why Duke Addis had not altered anything. Kana opened the balcony door, convinced that the Duke would definitely have undone everything. But suddenly, she understood that the untouchable room meant a lot, as if Duke Addis wanted to remember how the owner of that room lived. Everything indicated that Alexandro Addis had really expected his daughter's return. The young woman decided to forget those thoughts. Perhaps she didn't understand them correctly, and her father had no reason to keep her belongings. Kana concluded that feelings were enough, so she returned from the balcony to the room to head to the underground laboratory. She turned on the lamp and went down the dark corridors towards the laboratory. Although much of the equipment was covered in dust, she noticed that the room, like the bedroom, remained unchanged. Drawings with descriptions of plants and their properties were still hanging on the board. Experimental preparations were in glass jars in a separate cabinet. Even her books remained intact. Now Kana can practice alchemy again. After examining the bookshelf, the girl stopped at a special manual. Since childhood, books were her best friends. That's why in her absence, she missed it very much. After so long, she wants to immerse herself in reading like in childhood. Kana inhaled the scent of the books. Although they were in a closed room, they still retained the smell of ink and paper. But her moment of quiet reflection was interrupted by a crash from the adjacent room. The girl turned towards the door. Someone was insistently trying to force entry. With a horrible crash, the door gave way and opened wide after a manly hand struck it. And hard. The next instant, the younger brother of the Addis family appeared in the doorway. The boy was angry, and Kana clearly felt his negativity. The boy entered the laboratory. He was furious. Kana's mere presence in the family home drove him crazy, and now that he had her trapped, he decided to take personal revenge. Orsini Adiz was supposed to be at an imperial banquet until night. However, he arrived home a little earlier. The boy entered his chambers when a servant interrupted him. Orsini made a dismissive gesture because he frequently attended banquets, and they no longer brought him pleasure, but now he wanted to meet his sister. The servant became uneasy. During the absence of the Duchess's family, a guest had appeared whom Lord Orsini would not want to see under any circumstances. The assistant stammered a bit when reporting that the Duchess of Valentino had arrived at the palace, and his words surprised Orsini. The boy didn't know how to react, so he just confirmed with the staff if he was mistaken in mentioning Kana. The administrator recounted all the events, including the fact that Kana was now helping Callan develop a treatment for his younger sister. A loud creak of furniture was heard in the room, so the assistant didn't finish telling. Orsini became furious upon hearing that his stepsister was in the palace, so he broke a decorative screen. He couldn't believe his brother had directly brought a curse into his home, and that the treatment for Lucy was just a pretext to harm the family. Orsini found Kana in the underground laboratory. He had to force the door, but the fear shown by the girl gave him an unprecedented pleasure. Kana didn't move. Her brother already started hurling insults at her, but she was still too stunned to do anything. The young woman felt that she was falling into the trap of fear, caused only by Orsini again. Because his predatory gaze hadn't changed, it had only increased in danger. She knew she couldn't avoid the encounter, but she hoped to delay their reunion at least a little. Kana tried to resist the fear, but her fingers trembled and her legs wouldn't move. Suddenly, a memory arose in her mind. When they were children, Orsini had advised her to do something useful and disappear from her family. Then, the boy grabbed her by the collar of her dress and warned her that if she looked at him, he himself would kill her. Now, meeting him again by inertia, she wanted to lower her gaze, but this time she managed to restrain herself. Kana threw the book onto the table, turned towards her brother, and greeted him. The man froze in the doorway. Kana calmed her nerves and confessed that she was actually happy to meet him today. While Orson was bewildered, the young woman lunged towards him, threw her arms around his shoulders, and surprised him by confessing that she had missed him very much. The young woman extended her hand towards him, but her intentions were not exactly noble. For years, she had planned how to take revenge for all the wounds Orson had caused her. The boy grabbed her hand and carelessly pushed it aside. Orson began to mock her with jokes, saying that after living with the Valentino family, she had lost her mind by approaching him, but he warned that she should be careful, since pretending to be a doctor would not allow her to ignore her father's punishment. He sketched a cruel smile. He already imagined how he would once again point out to Kana the place she belonged. The boy grabbed her hands to push her forcefully, but before doing so, he called her everything with his favorite insult. However, this time Kana did not look away from his face, but smiled sweetly, causing a memory to come to mind. One summer day, when Orson went for a walk in the forest, he met Kana in a meadow. The little girl didn't see him, so Orson could observe her with curiosity. At that time, Kana was very interested in alchemy, so studying books in the forest was her favorite activity. It was one of the happiest moments of his past for Orson. That's why he didn't even notice how he moved closer to Kana, almost touching their foreheads, although she asked him to stay at a distance. The man did not expect such a reaction from her, so he quickly pushed her towards a bookshelf. He denied having wanted to get close to Kana, but after her long absence, he almost lost control of himself. The girl approached the table, noticed her brother's confusion, and began to tease him, saying that he definitely missed her. Orsini didn't want to be caught in the truth, so he furiously denied everything and shouted insults, wishing the girl would leave the estate again. Kana promised to stay at the estate until she helped Callan cure Lucy, after which she found a special glass vial on the table. The girl looked at her brother, who was confused. He wanted her to leave the house so he could fear her again, but the calm with which Canny looked at him worried Orsini. When Kana turned around, Orsini became furious and almost raised his fist at her. Suddenly, the girl threw the contents of the vial at her brother. Orsini stopped. A stain appeared on his shirt, but he didn't know what Canny had done to him. The girl was calm. She had been planning the formula for this potion for a long time, so now her brother would suffer a little instead of her. The boy didn't understand her intention, but under his shirt, a strange hissing sound was suddenly heard. Orsini clutched his chest. His skin burned intensely under the fabric. The boy began to hurriedly remove his clothes to inspect his skin, but the potion continued to act and burned with greater intensity. The burning turned into a sharp pain when a large burn appeared on the boy's chest. Canna liked seeing her brother so helpless. She could have used the potion that burned flesh since childhood, but she was scared. She promised it would hurt more and leave terrible scars if Orsini didn't apply the antidote soon. Due to the intense pain, the boy collapsed to the floor, but Canna offered Orsini to apologize to her. And then she would give him the remedy. The boy was breathing with difficulty. He couldn't believe they had tricked him so easily, and now they even demanded apologies from him. The last curses came out of his mouth before he fainted. There was a festive atmosphere of banquets in the imperial palace. A messenger pushed his way through the crowd of aristocrats looking for Duke Hattie's. A special letter was sent from the family estate. The Duke opened the envelope. His surprise was easy to understand. The butler had informed him of Canna's return to the Addis family home, which made him smile. Orsini lay on the floor when Callan entered. The boy couldn't believe that Canna had defeated Orsini with a potion, something she had never done before against his attacks. The girl convinced her brother that the potion had an antidote that she devised at the age of 14. But Orsini rejected the deal. That's why he lost consciousness. Callan was shocked. He couldn't get used to Canna having changed so much. The sister cared little about Orsini's condition. Now the priority was that the needles for treating Lucy would be delivered soon. The girl asked her brother to notify her when everything was ready to start the first treatment. Callan did not stop his sister. He would take care of Orsina's body by himself. Night was approaching as Callan walked alone through the halls of the mansion. Many questions kept bothering him, especially the fact that even at 14, his sister was cunning enough to prepare dangerous potions in the underground laboratory. Orsini, the best swordsman in the Empire, whose strength could split stones, but even he did not prove invincible against the potion. Callan couldn't understand how Canna could possess such talents but not use them, continuing to endure any humiliation in the past. After the events in the laboratory, the boy began to think that Kanna's soul had changed. Since now, she is no longer afraid to launch a counterattack, even against her family members. At night, the magic master sent a box with medical needles. Kanna carefully took the new tool to check its dimensions. After inspecting the needle from all sides, the girl confirmed that the quality of the instrument was excellent, and that it could be used to treat Lucy. The acupuncture technique aims to pass through blocked channels and restore blood circulation throughout the body. And needles made of high-quality magic stones will contribute to accelerating the treatment. The package also contained containers with medications that had been collected according to Kanna's list. But before going to treat the girl, Kanna handed her brother a contract, which left him paralyzed. The boy felt hurt for not having his promise believed. But Canna needed guarantees that she could stay in the house, and the most effective way was to achieve it by signing a contract with conditions. Callan didn't feel like arguing for long, so he stamped the document, only so that Lucy could start regaining her health soon. After checking the authenticity of the seal, the girl confirmed that the guarantees promised by Callan would now be fulfilled. Kanna returned to Lucy's room with the medical equipment. The girl placed her on the bed to begin the procedure. Kanna took the needle and was about to perform the puncture when suddenly, Callan screamed desperately not to do it. The brother demanded an explanation as to why she was inserting the needle near the neck end. To emphasize, he moved Kanna's hand away from Lucy. The girl watched the argument, but upon hearing about injections, she jumped off the bed. Canna demanded that they let her go so she could continue with the treatment. But Callan insisted on waiting for explanations. The brother squeezed the girl's hand tighter. But Kana was not ready for her brother's emotionality. So she advised him to decide whether or not he needed the treatment. The girl understood that the longer they delayed, the more serious the consequences would be. Callan was confused. His fears confronted each other in his mind. He had never seen such treatment methods. That's why he feared complications. Lucy did not intervene in the conversation, but she heard that Kana had developed acupuncture by studying alchemy. So Callan had to trust her. The girl moved closer to her brother. Her voice was calm, but the phrase that for Callan her request to believe her was decisive. Callan didn't know what to do. He had never trusted Kana Addis, as her reputation in aristocratic society was one of disdain. However, now in front of him stood a different Kana, confident in her work, and ready to assume any consequence. The idea of having a needle inserted into Lucy tortured him, but Kana's certainty gave him hope. The brother let go of the girl's hand and promised to trust her treatment methods. Kana returned all her attention to Lucy, but demanded that Callan move away from the bed. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to resist intervening. The girl needed a little time to calm down, as Callan's behavior had infuriated her. Because of her brother, Lucy began to worry, so stress could cause muscle spasms and feel pain. Kana noticed that the girl was trembling and tried to distract her. The girl promised to perform the treatment properly, but Lucy had to follow all her instructions. The little girl was confused. They weren't rushing her to answer, but she knew she couldn't wait any longer. After reflecting for a moment, the girl admitted that her sister was the only person who had promised to cure her. That's why Lucy trusted her. Although Kana had never met Lucy, she already understood that she always faced any challenge with a serious approach. The girl placed Lucy back on the bed to adopt the right position for the session, after which she administered the first injection. After finishing the session, Lucy finally managed to move a small part of her face. The girl moved her lips without problems, and the quick results of the treatment deeply impressed Callan. Kana did not expect results from the first session, but the superior quality needles achieved a successful treatment. So after such success, she hoped to gain Callan's trust. After finishing the review, the girl understood that in a few treatments she could cure Lucy as long as the proper treatment with infusions was followed. As she headed for the exit of the room, Callan suddenly called her sister. The boy blushed. He hadn't considered her a sister before, so to cover up the awkwardness, he asked Kana to rest until the next session. The girl left the room in silence. She was already heading to her room when she reflected on how Callan's patience would come to an end. And he would be willing to relentlessly extract answers to all her questions. But Kana is sure that during the 7 years they didn't see each other, Callan doesn't arouse much interest in her. Not even the entire Addis family. What she once longed to show her best version is no longer relevant. Upon returning to her room, Kana noticed that someone had just cleaned it and that a fire was burning in the fireplace. The events of the previous night had exhausted her, so she collapsed tiredly onto the bed. Although she had returned home, her hatred for the family had not disappeared, so she reminded herself that she was there for another purpose. She had seen many times how family relationships changed instantly. And she saw no point in correcting her behavior, so she simply decided to sleep. The next day, Kana's peaceful sleep was interrupted by the sudden appearance of her stepmother, who did not hide her irritation towards her. Kana had not seen this woman in many years, but she remained a despicable person, ready to ruin any morning. The matriarch of the Addis family was clearly determined to argue, since in her absence, Orsini had been injured because of Kana. Ola Addis raised her hand towards the young woman. She couldn't stand someone ignoring her. Ola's love for her son did not diminish. Kana was already used to this behavior, but upon touching the mark on her cheek, she asked her to use words in the future. Angrily, the stepmother tried to attack again, but her action was interrupted by Callan's voice. The boy burst into the room after his mother. He couldn't allow her to ruin the relationship with Kana while she was treating Lucy. The woman demanded they tell her everything. She was not willing to tolerate an exile in her house, especially after she dared to hurt Orsini. Kana found it amusing to have a new status in the family, even though she was the one who got married. And left the house. Ola moved towards the young woman. Her brave behavior annoyed her, but Callan restrained his mother and reminded her that Kana was his guest. Maintaining appearances, the woman harshly commented that although Kana was his son's guest, it didn't mean she was happy to see her. Following the incident in the laboratory, Orsini was in intense suffering. That's why Ola came to Kana demanding an antidote for his recovery. Chloe did not ask for the medicine. She ordered the young woman to give it to her until she received a serious punishment. Kana felt that her stepmother was lying, so she calmly requested apologies in exchange for the remedy. The woman was surprised, but had no choice but to offer insincere apologies for not having controlled her emotions. However, Kana did not accept them, so Chloe, resigned, clenched the hem of her dress tightly, and murmured a promise that her attacks would not be repeated. Although Kana got what she wanted, she noticed that the woman accepted her terms quickly, which meant she already understood the danger she represented. To get the guests to leave as soon as possible, the young woman took a vial from the nightstand. She handed the antidote to her stepmother and instructed her to apply 1 drop. Initially, Kana wanted Orsini to apologize, but the stepmother's presence was also enough, since she didn't care about Orsini. In the laboratory, she couldn't restrain herself. She just wanted to release a little of her anger. Chloe relaxed upon receiving the antidote, so she had no reason to stay in the young woman's room. But she didn't try to leave. Instead, she began to convince the young woman to go to her son and administer the treatment herself. Kana understood the stepmother's game. She didn't believe in the power of the remedy, and she was looking for a pretext to accuse her of deceit. She decided to play along and went with her towards Orsini. Although Orsini was suffering from burning pain in his chest, he still found the strength to insult Kana. The situation didn't hurt her, but she decided to threaten and promised she might accidentally break the bottle with the medicine if Orsini continued. The young man collapsed. His strength was already fading when Kana leaned over him to apply the ointment. The sister was a little worried about her brother, especially when he tried to confirm whether the antidote would really work. His behavior surprised the young woman. She wondered why Orsini trusted her. Touching the boy's chest near the burn, she warned him not to trust her, since the remedy could be another deadly concoction. The stepmother, terrified, began to scream at Kana. But the young woman had achieved her goal. Now Orsini would fear harming her. The situation turned out to be comical. Kana praised her brother for being the best swordsman and not fearing to take the remedy. Chloe rushed the young woman, and Kana, eager to quickly leave her brother's room, opened the vial. Orsini did not move until the young woman poured the entire balm over his wound. A slight coldness ran across the boy's skin, followed by the progressive start of healing for the inflamed burn. Callan and Chloe watched dumbfounded as the antidote rapidly resolved the injury. Chloe, of course, was glad that the antidote was real, although the entire healing process seemed questionable. Since childhood, Chloe had watched Kana. Then alchemy was a hobby. But now, seeing her power, she wondered how far Kana would be willing to go for her own benefit. No longer waiting, Kana abruptly got out of Orsina's bed. She walked past her relatives towards the door, wishing to go to sleep and avoid the other family members as much as possible. The young woman reached the door, still angry about Chloe's interruption in her room, and waking her up for such an insignificant matter. Kana moved to open the door when suddenly she stopped on the threshold. Her breathing quickened. The person she saw in front of her definitely shouldn't have found her today. Alexander Addis was in the hallway. He had arrived from the Imperial Ball and didn't even change his formal suit, going directly to Orsina's. Kana froze when her father extended his hand towards her. Instantly, the man's fingers rested on her cheek, and he caressed her head affectionately like a father, which left her confused. Then, releasing his grip, the man gently caressed her face, behaving as if he were truly happy that Kana had returned. Finally, the young woman regained her composure. The stress dissipated. Although she didn't understand why her father was acting like this, since in her whole life in the palace. He had never treated her that way before. Alexander Addis seemed pleased. He was happy that Kana Addis had returned to the family home. But the young woman was surprised that he still considered her Addis and not Valentina. Kana felt strange. She had spent so much time with Liu Hua that it was difficult for her to call Alexander Addis father. But she managed to gather strength to show courtesy and politeness. She knew she had to quickly explain why she had come to the palace, as her father's kindness could disappear at any moment. For Callan and his mother, the day had been too intense. Even now, with Duke Addis's different behavior, they didn't know how to act. So they watched in silence from the side. Chloe was annoyed that her husband had forgotten the order, and, instead of throwing the young woman out, he stayed by her side and tried to listen to Kana. The Duke carefully observed his daughter's movements, and that concentration worried the woman. Because her husband seemed to genuinely try to listen to his daughter, albeit clumsily and stuttering. But Kana recounted the whole story of how she had come to the house, and asked her father not to punish Callan for staying in the palace for a while to finish the treatment of Lucy. Silence settled in the room. The father did not interrupt the young woman's monologue, but he did not dare to say anything in response either. Due to the tension, Kana again felt like a child under the weight of the paternal sentence. But the man did not reprimand her. He simply understood her account, which worried his daughter. Alexandro advised her to act as she wished, and it was the first time he showed understanding towards her. While the surprised young woman stood in the center of the room, the man turned around and headed towards the exit. Kana had not anticipated such a turn of events. Her father had never allowed her to act according to her will before, although perhaps his intention was that if she wished to die, he would not prevent it. The night concluded calmly, and the new day arrived in the old Hades, portending to soothe the recent commotions. However, all tranquility vanished when Isabella, one of Alexandro Hades's daughters, learned of the events of the previous day. Isabella hated the return of Kana now that she was back in the mansion. The Hades family was reunited under one roof again, which foreshadowed difficulties. Years ago, when Kana got married, Isabella was excited about the possibility of never seeing her stepsister again. After her departure, Alexandria Dyes forbade the young woman from attending social events, forcing Kana to remain in the background on the Valentin estate. Isabella enjoyed the rumors about the punishments inflicted by Countess Alaster, so her stepsister's life did not bother her. Now that Kana had returned and solidified her presence through a contract with Callan, Isabella had few options left to expel her sister. The news from her mother left her perplexed. She had been away for several hours, but now everything was different. Isabella was furious with her brother. What she heard from her mother seemed false, although in the depths of her being, an uncontrollable anger was forming. Callan was working in his office when loud blows with a fist interrupted the tranquility. Without waiting for an invitation, Isabella violently opened the door with the intention of convincing Callan. The girl walked aggressively towards her brother's desk. She was irritated that Kana was taking advantage of Cal's soft heart and lying to him, claiming that during his absence she had managed to become a doctor. The boy kept reviewing the reports, but he assured the girl that even after a single treatment, Lucy's condition had improved. Isabella did not restrain her irritation. Her brother was too naive and did not understand that Lucy no longer required treatment. Suddenly, Isabella could not control her thoughts and confessed that even if treatment was possible, it was no reason to allow Kana to enter the house. Upon hearing this, Kay interrupted her reading of the documents. The atmosphere in the room abruptly changed. Kay's mind began to cloud with darkness. He couldn't believe that for his sister, Lucy's well-being was worth nothing. To Isabella, Lucy was just the daughter of a low maid. That's why she didn't care how the girl lived with a paralyzed face. Kaylee's face distorted with anger. Now that Kana had revealed the truth about his family to him, he saw the relatives' mockery directed at his half-sisters with different eyes. Isabella slammed her palms on the table. She demanded an explanation, as to why Kaylee cared more about Lucy than her own sister. That conversation exhausted Kaylee. She slowly closed her eyes. And without arguing, she asked Isabella to leave his office. The next instant, the office door slammed shut, signaling that the conversation was over. And Isabella remained in the hallway shocked, as it was the first time in her life that her brother had kicked her out of his room. Isabella decided not to ignore such an attitude, so she went to find Orsini to form an alliance against Cana with him. Isabella found her brother on the training ground. He seemed exhausted after sword practice, but the girl was irritated that Orsini was doing nothing to expel Cana from the castle. Orsini was absorbed in his thoughts. Not even the arrival of his sister brought him out of them. The girl patted him on the shoulder, trying to get his attention, but he just stared at the ground. Isabella shouted dramatically that no one understood her intentions, but her act didn't work. Orsini remained seated in the same place. The girl returned to the village as she passed by her father's office door. She hesitated for a moment about asking for help, but understanding his character, the young woman quietly passed the room so as not to disturb him while he worked. The village was empty, although Isabel found no allies. The idea of asking her father for help scared her. Since childhood, Isabel considered her father a terrifying man. Although he never punished or reprimanded her, his aura scared her. For years, the man maintained his status as young, handsome, and very dominant. Isabel always envied her father for his skills and talents. However, observing him, she understood many things. In reality, Alexandro Haddies looked at all members of the Haddies family equally. His gaze radiated obvious indifference. Looking out the window, Isabel saw Cana going down to the garden. Without waiting, the young woman ran towards the village exit and managed to catch up with Cana at the base of the stairs. Isabel took the girl by the arm, trying to be kind, asking her about her mood after returning home. Although all her thoughts were about how uncomfortable she felt being close to Cana's black hair. Cana maintained the conversation with her sister, which surprised Isabel, since before she never looked at anyone from the Eddies family. The girls walked along the garden path towards the pavilion. Isabel decided to seize the opportunity to find out all the details about Killen's treatment of Cana. With a forced smile, Isabel asked to be taught how to work with Lucy, as many doctors could not overcome their repulsion upon seeing her. Cana replied with a denial. Her voice was firm. She did not want to give her sister knowledge that could harm Lucy. The girl pulled her hand out of Isabel's grip and pushed her aside. Cana made it clear that she had no intention of playing Isabel's game, nor trying to be close to her. Isabel was paralyzed in the middle of the hallway as Cana continued her walk. Without realizing it, Isabel ended up in her room, where the servants served her a calming tea to regain her composure. Upon coming out of the trance, the young woman did not hold back her insults towards Cana. Isabel was restless from not understanding Cana's attitude, since at first she was friendly towards her in the garden. But then she abruptly demanded that they stop pretending closeness. She still didn't have a plan to expel Cana. With this new behavior, using the old methods would be complicated. Throughout the 7 years that had passed, Isabel never stopped considering Cana a troublemaker who generated conflicts in the family. The girl tried to find arguments to stop hating her stepsister, but the habit of blaming Cana for all the family's misfortunes did not leave her. When Cana Addis was born, many scandalous rumors arose about the Duke's family. With her black hair and eyes, she was not only considered a creature of the black smoke monsters, but it was speculated that the Haddies family might be involved with a sect that worshipped them. The rumors spread so much that at some point they took a new form, to the point that it was believed that Duke Haddies had made a pact with the worshippers of the black smoke, the result of which was Cana's birth. At one point, the conversations got out of control, and Alexandria Dyes almost lost her title of Duke. However, during that period, a monster attack occurred in the capital that the Duke had to fight. After the victory, many rumors simply disappeared. Isabel knew the history of the continent, and knew that the Addis and Valentino families were the only ones capable of facing the black smoke. So she took for granted that the rumors were false. Years passed since the attack. The stories about an alliance with their admirers no longer spread. However, Kana continued to grow, and her hair and eyes did not change. The Duke's illegitimate daughter was the symbol of failure, disgust, and filth. That's why it was not surprising that even strangers treated her like family. Isabel enjoyed the idea that there were still people who, like her, saw Kana only as a disgusting insect bothering everyone. The more she thought about Kana, the stronger her desire to get close to her sister became. Something Isabel tried to avoid at all costs. The only solution was to expel her sister from home. The contract between Kayla and Kana complicated everything. Suddenly, the young woman came up with the idea of using the contract terms against her sister. The servants brought lunch for the lady, while she devised a plan to intervene in Lucy's recovery. Isabel accepted her plan without hesitation. She didn't care about the feelings of others. Her main goal was to get rid of Kana. A few calmer days than usual passed at the Addis estate. Kana settled back into her old room. Apart from treating Lucy, she spent a lot of time studying the diary kept by Lee Ju-hyua. All the pages were tinged with resentment. Lee Ju-hyua's life was one of exile, so she had to forget her bright past with her family. Now she was Kana Addis, a 17-year-old girl living surrounded by hostility and loneliness. After reading, the young woman slammed the diary shut. Lee Ju-hyua made many mistakes, but Kana couldn't blame her. The young woman understood that all the consequences Lee Ju-hyua faced were just the result of her own weakness and fear of changing life for the better. Life transformed Kana. Now she clearly saw the repulsive qualities of her relatives, who not only destroyed her life, but also Lee Ju-hyua's. That's why Kana longed to leave home soon. Since Lucy's treatment was progressing well, a maid accompanied by several guards entered the room. She informed them that she had an order from the owner of the property. Kana jumped up from the sofa when the guards approached her. The men grabbed her. She tried to resist, but her hands were held tightly. Finally, the young woman brusquely ordered them to let her go so she could go meet Chloe herself. Suddenly, Kana felt panic. The maid announced that Madame Lucy was in critical condition and that doctors were urgently needed in her chambers. Silently accompanied, the young woman was taken to Lucy's room, where some family members were already present. Callan was sitting by Lucy's bed. He didn't expect to see Kana, although Chloe and Isabel watched the situation from the side. Without intervening in the conversation, Kana noticed that her stepmother and sister were acting too dramatically. Their faces showed no sadness for Lucy's condition, but tears ran down their cheeks. On the other side of the bed was Lucy's personal maid, whose face revealed how terrified she was by what had happened. When Kana looked at the bed where the child's pale body lay, she felt a weight in her chest. Callan did not turn to his sister. All his focus was on Lucy. Kana didn't expect to see him in such a state. At that moment, Callan was like an open book, and his emotions were easily perceptible. Isabel watched Kana's confusion in silence, although she understood that it was not the right time to argue. Kana moved closer to the bed. She had to ask Callan to step aside so she could examine the girl. His sister's voice changed concern to anger. The boy clenched his teeth to restrain himself when Kana tried to check Lucy's condition. Suddenly, Callan slapped his sister, moving her hand away. He could no longer allow Kana to do anything for Lucy, as he blamed her for what happened. A large red bruise appeared on Kana's palm. Cal now considered it a mistake to have trusted the promise of recovery. The boy turned around, but it wasn't the first time she faced his impulsiveness. So she tried again to examine the girl. Cal breathed heavily when Kana moved a little closer to the bed. That reaction made him stop. Jumping from his seat, the boy hissed through his teeth that it was all Kana's fault, because before the needle treatment, Lucy had never been this sick. Kana was hardly surprised anymore. She had seen many reactions from relatives in the hospital. So Cal's unconscious whimsiness did not bother her. The brother was surprised by his sister's calm tone. He didn't want to lose his temper, even though she had invited him to do so. To bring the boy back to his senses, Kana reprimanded him and promised that he could hate her for the rest of his life. but only after she did her job and restored Lucy's health. Moving closer to her brother, she directly informed him that they had little time to understand the cause of the illness, and that Cal's actions were only hindering rather than helping. The young woman pointed her finger at Lucy, whose breathing had become too heavy. She had no time to be polite. She warned Cal that if he didn't get out of her way, little Lucy would die in a few hours. Isabel, who was watching silently from the corner, was surprised by her stepsister's audacity towards Cal. The boy found no answer, but he also didn't dare to interfere. Clenching her hands into fists, she moved past him and reminded him to stay away from Lucy while she worked with her. The confrontation concluded. Now all attention was focused on Kana, so she had to demonstrate maximum professionalism to establish the diagnosis. Lucy's exhalations were raspy. Throughout the treatment, Kana hadn't been alerted to such symptoms in her. Lucy's face turned red. Fever began to invade her. However, in the morning, after the procedure, no symptoms of illness were noted. In addition to the initial symptoms, with shortness of breath and fever, Kana noticed that the child's body sometimes trembled in convulsions, which meant it was no longer about the consequences of facial paralysis. Lucy was not newly ill, although her clothes were wet, as if she had recently been out in the rain. A few days ago, Lucy seemed cheerful and healthy, so the illness could not have arisen on its own. Kana cast a look at the child's personal maid, who was crying nonstop by the head of the bed. Banging on the bed, Kana ordered the maid to report everything Lucy had eaten that day. Isabel was alarmed when Kana started questioning the staff. The young woman understood that her sister was beginning to realize something. To calm the situation, Isabel defended the staff. In her opinion, Kana had started crossing the allowed limits, even while staying with the sick child. Callan didn't understand why his sister suddenly started defending Lucy, who had never shown interest in the well-being of the girl. Isabel began to put her plan into action. Now that Lucy was sick, she could convince Callan that Kana had never studied medicine, and that all her promises were just an excuse to stay in the house. Kana paid no attention to Isabel. She ordered the staff again to report all the food served to Lucy. The maid looked at Isabel fearfully. Then she stammered, trying not to say anything extra. Kana was getting closer to the truth. She herself had prepared the menu for Lucy after the girl began to recover, which meant the maid was hiding something, and the girl might have eaten something dangerous. Kana grew tired of waiting. She firmly demanded that they reveal everything that might have been modified in her dietary recommendations. The maid was trapped. She didn't know what consequences she would face, so she silently looked at Kana. Before the staff was ready to say anything, a scream from Isabel filled the room, demanding that she stop interrogating. Kaylin and Kana looked at the young woman when she got up from the sofa. Isabel was irritated that everything had gone too far. Kana had probably discovered the deception, so it was time to end those endless questions. The girl decided to attack Kana again, manipulating the apparent concern for Lucy. Isabel looked at her brother and accused Kana of lying, since under the pretext of helping with medicine. She had committed a despicable act that worsened Lucy's health to stay in the family home for a long time. But Isabel's next words, claiming that Lucy should not be treated as Kana was doing, definitely revealed that it was a planned poisoning. Kana unmasked the fraud. Lucy would not die. Her symptoms and fever would last a few days. Then she would recover completely. Isabel clung to the doorposts while her sister remained paralyzed. Violently opening the door, Isabel ordered the guards to arrest Kana and lock her in her room. The guards exchanged glances. No one expected that order, and one tried to protest. Isabel became even more furious. She was a pure member of the Addis family, so anyone on the property had to obey her. Chloe observed her daughter's crisis and already understood her intentions. She decided to support Isabel and also ordered the guards to remove Kana, since now, as a doctor, she couldn't help Lucy while emotionally disturbed. A smile appeared on Isabel's face. With her mother's support, the plan was almost complete. The guards in the hallway reacted with doubt to the order from the lady of the house. But they had no option to resist. The men slowly began to approach Kana. They didn't want her to act impulsively, so they politely asked her to accompany them. The young woman decided to stop restraining herself. She screamed that if the sick girl did not receive prompt treatment, she could get worse. Isabel waited from the corner while the guard did his job, but she was irritated by how slowly they acted with the girl, as if they feared hurting the exiled aristocrat. Kana resisted the guards, but Isabel was already openly demanding that they remove her by brute force. Kana was exhausted from resisting. She no longer knew how to convince everyone that it wasn't her mistake to treat her. Suddenly, one of the guards grabbed her and threw her over his shoulder to remove her from Lucy's room. Kana hung upside down, her position was unfavorable, and resistance was now useless. Kalen had had enough of the circus his sister was putting on. He approached the guard, ordering him to stop immediately. Isabella had not counted on her brother's intervention, so she failed to react in time. The brother demanded that this mess stop immediately, before it was too late. Kana did not value her brother's action. He had never intervened in the girl's problems before. The guards tried to say something, but Callan already took her and removed her from the guard's shoulder. A look of determination passed over the boy's face, as if he had made the most important decision of his life. In the past, he had always occupied the position of an observer who stayed away from events. Even if he noticed her presence, the boy made no attempt to approach his sister. At that moment, Cannell felt very uncomfortable that her brother was holding her. So she asked him to let her go. Kaylin carefully placed her on the floor and apologized for what had happened. Then, turning to the guards, he ordered them to leave the room. Isabel watched as the guards quickly left through the door. Now, her plan was definitely ruined. The young woman had lost her brother's trust. But to try to save her dignity, she continued shouting words about taking care of Lucy. The brother approached Isabella, furious because she had dared to approach little Lucy. The young woman fell silent. Now that the boy was angry, she couldn't confront him. So she decided to pretend to be the victim, since Callan channeled his anger towards her. Not towards Kane, who had made a mistake in the treatment. In the eyes of the girl, the brother had become a traitor who had placed a despicable failure above the judgment of his own sister. Isabel needed support, so she decided to involve her mother in the argument. The young woman, with tears in her eyes, began to complain that her care for Lucy was not important to Callan. Chloe had accumulated more wisdom in her life than Isabel and perfectly understood that as long as Khan was under Callan's protection, nothing would help them get rid of her. The woman got up from the sofa and decided to leave the room, justifying that she was too tired of the disturbances. In shouts, Isabel tried to stop the woman, but she was already heading for the door, claiming it was too late. And she needed to rest. Firmly taking Isabel's hand, the woman dragged her along so she wouldn't commit new follies. The daughter resisted with discomfort, promising to stay in Lucy's room to monitor her health. Although now she feared that Kana might say something inappropriate if Isabel happened to leave the room. The door closed behind the mother, but Callan asked his sister to follow the woman. Isabel tried to appeal to compassion, but Callan threatened that he wouldn't ask again. And that tone made Kana smile with satisfaction. Kana noticed that recently her sister had been acting suspiciously. Now she was interested in what she was hiding. Moving closer to her brother, Kana asked him not to expel Isabel. Now she wanted to reveal a great deception that the other was hiding. Without waiting for Isabel's reaction, Kana went back to the maid to find out what harmful food Lucy might have eaten. Isabel had not calmed down yet. Now that Kana continued with the interrogation, she hoped the maid would have enough common sense to shut up. Suddenly, Callan also addressed the maid and asked her to help Kana discover the truth, which left Isabel in a state of shock. After calming down, the maid reported that all the food had been prepared according to the menu. And Lucy did not eat other dishes. However, one day after eating, Lucy drank a tea that, according to her, tasted different from the previous one. Kana asked the maid to bring the tea that Lucy had drunk. But now, Isabel was terrified that Canna would guess something bad about the herbs. Although Isabel assured that only an expert could verify the authenticity of the tea. The maid brought the tray with the utensil and the tea box. Everyone sat around the small table where the maid placed the tray. So Canna began to examine. The young woman took the jar where the tea leaves were kept. She poured the leaves onto the table. Callan noticed that the tea smelled strong and had many lavender leaves. Upon examining the small flower petals, Canna understood that this herb had not been prepared according to the recipe she had made. Holding the leaves up to the light, she noticed unknown flowers among the petals. Isabel laughed ironically, saying that not everyone dies after drinking tea with lavender leaves. Isabel began to praise the taste of the tea, so Lucy must have simply made a mistake when tasting it. Isabel adopted a new plan. Now she had to convincingly pretend that she understood that tea. While separating the leaves in the glass, Canna tried to identify what kind of strange herbs they were. She placed the can on the table and announced that she doubted the authenticity of the tea. Isabel suddenly forgot all her arguments. Now she was closer to failure than ever. Jumping from the chair, she hit the table with her hands and accused Canna of making up nonsense. Taking a sip of the tea, she decided to divert suspicion elsewhere. She offered it to her brother, asking him to smell it and say if it differed from the tea they always drank. Before Callan responded, she put the leaves in his hand, suggesting he check the tea himself. While Callan examined the tea, Isabel directed her attention to the maid and demanded that she smell the remedy. Callan observed the lavender flowers and, after inspecting them, did not hesitate to confirm that the tea was common. The maid stammered, assuring that she only perceived the scent of lavender. And nothing else. These arguments convinced Isabel to resume the fight against Canna and start celebrating her victory. The young woman managed to convince others that lavender tea, now not even Canna, had to reply to the growing general confidence. Isabel interpreted the silence as a victory and arrogantly announced that she would personally go to her father to ask him to expel Canna from the castle, since she had entered by deception. Canna expected Isabel to admit her mistake, but now that she had gotten involved in lies, she had no intention of forgiving her. Isabel pretended to be kind, perfectly playing the role of someone who would never harm her little stepsister. The young woman immersed herself in her triumph, not realizing how calm Canna was, who now anticipated that she would never allow her to return to the castle again. Suddenly, Canna asked Isabel to stop being so excited, which left her stunned. Isabel's absurd attempts to justify herself made Canna lose patience, who now decided to reveal the whole truth. Picking up the can of tea leaves, the young woman hinted that there was enough to perform an experiment. Canna mocked and proposed preparing a tea for Isabel, since she had insisted so much that she loved lavender infusion that drinking it shouldn't be hard for her. All her thoughts disappeared from her mind. Her heart pounded in her chest, but she didn't know how to turn the situation in her favor. The maid prepared the drink and placed the teacup next to Isabel. However, the next instant, a loud, sudden noise was heard, and Isabel disappeared from her spot on the sofa. Canna was not surprised. From the beginning, she had assumed that solving it would be easy. That deception worked well. The girl who had so desperately defended the benefits of the tea suddenly lacked the courage to taste it herself. Callan and Canna watched as Isabel ran, stumbling toward the door, lamenting along the way that she still had urgent matters to resolve. The girl ran so fast that her shoes got tangled in the floorboards. Although she managed to shout that those inspections were pure fraud, Isabel ran through the halls without stopping. Her life would be harder now. Tears rolled down her face, but she didn't want to accept her guilt. However, she would forever remember the look in her brother's eyes. His eyes full of disgust and dislike, which resembled his father's so much. Callan was not rushing to leave Lucy's room. He found it hard to believe his sister's betrayal. Due to excess emotion, his head started to hurt, so he wanted to quickly figure out what had poisoned the tea. Canna reordered the tea leaves and pointed out the red bean flower to her brother, which was also purple. Callan and the maid examined the evidence, although they couldn't distinguish it from the tea leaves. Kana explained that dried bean flowers have no smell and look visually similar to lavender. Taking 2 different flowers from the pile, she showed the differences. The bean flowers had a darker color and the buds were denser. Glancing one last time at the flowers, Kalen noticed that Kana knew a lot about botany. However, that did not reassure him. Silence fell in the room before he started worrying about how toxic the red bean flowers could be. Kana dismissed it, saying those buds were just herbs, leaving her brother perplexed. The girl explained that the danger of those flowers only manifests when consuming many. And the symptoms start with a stomach ache. Callan grew sad. Lucy's symptoms were much worse than a simple stomach ache. The girl stroked her brother's shoulder, asking him not to worry. She assured him she knew what to do. That's why there definitely isn't dangerous poison in the tea. The red bean flowers should not be taken with the medicine she prepared for Lucy, since it contains licorice. Kana explained with a simple example that mixing the red bean extracts and licorice, the toxic properties of the bean flowers increase. Kana decided that the purpose of this tea was for Lucy to get slightly ill, since only doctors know how to interact correctly with licorice. The girl asked the maid for a sheet of paper. She started taking notes. The deception was for Callan to break the contract with Kana if Lucy remained ill. However, when the situation got out of control, the person who made the substitution should already be terrified. But Kana knew that Isabel would avoid any punishment. Callan didn't know what he would do with his sister. But now Lucy's condition was the most important thing to him. The girl finished writing the recipe for the decoction that needed to be prepared on the sheet and give it to Lucy to drink, after which the girl would feel better. Kana handed the recipe to the maid, ordering her to go immediately to the pharmacist and buy everything necessary. When the maid left the room, Callan apologized to his sister for the first time for what had happened. The boy sat on the sofa without moving after those words escaped his mouth. Kana remained still at the door. She couldn't see her brother's face, so she couldn't be sure of the sincerity of his words. Although desperation was clearly visible on Callan's face, he did not continue the conversation. Silence fell in the room. Kana didn't move from her spot, standing behind her brother. Suddenly, she asked him something that had been bothering her for a long time. How in all this time Callan had become the way he was. The girl thought that everything was the contract's fault, so she assured the boy that their agreement was still valid and that he didn't need to pay her extra attention. Callan tried to justify his actions, but his confessions had already left a strong impact on the girl. So she asked him to stop calling her sister and go back to using their normal names. Kana turned around and headed for the exit, asking her brother to act as usual, since when he hated her, living was easier. At the Addis residence, a month had passed since the incident in Lucy's room. Now the girl was almost completely recovered and could enjoy herself in the garden with Kana. The girl ran to the garden, where her sister was already waiting for her. Lucy's health condition was good, so she could live fully. But now a new chapter had arrived. The maid arrived with food on the terrace. During the past month, Kana had not tried to approach the family, except Lucy, since she clearly understood her purpose in coming to the Addis residence. Lucy excitedly began to tell her dream, in which they both visited a flower meadow and had a picnic there. The joy in Lucy's eyes pleased Kana, and the fact that her recovery had been quick and positive gave her more confidence, although she wished to stay longer at home. Lucy had few friends in the house, so she took every opportunity to spend time with those who were kind to her. Lucy invited her sister to take a walk in the city. They could even take Callan with them. The girl started to hesitate when Callan appeared on the terrace. The boy promised not to interfere with the outing or accompany them if Kana didn't want to spend time with him. Lucy became sad, while Kana hid her irritation and tried not to refuse her brother's proposal, since his assumptions were empty and it didn't matter to her whether she was with them or not. Since returning to the mansion, the young woman had 2 goals. First, get permission for the divorce from Duke Valentino, and before leaving, retrieve her alchemy instruments from her laboratory. She had no other pending matters there and did not plan to stay longer than necessary. Picking up a cup of tea from the table, Kana decided it was time to meet with her father. Although she was ashamed that in her society, the crude tradition still existed that many things required a man's permission. Getting up from the table, the young woman announced that she had to resolve a matter and would then return to Lucy to discuss the trip to the city. Lucy was happy that she would return soon. After a month in the mansion, Kana grew tired of everyone insisting on calling her sister. Stroking the girl's hair, she thought it was good that Lucy had the opportunity to enjoy a normal life. Kalen remembered his last conversation with Kana. Her words that he should hate her had been etched in his mind. That conversation was more of an argument. Kalen didn't understand why she wanted to leave the mansion if she herself had come there after leaving the Valentino family. Even behind closed doors, loud voices could be heard when Kana tried to convince Kalen that her desire was a free life in solitude. The young woman asked him to hold on a little longer, after which he would never see her again. After that conversation, Kalen began to doubt whether he felt negative feelings towards his sister, since it seemed to him that she was the one who hated him. That realization deeply hurt his feelings. Kalen reached out to take Kana's hand, but the young woman had already turned towards the door. He watched her leave. The boy couldn't understand why she had such contempt for him. But another question was added to this one. As a child, Kalen had always been ready to attack. However, now he couldn't understand why she, at that moment, deserved his contempt. Since being a loner, Kana's presence had always been a signal to which one had to learn to pay attention. As a child, the strong influence he had on Kalen was that his environment considered Kana's existence a mortal sin. She was a flower entangled in the darkness of dirty rumors and offenses. But there was also her kindness, which always manifested in the desire to help Kalen with his pleas. That slight naivety that allowed the girl to endure the attacks directed at her. That was the justification for why Kalen had consented since birth to treat her that way. The reasons were simple. With every new affront received, he wished to launch another one. But now, with Kana changing, Kalen's habits wavered. Yes, Kana Addis was born with dark hair. But that did not give her the right to look at her with disdain while preparing a new blow, since her birth was not her choice. Kalen himself was trapped by his prejudices, but now that Kana is no longer that frightened girl, he should rethink his attitude towards her. The boy understood that he could never pretend to erase the past he committed with his sister. Just because he understood it now. He finds out the answer late, but now he has Lucy, so he still has a chance to fix someone's life. Kana's voice brought Kalen out of his thoughts. The girl was saying goodbye to Lucy at that moment. The girl left the shed, but the boy didn't dare say anything when saying goodbye. Throughout this time, a strange feeling has been constantly appearing in his chest. Kalen wavered between fixing everything or leaving it as it is, since his sister already had enough worries. Kana headed for the garden exit. She assumed the Duke would already be home. Seeing the miner among the trees, the girl began to feel uneasy, but quickly calmed down. Kana reached the main entrance of the palace, without encountering anyone on the way. The hallway to the father's office was also empty, so no one bothered her. It had been a long time since she was in that part of the house, so she was getting nervous. But gathering courage, the girl knocked on the door. She expected the man not to let her out, but suddenly, from the room, an invitation to enter was heard. Kana sighed. She remembered her plan. To do everything possible to obtain her father's authorization for the divorce and leave the Addis duchy. Clutching the door, the girl hesitated for a moment. She needs to be brave. She cannot demand permission and escape. Pushing abruptly, the door swung open, but Kana still stood motionless on the threshold. At the other end of the office, behind the desk, stood the Duke. He didn't look up from the papers, not even when the girl approached him. For Kana, time seemed to stop as she took a few steps. All the father's habits remained the same. He still wore glasses while working, and the sound of the mechanical pen broke the silence in the room. Even the habit of sitting in impeccable clothing was still there. Approaching the desk silently, the young woman asked her father to dedicate a moment to a serious conversation. The man didn't stop working on the reports, but he reminded his daughter that she herself could start the conversation. Since if he didn't have time, he wouldn't have let her into the office. He still kept his habit of working without rest, so Kana had no choice but to present her proposal. The father's dry sentences took away some of her confidence, but she remembered that this was her only chance to get his consent. So, gathering courage, she announced that she had come to ask him to authorize her divorce from Duke Valentino. The man's hand paused over the letter when he heard his daughter's request. Alexander Hades looked away from the papers, looked at her, and asked again. What divorce was she talking about? Without restraining her emotions, Kana shouted that the main cause of the divorce was in the Valentino family itself. The father took off his glasses, but listened carefully to the young woman's story. Kana began to relate in detail how Countess Alaster, in her role as mother-in-law, had acted towards her and the control she exerted over her life. The young woman confessed all the abuses of the last 7 years, and the fact that even the servants no longer treated her like an aristocrat of the Addis family was the last straw. To her patience, trembling under her father's penetrating gaze, Kana decided that, no matter how badly they had treated her, she had to expose all the offenses, as if the Valentin family was mocking the entire Addis family. Not just her. The father remained silent, so Kana clarified directly. She could not stand that the status of the Addis family was despised by other aristocrats. That's why she needed to annul the marriage. Oppressive silence flooded everything. The young woman wished that Alexander Addis valued the family's status as much as she did. That's why she insisted more strongly on her request. Suddenly, the father announced that he accepted the divorce and stopped asking questions. Kana's heart leaped. Not even in her wildest dreams had she imagined such a quick response. The father turned his attention back to the document and assured his daughter that he himself would instruct the butler to prepare the divorce papers. But the young woman remained stunned in front of her father's desk. She expected to hear wishes for her to die in the Valerio family, not an agreement to divorce. So she insisted to confirm if his decision was final. Alexander thought that Kana had changed her mind by insisting, but she swore that her decision to divorce was irrevocable. The young woman smiled complacently. Of course, she knew that family status was crucial for the Duke, so he wouldn't allow anyone to ruin it. Not even an illegitimate daughter. Now that she had obtained consent, Kana began to worry that her father believed she intended to stay forever on the Hades estate. Kana began to invent a lie. She claimed that she had always dreamed of leaving the empire and living in a coastal city. She hoped this promise would satisfy the Duke. The young woman promised to leave the house as soon as the divorce papers were signed. And never return. But those words deeply shocked the Duke. Kana leaned over to leave the office and wait for the documents. But suddenly, the father announced that he had changed his mind. At first, the young woman thought she hadn't heard correctly. But when the father said he would not allow the divorce, she understood that her life would now be chained forever. The surprise almost made her lose consciousness. A single phrase echoed in her mind. Her father would not allow the divorce. The man returned to his work. For him, the conversation was over. Kana couldn't believe her decision had changed so quickly and tried to discover the reason for the rejection. Without being distracted by the documents, the man used a coldness to indicate that he was not obliged to explain his decisions. The young woman shouted that one couldn't simply change one's mind in a moment. She clenched her fists when her father pointed out that he was old enough to modify his decisions. Alexander Addis was a powerful figure. He did not ask permission from anyone, nor did he need justifications. But unlike her father, for Kana it was important to understand what she had done wrong, since she felt like a creature begging permission from the master. Her voice trembled as she clarified if her father's refusal meant she had to return to the Valentino mansion and endure the punishments of Countess Alister. The man leaned back in his chair, took out a new folder of papers, although he stated that Kana should not return to a strange house. With a quick glance at his daughter, he ordered her to stay on the Hattie's estate until he decided otherwise. But his next words completely destroyed her heart, as now she could not leave the Addis estate without paternal permission. Kana tried to say something, but her father hadn't finished, so after a pause, he declared that his daughter would never leave the empire. Just then, Kana understood her mistake. She had been reckless in mentioning her dreams to her father, and if these involved traveling to other lands, he would never allow it. Kana understood that her father hated her so much that even the thought of her achieving her dreams enraged him. So even if she knelt before him, he would not change his decision. She forgot. Her father had always hated her. That's why now he could inflict even more suffering on her. But before leaving, Kana had to utter her last words, so she banged hard on the desk to get his attention. The action didn't cause a storm of emotions in the man, but he looked at her, putting aside his work. The girl's aura turned black. She didn't hide her anger and told her father that he had just deeply disappointed her. Without waiting for a response, the girl uttered a dry phrase, hoping that in the future the father would change his decision. The bells began to ring as the office door slammed shut. Alexander Haddies was sitting at the desk. He wearily leaned his head and never touched the work emails again. Upon leaving for the hallway, Kana leaned tiredly against the office door, without strength to move forward. A voice sounded from the end of the hallway that the girl hoped never to hear again. Isabel was approaching, whom Kana had not seen since the incident with Lucy's illness. But instead of the girl, Kana's attention was drawn by the envelope she was holding. Isabel didn't know what reaction to expect from her sister, so she remained at a distance. Kana did not want this meeting, but now she could not flee. Isabel was surprised to see Kana in the father's office, a place that children rarely have access to. Kana feared that her sister had told him about Lucy's poisoning. Approaching Isabel, Kana murmured ironically that she could always turn her worst fears into reality. So she hoped she had learned her lesson. Isabel had been threatened, so she couldn't say anything. However, before Kana left the hallway, the young woman turned and pressed the envelope against her chest. The message was nicely packaged, but inside was an invitation from the imperial family. Isabel smiled disdainfully. She wasn't even bothered that Kana had received the invitation to the second princess's birthday party. Since for the Hattie's family, it was just a formality. Pushing Kana, her sister mocked, saying that in any case, she wouldn't have the courage to attend the event, since she was still a subject of mockery in the aristocratic world. Kana snatched the envelope from her sister's hands. She didn't care much about her few words. Isabel took the silence as a victory and boasted again that, unlike Kana, she could proudly show her face in public. The young woman claimed she would always be Alexander Haddies's favorite daughter, no matter what actions she committed. Then she turned around and headed to her room, asking Kana not to cross the allowed limits. Several months passed, but the people in this property remained the same. They wanted to see Kana as the cornered girl who couldn't defend herself. Kana smiled with satisfaction at their conclusions. She would not allow the rules of this property to dominate her. As a child, when Kana got her own laboratory, she started spending a lot of time studying alchemy. She didn't want to spend much time in the house. It was easier for her to hide in the basement and go unnoticed. Alchemy was an innate gift of Kana. That's why she strived to use that knowledge profitably. Extracting magic from mana stones requires innate skills. When Kana performed the experiment to resurrect the flower, she understood that alchemy would be tied to her life forever. At that moment, the girl was still full of warm hopes of receiving praise for her achievements. But her father demanded that she stop experimenting. That day, Kana promised that no one would know her talent. Otherwise, her father threatened to close the laboratory. In another life, as Lee Yu-hua, Kana managed to fulfill her dreams of a happy life. There she had no father, so she was free to pursue her desires. However, forgetting the past was reckless. Her father would never stop hating her, so she shouldn't nurture illusions that her achievements mattered to him. Kana didn't rush to leave the hallway. The pain of betrayal from her own forgetfulness in the office tormented her. She clutched the invitation envelope and, furious, threw it on the floor. She couldn't contain her breakdown and started shouting insults against her father, who was a psychopath who enjoyed torturing his daughter. The plan had failed. She couldn't leave the estate or get a divorce. That's why, like never before, she wished to return to Lee Yu-hwa's body. After calming down, she sat on the hallway floor. She couldn't continue living like a rat in the basement, so she had to devise a new plan. The main goal remained the divorce, after which Kana could leave and start the life she had when she was Lee Yu-hwa. She had a dream to open a hospital in her name. Perhaps the place and body have changed, but it is what she worked hard for over the years. Kana headed to the basement. She lit a lamp to review the laboratory records. She might not return to another world, but she must always have a plan in case she has to rebuild her life on the Western continent. By gathering all the notes, Kana understood that Isabel had given her a new opportunity to achieve the divorce. The invitation to the second princess's birthday was a perfect excuse to make herself noticed. After all, at such an event, the most famous and influential aristocrats of the empire would gather. Kana looked at herself in the mirror. Her status as an aristocrat could not simply be denied. She was the Duchess Valen of the Hattie's family. Although her name had not yet received compliments, the name of someone deprived of the hostess status. According to rumors, Kana Addis was a woman degraded to the level of servitude and deprived of the splendor her husband enjoyed. It's time to get rid of the bad reputation. Now people should not fear her black hair and eyes just because they were a sign of sin. Now is the time when Kana Addis will become a lady before whom others fear to look. Not because of bad rumors, but because of her superiority over others. The laboratory door was knocked on, catching the young woman off guard. Callan entered the room. He had heard rumors about the father's refusal to approve Kana's divorce. The sister advised the brother to handle the father himself, since she could not be expelled from the house as long as the father's order was still in effect. Cullen was annoyed that his sister planned to spend all her time in the basement and offered to help her move the laboratory upstairs. The brother's concern pleased her. He insisted that she change the location so she wouldn't hide in dirty rooms. But from his past, she clearly remembered that any interest the brother took in her affairs was just a mask. At any moment, he could launch a verbal blow that would destroy all her hopes of getting closer. Even in the past, he had personally advised her not to go upstairs and spend all her time in the basement. Recalling the events of the past, the young woman abruptly asked her brother not to come down to her basement without important news. Then they would have a chance to improve the relationship. Callan tried to address his sister, but Kana was annoyed by his attempts to call her sister. So she reminded him again of their agreement to use only names. The poison boiling in the girl's chest came to light. She recommended that Callan call her Duchess of Valentino if her name was unpleasant to him. The boy wasn't stupid. He understood the message that they had no intention of talking to him, so he proposed closing a new deal. But the boy didn't have a proposal, so he started improvising, indicating to Kana that she could still take care of Lucy. The girl did not like this conversation. She decided that Callan was implying that he didn't trust her. But the boy asked his sister to pay attention to the fact that Lucy's health problems would be constant. Due to pressure from other family members, Lucy cannot fully relax, so the paralysis symptoms could reappear. Callan knew in advance that it resembled Lucy, but when Callan expressed it, it put her in a dilemma. The brother proposed creating a remedy that would keep Lucy's mind and body fit. Since she could hide the pain she feels, the brother promised to pay any price that would convince Kana to take care of Lucy. Silence dragged on. Callan awaited his sister's conditions. After evaluating the options, Kana set a price of 2,000 gold coins. A significant amount, even for aristocrats. The brother's response came immediately. He accepted the payment. The promptness of the response surprised the girl. She clarified that she needed gold coins and not silver. She couldn't understand why he was trying so hard to please her. The boy assured his sister that the price didn't matter to him. They would pay any other price Kana set. Accepting the situation, Kana asked her brother for a maid with good skills. and a strong character. Killen's generosity was useful. However, Kana doubted that he would fulfill his conditions. Although she once saw how Cullen was willing to do anything Lucy asked of him. A doubt arose in the girl's mind whether Cullen had done something similar before. But there was no way to get an answer anymore, so she extended her hand towards him in an incomprehensible gesture. After reflection, Kana announced that from now on, Cullen would be her companion at the banquet for the second princess's birthday. A few days passed, and Kana expected Cullen to give up, since attending a banquet with an exile would be humiliating for him. Although after the agreement they signed a pact, this did not guarantee anything. Meanwhile, Kana didn't know exactly what the boy was planning, but she wasn't going to back down from the pact. She intended to take full advantage of Cullen's opportunities to achieve what she needed for her new plan. Kana now had a new maid named Ray, a consequence of one of the points in the pact. The maid was very cheerful, which sometimes made Kana think she was too naive to work in the Duke's palace. The girl sat in front of the mirror. She wanted to test the maid's skills in haircuts. So she decided to change the length of her bangs. The maid began the cut, carefully removing the excess hair, while Kana gave her instructions on the tasks that needed to be completed before the banquet. Observing the work, Kana decided to try techniques from her previous life. When the maid finished the cut, Kana praised her for the good result, which made her blush. But suddenly, panic seized Rai. She shuddered and started apologizing. After calming down, the girl confessed that she didn't expect thanks, which brought a sincere smile to Connie's face. The day of the banquet arrived, and Orsini and Isabel entered Callan's room, surprised by the news that their brother would accompany her to the event. Isabel couldn't understand how her brother could lower himself like that before a sister, whom not even other aristocrats respect. Orsini was furious. He tried to convince Callan how much his reputation would fall if he decided to appear in public with an exile. Callan disagreed with his brother, but he found it amusing, as it would never have occurred to him to attend an event with someone marked by family shame. For a moment, Orsini tried to imagine such an attitude, but his pride prevented him. Isabel also agreed with her brother. She didn't want to participate in events with Canny. Orsini made a decision. He and Isabel would attend the banquet separately from Callan. Callan didn't care about the relatives' suggestions. He decided to spend the day with his other sister. Making a dismissive gesture, Orsini headed for the exit. He didn't want to worry about his brother's reputation if he also didn't bother to do so. Isabel followed him, but before that, she managed to give Callan a sharp smile. The echo of the slamming doors resonated through the room. Callan waited for his sister. He hadn't seen her in 2 weeks, as she had been hiding in the palace annexes. Lucy's treatment progressed according to the contract. However, due to his academic and work obligations, Callan could not see Connie. A few times he met Rhea, but she was too busy with her tasks for Callan to manage to get to know the staff. The boy decided that if he started investigating Kana's life, she would become even colder towards him. Callan supposed that his sister was intentionally avoiding him, but knowing her new character. That behavior was not typical of her. Especially now that he had started to care about her, her mood was constantly improving. Probably at that moment in the laboratory, when they were about to sign a new contract. A feeling of guilt awoke in him. At that moment, he felt uncomfortable, as if it were only guilt pulling him towards his sister. But perhaps it wasn't just about guilt. Past actions deserve sincere repentance. The boy pushed those thoughts away. He didn't need memories now. He had to focus on the upcoming evening. Since his sister didn't need anything from him, he shouldn't desire anything in return. The boy decided that all his ambivalent feelings would disappear once the shared evening was over. Kana appeared in the room. Callan managed to notice her approach, but what he saw shocked him. The girl extended her hand when she got up from the sofa. The boy was fascinated. He extended his palm towards Kana's hand without hesitation. Taking the girl by the hand, he tried to control his emotions, but his face did not hide his admiration. In recent weeks, Kana had dedicated a lot of time to preparing for the dinner. That's why her dress followed the style of the world where she lived as Liju. The red and black tones of the dress looked incredible on her, and she knew it. That's why tonight would not be the frightened Kana Addis, but she would present herself to the aristocrats as the proud Duchess of Valentino. Callan was surprised to see his sister. That's why he didn't even manage to hear the question she asked him. Approaching, the girl asked him again if the scent of the perfume she was wearing suited her well. Only on the second occasion did the boy realize that the floral scent emanating from the woman was unrepeatable. Callan complimented her as an aristocrat should, but Kana noticed slight confusion on his face. She spent the last few days in the laboratory recreating the perfume she used when she was in Liu Hua's body. The effect the fragrances had on Callan pleased her, as even in another world the perfume made an impression. Without losing more time, the girl headed towards the exit of the room. Grabbing her brother by the arm, she took him with her, because from that moment began the time Callan had to spend accompanying his sister. The situation was new for Callan, and excited, he almost called her sister, but he remembered their agreement in time. Isabella Diz arrived at the imperial banquet before anyone else, so she managed to infiltrate the princess's room to complain about Kana's imminent visit. She knew the princess had wanted to meet Kana for a long time, so she didn't miss the opportunity to share some rumors. The banquet had started a while ago. However, before Isabel's arrival, Princess Lillian was spending time drinking tea alone. The princess had held a grudge against Kana for a long time, as it was she who married Duke Valentino to prevent her from marrying the emperor's daughter. But during the 7 years of marriage, Kana never attended events where Lillian could see her. The princess knew that the marriage between Sylvian and Kana was decided by agreements. But it surprised her that the duke's wife finally decided to appear in public. Isabel approached the terrace, but Lillian watched her closely, as many knew the rumors about the Addis family relationships. In the few occasions Kana attended events, she always hid from others' gazes. And her family members pretended not to be her relatives. Lillian's attitude towards Kana Velnito was based on rumors and arguments. That's why, in her eyes, the Duchess of Velnito always seemed despicable and helpless. Isabel shouted, attracting the attention of the princess, who found the tea more interesting than the birthday celebration. Loud whispers reached the princess's terrace from the banquet hall. And while Isabel was furious, Lillian prepared to meet Kana. Kana's arrival at the banquet, accompanied by Callan, caused a stir among the aristocrats, who couldn't believe that the Duchess of Belnido had appeared at the event. However, the young woman and her brother walked proudly among the guests, ignoring conversations about her black hair. It was time for new rumors in the aristocratic world, as the young woman of astonishing beauty bore no resemblance to the helpless Kana Addis. The Duchess of Belnido passed by them, proud and confident, but not at all scared. Or despised. Princess Lillian watched the couple's procession from the terrace, but she didn't rush to comment on what she saw. While Isabel was terrified by the new rumors that would soon attack her. The princess calmly examined Kana. Many young aristocrats began talking about the beauty of the Duchess of Belnido. Ignoring everything else, the young woman noticed lustful glances towards her, but everything followed its course according to her expectations. However, she was annoyed that Callan would not leave, even though the time for accompaniment had ended a while ago. The young woman indicated to her brother that the agreement was fulfilled, but he wouldn't stop looking at the crowd. And he refused to let her go. The boy took his sister to the farthest table and answered evasively to all her questions about his behavior. When offering her a glass of wine, Callan kept his attention fixed on her, which irritated Kana even more. Since as long as he was by her side, she couldn't carry out her plan. Kana noticed that since arriving at the banquet, Princess Lillian hadn't stopped watching her. And her whole scheme had been designed so that the girl who desired Sylvie M. Ballin would meet her. But as long as Callan was next to her, she couldn't approach the princess. And she also didn't know how to get rid of her brother's attention. Suddenly, from among the crowd of guests, a kind voice was heard. Its owner expressed surprise at seeing Callan at the banquet. A young man pushed his way through the group of aristocrats. He was talking nonsense just to get closer and pay the girl several compliments. While the stranger tried to be kind, Kana was surprised by his pretense of not knowing her. Since all the guests knew that next to Kaylin was Kana Addis, the stranger introduced himself as Colin, and the girl immediately understood his intentions. Since he only noticed her because of her appearance, behind the noble's kind words, she clearly heard the subtext. He didn't expect to see such beauty after all the rumors about her ugliness. Colin got so close that he took her hand and began convincing her to meet again. After the banquet, suddenly the aristocrat's wrist fell under the tight pressure of another hand, causing him to scream. Kalan was furious. He ripped Colin away from his sister, while the latter tried to justify that he had no hidden motives in approaching the girl. Kalan didn't care about the false excuses. He warned the boy that he should return to his fiancée. Kalan's face burned with anger. He decided to personally take Colin to the garden, where he would spend the rest of the evening with his future wife. He pushed the aristocrat forward and walked after him. While Kana observed the conflict, she didn't understand her brother's violent rejection of approaches towards her. Callan shielded his sister from Colin's gaze and continued pushing the boy towards the exit. However, turning around for a moment, Callan asked Kana to stay and promised to return soon. Kana silently watched the boys leave, but wished Callan and his friend would stay in the garden until the end of the party. She didn't feel like playing family games, as she had little time to get to know Princess Lilium. Looking towards the balcony, Kana noticed that the princess was no longer there, which meant she had to take the first step before the two met. The brief wait ended when Princess Lilium's voice sounded behind Kana. Her Majesty pushed through the crowd of guests and walked towards Kana with her head held high. Gathering strength, Kana smiled charmingly and greeted the princess. Lilian showed no emotion, but Kana knew that today she had to make sure the princess took her side as an ally. Everyone knew that Princess Lilian had chosen Duke Valentino as her husband, and her influence did not allow Sylvian to refuse the wedding. As the matter moved towards the wedding, Sylvian decided to enter into a contract with Kana to avoid marrying the princess. Although Kana had stolen the princess's husband, after the marriage, Sylvian had not met with Lilium even once. The gatherings that Duke Valentino attended were always held only in the presence of the Duke. Without his wife, with every new banquet or dinner without the Duke's wife, more resentment arose in Lilian's heart, since she couldn't understand what was so special about Kana Addis. And now that Kana Valentino had finally come to the banquet in honor of the birth, Lilian didn't know what to do. The princess reluctantly admitted that Kana was the only one among all the guests at the dinner she wished to meet. Kana's politeness did not impress Lilian, who declared that charm was not something that worked on a man like him. The princess's frankness surprised Kana, but this was better, since both could be clear about their goals. To the enthusiasm, Lilian pointed with her fan, hiding a smile, as she understood the game Kana started. Without wasting time, Lilian declared that Kana had stolen what was rightfully hers. Not having conquered Sylvian, Lilian demanded an answer as to why Kana Addis started the whole game with her wedding. The princess's mood changed. She hinted that she would not tolerate Kana trying to evade the truth. Kana had not yet answered, but the way the princess interpreted the subtext of her actions impressed the young woman. Kana stated that she attended the banquet for her husband, as rumors about his indifference towards his wife had surely reached the princess's ears. Lilian had been attentive to the Duke's situation for a long time. Some aristocrats shared that Duke Valentino was very distant from his wife. Lilian reminded Kana that relationships in the Valentino family had always been tense. But the young woman replied that she shouldn't expect a change in the Duke's character. The princess sketched a smile. Sylvian's character did not bother her. She even considered it a unique masculine attraction. Kana felt uncomfortable. That carefree attitude towards the Duke would surely lead the princess to trouble. The young woman opted to get straight to the point. She stated that she was tired of her husband's indifference. After that, Kana began to play the role of an exhausted wife, since, after so many years of cold relationships, she no longer had the necessary confidence to continue the marriage. The princess was not in a hurry to rejoice. She scrutinized the duchess's words patiently, like a snake. But when she stated that she had returned to her family home and the divorce had become complicated, something that the aristocrat found difficult to overcome, Canna perceived the evident interest in Lillian's eyes, so she insisted on convincing her that for her, the honor of the Addis family was the most important thing. That's why the Duke of Addis did not approve of the divorce. But now that the marriage couldn't be saved, Canna tried to use any method. Princess Lillian listened carefully to the Duchess's words. She even stopped fanning herself. Canna had several options to pressure the princess. She could spread rumors about the husband's infidelity and his inclination to cheat. Or if the princess decided to act and reclaim Sylvie and Valentin, she could use the status of the imperial family to pressure the Duke of Addis. After waiting a moment for the princess to process the information, Canna proposed an agreement that would allow Lillian to have Sylvian back. However, the princess noticed that Canna was trying to deceive her, so she sketched a mocking smile. Canna understood that with a few more arguments the princess would agree, as her eyes lit up upon hearing about the divorce process. The young woman was about to announce a new proposal when the rapid patter of women's shoes echoed in the banquet hall. Countess Alister arrived panting at the corner where Lillian and Canna were, demanding to know what the conversation was about. After calming down, the woman took a glass of wine and prepared to await the answer. But her appearance irritated Canna, as she always arrived at the worst moment. The princess decided to verify that Canna was not lying, so she narrated her story to the countess without mentioning the divorce. Countess Alister confirmed her daughter-in-law's words, but clarified that she was the one who expelled Canna from the Valentino castle. The countess's confident tone enraged Canna, since she did not have the courage to kick her out of the castle. But now, looking into the princess's eyes, Josephine tried to proclaim her status as mistress. To distract the princess, Josephine began to laugh and accused Canna of trying to attract Sylvian's attention. Performing foolish acts. The countess's words reassured Lillian, who became convinced that Canna, who so desired to marry the Duke, would never request a divorce, and that the situation of returning to the family estate was nothing more than a game. Now Lillian remembered how once her maid brought her a rumor that Canna knelt begging her husband for attention. The rumors reached the aristocratic world directly from the Valentino palace. So with each repetition, they became increasingly preposterous due to the Duchess's actions. The princess understood that Canna had been trying to attract the Duke's attention for a long time, even using the imperial family. Canna Valentino was playing with the princess and her fascination with Sylvian, turning her into a puppet in her hands at one point. The young woman invented many unnecessary facts, but the idea that she would not allow anyone to manipulate her persisted in her mind. Canna disliked the direction of the meeting, although she found it entertaining that. Despite high expectations, the princess turned out to be foolish. Before Canna could correct the princess, a glass of wine flew in her direction. The liquid scattered everywhere, but Canna noticed the princess's furious face after realizing what she had done. Canna lowered her gaze to her dress as the princess moved away from her. Josephine remained motionless. Her face reflected a mixture of surprise and shock at the princess's rude behavior. Drops of red liquid ran down Canna's dress, staining the entire fabric down to the hem. Lillian threw the glass aside and, in a dry tone, assured that it had all been accidental, and that she deeply regretted it. Canna adjusted her dress slightly, letting the last drops of wine fall. But she didn't start a scandal. Turning towards the princess, Canna smiled sweetly and reassured the young woman, since she herself had observed how the princess's hand slipped. Josephine did not dare to intervene in the conversation. She couldn't believe Canna was so reckless as not to notice the obvious provocation from the princess. Lillian was entertained by the girl's submission. Since she didn't receive an answer the first time, she reached for another glass of wine. Directing the glass towards Canna, Lillian sketched a smile and commented that she was ready for another surprise. And before it happened, the Duchess of Valentin found it convenient to answer a question. Suddenly, a scream silenced the banquet hall, where a woman demanded to know the reason for the commotion at the social event. Kana and Lillian fell silent instantly. Their scandal had put them in a bad light in front of everyone. Since at that moment, the Empress of the Western continent was approaching them with a slow but determined step. The invited aristocrats moved aside so as not to disturb the lady, who stopped next to the girls, and awaited an answer to her question. The woman's face reflected demand. She was not willing to let a dispute between young girls ruin the celebration. Kana observed how Lillian abruptly hid the glass of wine behind her back to conceal her actions from the Empress. It took the princess a few seconds to react, but under the woman's gaze, she panicked. Kana understood that she had to flee, as it was likely the Empress was aware of all conversations at the banquet. But suddenly, an idea occurred to Kana, and she decided to take advantage of the Empress's attention for her purposes. So without waiting, she let out a sob. Kana shed a few tears and, in apology, began to beg forgiveness for being the cause of the scandal at the celebration. Lillian and Josephine were surprised by Kana's sudden change in attitude. Since now in front of them, she seemed like a completely different person. Countess Elister, feeling her strength, began to shout and accuse Kana of an aristocrat not behaving in a pitiful manner. The Empress ordered the Countess to shut up. Then she approached Kana, while the woman behind her was in a panic over the lady's behavior. In the next instant, the Empress embraced Kana with maternal affection and allowed her to cry in silence. For Kana, such an act was unexpected, but in order not to stop crying and ruin the farce, she began to apologize on the woman's shoulder, no longer restraining her tears. Lillian observed the scene unfolding before her with disgust. But she couldn't protest in any way while the Emperor's wife was present. The princess did not expect that precisely she would be the final person the woman would accuse for the argument. Then the Empress focused on Lillian and threatened that the second princess should be more sensitive and polite. The woman had always compared the princesses. Now she suggested that Lillian needed to work hard to approach the amiable character of the first princess. While the Empress reprimanded Lillian, Kana wiped away her tears, but the atmosphere seemed very confusing to her. Princess Lillian was the daughter of a concubine. That's why, in the Empress's eyes, she always behaved worse than the first princess. Although the Empress had previously allowed reprimands directed at Lillian, they did not occur in a public place before. Lillian understood the threat in the woman's words. Now she had to be much more careful and not lose control. Even if Kanades was nearby. A young woman came out of the crowd. She approached Lillian and, hugging her, tried to smooth over the situation. Upon finding herself in her mother's arms, Lillian calmed down, allowing her to reassure the Empress herself. It took Kana a moment to realize who this woman was. Although she had no contact with her before, most popular works from the Western continent told the story of an imperial concubine who achieved that status. Coming from a very poor family. Observing Teresia Isabel, Kana perceived a special strength emanating from the woman. Since even in difficult situations, she maintained calm and courtesy towards the Empress. Perhaps the concubine's words convinced the Empress that Lillian would no longer show rudeness. But the woman stopped shouting anyway. Grabbing Kana by the arm, the lady headed for the staircase, asking Teresia to supervise her promises regarding the second princess's behavior. Leaving the surprised guests behind, the Empress embraced the young woman and invited her to have tea together. Knowing the palace well, the Empress led Kana through the farthest hallways so that she wouldn't hear the new rumors filling the banquet hall. The sudden concern alerted her. Therefore, she had to understand the Empress's hidden plans, since she had led her to the most secluded room in the residence. The butler opened the doors when the lady invited Kana to enter the room for a private conversation. Letting the Empress in, the young woman paused for a moment on the threshold. Now the party was no longer boring for her, but she wasn't ready to play imperial games. Before attending the banquet, Kana spent a lot of time in the laboratory with Ray. During the joint work, the young woman learned from the maid that since medicinal herbs control was introduced in the capital, she had not practiced medicine. What was alarming was that everyone who grew herbs received the stamp of quacks, who refused to obey the first princess. Suddenly, memories came to Kana's mind opportunely, as the empress led her into the room, where a young woman was waiting for them. On the sofa, through the dim light, sat a girl whose face was hidden behind a dark veil. According to the empress, this was Amelia, the first princess of Aslan. The princess did not flinch when Kana politely introduced herself. She bowed and scanned the princess out of the corner of her eye. Now she understood. The empress had personally come to the party to find her. Many questions flooded Kana's mind, but she remembered the bandage on Lucy's face during their first meeting, and understood that the only reason to hide the princess's face could be a skin disease. The ladies settled around the table as the maids brought them herbal tea. The empress was direct. She knew about Lucy's treatment and wanted to learn more about the new remedies. Kana was alert. All information regarding Lucy's treatment was a secret of the Addis family, so the empress should not know even the slightest detail. Noticing the unease in the young woman's eyes, the woman encouraged her and advised her not to feel inhibited. The empress confessed that it was Chloe Addis herself who told her about Kana's treatment methods, and that information was a surprise to her. She knew that Chloe Addis never acted without a purpose, so the recommendations regarding Kana's skills could be a trap. But suddenly, she realized that all of this was a provocation, and that the empress had been luring her into a trap from the beginning. If she refuses right now to treat Princess Amelia, her peaceful life will likely end. If she accepts but fails the treatment, she will be branded a charlatan, and Lucy will also have problems for complicity in the deception. After evaluating the options, Kana was reluctant to admit that she deserved credit for Lucy's treatment. Although she kept silent about the possibilities of curing the princess, for the empress it was enough that the rumors turned out to be true. Turning to her daughter, the woman ordered her to remove the veil from her face. The princess did not move from her spot. Her body was tense, but the empress did not want to wait and demanded that she show her face. Tension arose between mother and daughter. The young woman refused to remove the veil, which deeply angered the empress. Without minor discussion, Princess Amelia abruptly ripped off the scarf, causing surprise on Kana's face. In her anger, the princess waved the scarf, although even from the shadow of the room strange spots could be seen on her face. Upon close observation, Kana noticed that the spots had a reddish tone and the surrounding skin was peeling. It turned out that old rumors about an incurable disease of the first princess were true. There were many theories about the young woman's illness, but among the aristocrats, everyone agreed that an incurable master was growing in her body. The empress explained that numerous doctors have failed to cure her completely, and recently the symptoms have worsened. Kana was the woman's last hope, but without a complete examination of the body. She could not judge whether the illness was curable. The empress urged the young woman for the examination, but Princess Amelia did not like this decision. Amelia had already removed the veil, so that should be enough for a medical diagnosis. It was evident that her appearance disgusted her, which is why she reacted so aggressively to the examination. But the empress ordered the young woman to undress and show all the spots on her body, an order that left her motionless. Kana was uncomfortable witnessing such treatment of the princess, but she didn't want her to undress now. A deathly silence reigned in the room. The princess was embarrassed by the empress's order and didn't know how to act. Biting her teeth, the princess tried to restrain her impulse to insult her mother. But that didn't last long, and the next second, she sarcastically asked the empress what else she would have to do after showing herself as a half-naked clown. In a dark room, Kana had not participated in the conversation. Family relationships didn't concern her, but she felt compassion for Amelia. Emotions took the upper hand with the princess. In a fit of argument, she proposed leaving the banquet hall without a veil, so that not only Kana would laugh at her appearance, but also all the guests at the event. The impulsive behavior irritated the empress, since the skin disease spread throughout the body, which meant an examination was necessary. The princess started acting childishly and refusing the examination, but when she got tired of arguing, She stated that she would not show her body to the Duchess at that moment, so her mother could stop insisting on it. Kana didn't know how long she had been among the imperial family, but the shouting was already making her nauseous. Although she understood the princess's feelings, excessive impulsivity would definitely not help in the treatment. From her previous life, Kana remembered how sensitive patients could be, since the illness caused them fear. But those who care for the patient are also exposed to that fear, so understanding the Empress's aggressive behavior is also understandable. Although the imperial family's situation was overly emotional if she was there, it was probably her last hope for recovery. Suddenly, the Empress lost control and began to curse everything, since in aristocratic society she was considered a mother who had given birth to a rotting corpse. Since Amelia's illness had not subsided for years, although Kana understood that the Empress was now treating her like a daughter, and then paid attention to her rank as the first princess. But the words about the rotting corpse cooled her enthusiasm. She threw the veil on the floor and apologized for making her mother worry about rumors, so that she could simply die. The Empress did not value her daughter's words, who was now acting driven by emotions that were difficult for both of them to contain. The whole conflict originated from the personal discontent of each party. Now Amelia felt hurt because her mother called her a rotting corpse. Laughing hysterically, the princess asked her mother to be honest and begged her to die faster than the time they would waste looking for a remedy. Kana silently observed the argument. The princess couldn't calm down and began listing suicide methods for the Empress to choose the right one. The woman got up from the sofa. She was fed up with her daughters shouting and threatened to punish her if she continued to behave with disdain and talking nonsense. The situation was too negative, so Kana drew the Empress's attention to express her point of view. Right now, she doesn't have medical instruments for the examination, so they should consider another time and place. Smiling sweetly, Kana promised that she would soon visit the imperial palace herself, where she could perform all the procedures. The Empress calmed down. She just had to accept the proposal, so she didn't keep Kana any longer. The woman accompanied Kana to the door, who wished to return to the banquet and still needed time to reflect before returning to the palace. Upon reaching the hallway, the young woman could exhale calmly. Witnessing others' arguments exhausted her deeply. She assumed that after her departure, the conflict in the hall would continue, but it would become even more intense. Kana didn't know how many times the princess could argue with her mother. But the reality was that after every conflict, hope in Amelia's heart faded. Turning towards the banquet hall door, the young woman heard muffled shouts, a sign that the argument was indeed continuing. After remaining by the door for a moment, Kana heard the princess's cries. Then, the young woman left the hallway and found a balcony where no music or foreign voices could be heard. Too much has happened in one night. She was not used to such parties, so now her head was starting to hurt from the overload. The first plan, which consisted of reaching an agreement with the second princess, turned out to be a failure. But it gave her an ace up her sleeve, and if she played Amelia's treatment correctly, she would still have a chance to reach Lillian. Moreover, approaching the Empress would be a good opportunity for her reputation. Since when she left the hallway, she couldn't help but notice one detail. All the aristocrats who attended the party looked at her differently. Her first impression no longer caused them admiration. Now there was no sympathy in their eyes, and no one dared to approach her first. It was evident that behind this behavior lay an inexhaustible interest in her person. And if she managed to cure Amelia, that would add more points to her reputation. In her thoughts, she did not notice that a boy had stealthily entered her balcony. Only the slight creak of footsteps made her turn around and see Orson, who was slowly approaching her. In an instant, she was stunned. She didn't want new conflicts that night. But Orson's expression was strange. He didn't seem willing to shout at her. He was just watching her with interest. Kana thought her brother had dared so much that, without looking to see if there were strangers on the balcony, he was ready to argue with her. The boy approached the railing and politely apologized for not expecting to find anyone outside so late. Suddenly, the boy smiled and paid her a compliment, amazed by her beauty and surprised to find her. Kana was shocked. The way his brother lowered his voice and the compliments did not fit in her mind. And she decided that he had definitely lost his mind. Glancing over her bangs at the boy, the girl understood that he definitely didn't recognize her, so he was behaving so uninhibitedly. The girl was not in a hurry to start a conversation, but that didn't stop him. And he began to show his sensual nature again. Noticing that she was beautiful tonight, he stared at her, waiting for some kind of response. Kana was still holding her hand against her face. The idea that her brother didn't recognize her was relaxing, but she didn't want to reveal all her cards prematurely. The emotions inside the young woman were stirring. The compliment that she was a beautiful lady made her nauseous, but probably her brother had fallen for the illusion that under the moonlight. Her black hair was just a lighter shade. Kana didn't believe Orsini was prone to such stupid conclusions. And not recognizing the hair and eyes of his sister, whom he despises so much, was an incredible event. Suddenly, an idea occurred to the young woman. She could take advantage of her brother's situation and play a cruel prank on him. So with a light laugh, she accepted his compliment. The boy became enthusiastic, although of course he had been kind to other girls before. This one had made a deep impression on him, and her interest in him was a great achievement for Orsini. Kana tried to soothe the boy's enthusiasm. She moved away from his excesses of gallantry, and confessed that she was still not used to so many compliments, since she attended social events very occasionally. Lifting her spirits, Kana stated that her visit today was an exception, but not even this party turned out to be the right place for her. Orsini noticed that they were very similar, as he also hated such events. But Kana caught the lie, since Orsini liked nothing more than drinking and having fun. The boy decided to interest the girl and proposed taking a walk in the garden together. The longer Orsini went without realizing the deception, the more entertaining Kana found it. So she couldn't miss the opportunity to walk together. She couldn't believe that all the boy's logic went to hell at the sight of a beautiful face. But that would be her revenge. Grabbing the boy's hand, the young woman decided that when he found out the truth, his heart would fall into colossal despair, since the woman he had despised for years turned out to be the same one he had just filled with compliments. At such a late hour, the garden was a deserted place. That's why Kana and Orsini found no one on the way. However, this did not save them from the gazes from the palace, when Duke Valentino, from the balcony with a friend, watched the young woman's walk. Argon, the first prince of the empire, pointed out that Sylvian didn't mind someone walking with his wife on a night stroll. The prince was sure it was exactly the duke's wife, since he remembered her dress. Kana's image was unforgettable, so even from the balcony he couldn't stop watching the young woman. He knew that Duke Valentino had arrived at the banquet recently and hadn't seen his wife accompanied by Callan. However, he didn't understand how the duke could be so cold in the face of such beauty. Turning his gaze from the garden, the prince commented to the duke that he had problems if he didn't see beauty in his wife. Suddenly, the prince's words brought to Duke Valentino's mind the night after the wedding, when Kana stealthily entered his bedroom. At that moment, the young woman was very modest. However, as she insistently demanded to fulfill marital duty, she surprised the duke a little. That night, he understood that his wife was indifferent to him, so he didn't let her stay in his room. The prince's voice interrupted the man's memories, who frankly commented that he would definitely prefer a young woman like Kana. Directing a last look at the garden, Argon admitted that he did not identify who the young woman went with. Although from the stranger's educated manners, he knew that the couple planned to enjoy a while alone. The prince was interested in the duke's reaction, although the latter drank wine in silence. Deep down, he knew that he was not indifferent to who his wife went with. Argon smiled when the duke looked at him, but said nothing more than a comment about Silvianu's wedding. The walk with Orsini turned out to be long. Now the couple had reached the central gazebo in the garden. The boy confessed that he was not like the aristocrats. He didn't need several wives, as he wanted to dedicate himself completely to one woman. At first, Kana found his thoughts amusing, but then she became alarmed, since she knew that if Orsini became the head of the family, his wife would suffer a breakdown. Glancing quickly at the boy's face, it seemed to the girl for a moment that the moonlight illuminated him in an incredibly beautiful way. Instantly, she moved away and contained her thoughts, since it was not at all convenient for her to admire the beauty of such a despicable guy as Orsini. Noticing the girl's inhibited gaze, Orsini decided that his words had taken effect. So to reinforce his stance, he added that his goal would be to make his wife the happiest in the empire. Kanna perceived her brother's emotionality, but she knew him too well to believe even an iota of it. Even in that situation, since Orsini's whole life had been superficial. And those deep words were not his style. Suddenly, Orsini stopped and turned to the girl. He was inhibited, but for some reason, he felt the need to apologize for his words about the marriage. The boy confessed that before meeting her, he had never thought about starting a family. And that confession convinced Kanna that she had not been mistaken in judging her brother's habits. Exposing the lie, Orsini lowered his gaze to the floor, so as not to see as he thought. The girl's sad face. Clenching his fists, he stated that he had always despised men who used such words to impress women. But that today he himself had ended up being one of them. Concentrating his strength, Orsini confessed that he had acted this way only because he had fallen in love with the girl from the first moment. The unexpected confession left Kanna stunned. She understood that her game had gone too far. But now that the boy was in her trap, she was glad that he himself had dug a grave that she herself would throw him into. The anticipation of seeing Orsini suffer for the unfortunate encounter warmed Kanna's heart, since she had never before experienced such shame as the one she had prepared for him. The boy realized that he hadn't asked for her name and decided to remedy this omission. Suddenly, the garden echoed with Kanna's laughter, but there was no lightness in it. Rather, the girl was trying to contain a nervous breakdown. The boy was bewildered, since the girl's laughter didn't stop, and he certainly hadn't said anything funny at that moment. Frightened, Orson began to tremble. He felt many emotions, but he didn't understand why the girl was mocking his feelings. After regaining his breath, Kanna stopped laughing hysterically. The situation should have ended by now. Turning to her brother, the girl asked why she was the only one who found the situation comical. Only after those words did the realization dawn on the boy that the mischievous look directed at him resembled his sister's. The boy was terrified. He had never felt so vulnerable, nor revealed his feelings before. But Kanna already sensed her position of strength and began to mock her brother. Since according to imperial laws, they could not marry as long as they were close relatives. With every new word from Kanna, darkness loomed over Orson. Although the last straw was when she happily announced that she was already married. Kanna tried to say something spicier, but he grabbed her arm tightly. He squeezed the girl's body so hard that he surely left bruises, but he didn't care. He threatened to kill her afterward. Kanna didn't let herself be intimidated for long. So she took advantage and asked Orson to keep his promise, throwing the boy into a panic. Orson stopped shaking her. She reminded him of the past, and that now he was much softer than as a child. Sensing his hesitation, the girl reached out towards his face to attract his gaze. She held his cheek with her hand and asked him to act as usual, to make her cry. And have cracked lips, moving her hand from the boy's face to his collarbone. The girl again asked him to remember the past and not leave any part of his body untouched. Seeing that the boy didn't move, the girl pulled him towards her with a sudden movement, giving him the opportunity to act as usual. The celebration continued in the imperial palace, while a tragedy unfolded in the garden. Kanna tested her brother's patience, reminding him of his own words when he promised to hug her only when she was good enough for him. But the silence and inaction irritated her. She wished Orsini would act as usual, getting angry to the point that his eyes turned red. Something strange was happening between them, and the brother's slow reaction did not indicate that he wished to take revenge on Kanna for the humiliation she had inflicted on him. Although Orsini was holding her, the boy actually thought that he was the one who had fallen into her trap. So, smiling disdainfully, he tried to sound calm by insulting her with derogatory words. However, his throat tightened, and did not allow him to shout insults stronger than those already uttered. Determined not to accept the situation, the boy shook the girl's body and hinted that he could devise a more ingenious trick than hers. The girl's calmness shocked him, but the ease with which she touched him panicked him. Sensing her brother's frightened look, the girl happily announced that she had achieved victory in their long rivalry. The boy brushed the girl's hand away and hissed venomously that girls like Kana would never attract anyone. But there, Orsini didn't hold back, and with a strong push, he threw the girl's body onto the ground. The boy was trembling, something unusual for him. A few years ago, he would have used his fists, but now he was afraid to even push her too hard. Sitting on the grass, Kana watched Orsini's back, who turned away without paying attention to her. The girl was surprised that he simply left, without shouting or insulting her further after the humiliation she had inflicted on him. Kana knew that after alcohol, Orsini became more aggressive, but his behavior surprised her. And she could do nothing but remain silent. Orsini left, and Kana lay down on the ground again. After so much effort, she failed to get the reaction she was looking to draw from her brother. She wished Orsini would raise his fist so hard that it would leave a mark on her skin. That the boy would look for a long time when they crossed paths in the Addis mansion. And after such an injury, she would go to the father and complain about her brother's attack, forcing the Duke to allow her to leave the mansion. The bruises from her brother's fingers on her shoulders did not serve as proof of aggression. Besides, they healed quickly. She sighed annoyedly. She no longer expected the night could get any worse. Although one thing satisfied her. Orsini's face the moment he realized he had been cruelly tricked. And burned with shame. After sitting on the grass for a while, she realized that this result would be enough to distance herself from Orsini for some time. After tossing around on the ground so much, the young woman's dress was covered in small blades of grass. As she tried to clean it, she heard a soft crunch of grass behind her. On the other side of the meadow, illuminated by the moonlight, stood Duke Valerio. His face was indifferent, although his presence to meet Kana seemed suspicious. The Duke's arrival was sudden, so she couldn't guess how long he had been there, nor what he had seen in the last moments. The silence between them was unbroken. While the young woman worried whether he had seen anything else, the man watched her calmly. Kana didn't feel like talking. As she got up from the ground to leave the garden, the Duke's voice sounded. She still had grass on her dress. The girl stood still. The situation was different from those she and the Duke experienced together. She slowly turned around to make sure Duke Valentino was indeed in front of her. Kana was quite alarmed that the man had spoken to her for the first time. According to Lee Ju-hwa's memories, during the 7 years of marriage, the Duke had always been the type of person who would respond and not initiate the conversation. That he now decided to talk about the grass became an unprecedented event in the life of this married couple. To avoid seeming rude, she examined the dress. Although she suspected the Duke had personal reasons for initiating the dialogue, she saw no strange leaves on the silk fabric. So when the man approached, she became alert. The Duke walked calmly towards his wife. And, in a way, he enjoyed dedicating attention to her. Kana noticed a slight touch on her back, which scared her, as Silvian Valentino had never touched her himself. Moving away from the man, she demanded to know what he intended to do behind her back. But the Duke showed a blade of grass that he held between his fingers, which he had just removed from his wife's dress. Kana took several steps back and asked him not to do such things in the future. The man's patience ran out. He threw the blade away and harshly pointed out that the man who was with his wife didn't even bother to clean up. The Duke was not kind and clearly stated that Lady Kana had terrible taste in men. Since that's what led to their secret meeting being very tense. Kana was dismayed. She couldn't believe the Duke really hadn't recognized Orsini when he left the garden. The intense orange hair was a distinctive feature of the Hattie's family. And it wasn't hard not to recognize Orsini, the best swordsman in the Empire, who sometimes traveled with Duke Valentin to fight the Black Fog. The situation seemed absurd, and Kana refused to believe in such happy coincidences. Until that moment, Sylvia Valentin had kept Kana close only to keep away other women who dreamed of marrying him. But everything changed, and at the estate, Valentin began a chain of worries due to Kana's behavior. Therefore, the Duke had to be more careful, since a scandal involving the Valentino family could arise. The Duke's anger could end with him having to replace his wife, who stained the name of an ancient lineage. If Sylvie Valentin requested a divorce, Duke Addis would not dare to refuse it as he did with his daughter. After evaluating all probabilities, the young woman approached her husband and stated that her taste in men was terrible. Since that's what led her to marriage. The girl tried to feign innocence when the Duke understood her game and began asking questions about whether his wife would admit that her taste was bad in everything. The man allowed himself a bold gesture. He brushed her cheek and smiling asked what her encounter in the garden with an unknown man looked like. That left the floor messy and her dress wrinkled. Sylvie liked the brief doubt on Kana's face. He openly hinted at infidelity, but she was still suppressing the scandal. The game was just beginning. Kana understood that her husband had grasped her hidden motivation. That's why she decided to take advantage of the situation with Orsini until the end. The girl asked her husband not to meddle in her life, as he had never given time to someone as despicable as her. Sylvian withdrew his hand from the young woman's face. He calmly assured her that he didn't care what Mrs. Kana did, but she had to handle the honor of the Valentino family carefully. Leaning over her, the Duke suggested that she should better understand the rules of the game. Since they were exposed, having affairs on the lawn only amounted to animal conduct. His words took her by surprise. She didn't quite understand his analogy about animals outdoors. Every new word struck at her composure. Now the man was openly speaking about her, not behaving like a noble lady. Kana was pretending. In reality, she wanted to provoke her husband so that he himself would decide on the divorce soon. The fact that he dared to accuse her of dirty acts when he himself had never touched her. It angered her. On their first wedding night, Liu Hua waited hours for her husband, who never arrived. Even when the body swap happened, and Kana suffered injuries from her mother-in-law. The Duke did not come to visit her. That man never treated her as an equal, so it was convenient for him not to talk about nobility. Something he lacked. There was no point in hiding it. The young woman stated it directly. She lived the 7 years of marriage without a husband who feared taking responsibility. Such arrogance was new to the Duke, so he silently listened to the charges accumulated by his wife over the years. Covering his eyes with his palm, the man decided that he understood his wife's true offense. Looking at her with disdain, he exposed the dirty truth about their union and asked her for confirmation if the whole problem was that he didn't keep her in his bed. Kana felt uncomfortable. She thought her husband was more logical. But now everything seemed like an absurd joke. Deep down, Kana mocked the Duke's excessive confidence. But maintaining calm, she convinced him that shared nights did not affect her. The Duke remembered the shameful situation of his first wedding night, when Kana entered his room naked. And although Li Ju Hua was blushing now, she had to convince him that the past didn't disturb her. Pointing her finger at him, she stated that after all the failed nights, she understood that the Duke was incapable of assuming his marital duty. Sylvian frowned. He didn't like those conclusions and demanded she explain what she meant by his lack of strength. Kana was amused, feigned concern, and said that the Duke's body was too exhausted from working so long. The girl knew that this would hurt his confidence. But he himself started this war by ignoring her doubts and admitting that for a long time he had understood that the Duke lacked the necessary energy in his youth. At some point, Kana might have crossed the line, but she couldn't stop now. She admitted feeling pity that the Duke had hidden such a fact before the wedding. But since they were married, she would keep it a secret and not spread rumors. To deliver the final blow, the young woman asserted that if she had known earlier, she would never have married Sylvian Valentin. The Duke listened to his wife's monologue without reacting, although he was surprised that she was now treating him differently. However, seeing the relaxation in the man's body, Kana was not sure she had achieved the desired result. And she was right, since he stated that after what he heard, he expected Kana to understand his refusal to try to convince her of his masculine strength. The pride in Sylvie's eyes angered her. In reality, he had decided that everything Kana told him was just to instigate him to act. Now he could no longer avoid facing the main objective. He decided to show firmness. The young woman pointed out that her actions aimed at obtaining the divorce that Duke Addis refused. And it was not convenient for Sylvie and Valentin to think that everything was happening to lead him to the marital bed. Emotions overwhelmed her. She demanded that he not treat her with Jeriza, since in any case, she would soon make their marriage end. Surrounding her, he decided to end the conversation, still not believing that what happened was an attempt to get his attention. So there was no point in continuing. Kana looked at him angrily, but the man walked up the palace stairs without looking at her. When the new day dawned, Kana was happy that what happened at dinner was left behind. Since too much had happened for her first social appearance. The girl had been working in the laboratory since morning, when Ria brought her the news that Orsini had left the palace to train with the sword alone. Kana was surprised to learn that her brother had left the house early. Since according to Ria's story, he shouldn't train alone with the sword, as he holds the rank of master. Not that of a beginner. Orsini was the best sword master in the empire, so his pride would not allow him to go train alone. And Kana knew that the shame in the boy was so intense that he couldn't even be in the same house with her. One of the maids came to the laboratory and informed her that Duchess Vilnitno had a guest waiting in the living room. The young woman's spirits were high because of the news about Orsini, so much so that she didn't realize at first that they weren't expecting any guests. When Kana entered the room, she was stunned to see the guest visiting her. Argon Isseberg was sitting in a chair and had been waiting for her for a while, which started to annoy him. So, although gently, he reprimanded Kana for the delay. Although the maid had already notified her of the prince's visit, Kana couldn't figure out his true intentions. She had no connection with the prince, and his kind behavior put her on alert. When Argon approached, he couldn't resist and took the young woman's hand, since dinner many ideas about the beauty of the eldest Hattie's family member had come to him. Without hesitation, the boy kissed her hand and tried to flatter her with a compliment about her beauty. Kana didn't know how to react to such a close greeting, so she limited herself to a dry thank you. Perhaps the prince intended to conquer her heart with compliments, but his intense gaze disturbed her more than it brought her closer. Argon asked Kana to prepare to go to the imperial palace to meet the empress and the first princess. The girl asked for some time, but the prince inappropriately insisted that the wait for such beauty excited him. So the duchess didn't need to hurry. The prince left the property to wait for Kana in the courtyard, where his aides were preparing the carriage for the return. When Kana returned, she surprised the prince by being ready to leave without any accompanying servants. It was strange for her that members of the imperial family traveled without an escort. Only with a carriage. The prince's attention shifted from Kana to her backpack, where several prepared potions were located. She felt uncomfortable near the prince and didn't feel like prolonging the conversation. As soon as she answered his question dryly, the prince stepped back and announced that he would read a book during the journey. That quick retreat alarmed her even more. The prince was Lillian's brother, and after meeting the princess at a reception, Kana believed that a bad temper was common among all relatives, although Argon tried to appear kind. She saw more resemblance to his mother than to the princess in his appearance, so she trusted that the journey would be safe. The carriage advanced calmly along a wooded road leading to the imperial palace. Silence persisted as Kana observed the landscapes in the window, and the prince pretended to be engrossed in reading. Periodically, she looked at the prince, not understanding why they had sent him, a son of a concubine, and not one of the empress's servants. The treatment of the first princess was a delicate matter, and sending a son of a concubine who competes with the empress for the throne's position was imprudent. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a book slammed shut, and by the prince's suspicious question, asking what was troubling her. The carriage was still advancing through the forest, so Kana couldn't hide and had to start a conversation. The boy mentioned that in the palace They were discussing how Kana cried at the banquet after the second princess shouted at the Duchess. The prince's actions contradicted his promises. He stopped reading the book, and now all his interest was focused on discussing the previous dinner. The boy laughed. He also wanted to see the Duchess cry, but during the argument, he was on the balcony. Then he opened his books again and resumed reading. But the hasty comment about seeing her tears soon scared Kana. The carriage fell silent. Not even the sounds of the forest could be heard, which made the situation more dangerous. It was rumored that the first prince was an eccentric, who sometimes did things that could harm others. Suddenly, the carriage stopped abruptly, the sound of the wheels squealed, and echoed through the forest. Kana lost her balance, but she didn't have time to hold on to anything. The carriage shook harder, so fear showed in her eyes. Then, the prince's hand squeezed her wrist, preventing her from moving after the jolts calmed down a bit. With a sudden movement, the prince pulled her towards his chest and hugged her tightly. The boy tried to feign concern, assuring that he did it to prevent her from hitting her face against the glass. Kana moved away from the boy when the carriage stopped, and so that he wouldn't touch her again. She took several steps back. The carriage doors opened. One of the coachmen was scared, but wanted to know if the aristocrats were okay. The coachman asked them to get out of the carriage to fix the wheels, which had lost their resilience. Unfortunately for Kana, the carriage got stuck deep in the forest, so it was unlikely that anyone nearby could help. The prince kicked the ground, splashing drops of mud, and approached Kana, offering to hold her so she wouldn't get dirty. The young woman backed away from the carriage. She didn't care about getting things dirty. Rather, she feared being left alone with the prince. Only after moving a little away, she turned to him and thanked him for his attention. The young man's pride was hurt, as the Duchess again refused his offer of help. The young woman admitted that she could handle everything herself, so there was no need to worry about her. The prince was hurt that the Duchess was so independent, and that comment caught him off guard. When the young woman looked at the prince, her worst fears were confirmed, as with a direct movement of his sword, he killed the carriage coachman. A stream of blood splashed upwards as the body of the poor dear fell to the ground. And Kana, without averting her gaze, watched the prince's actions. Firmly grabbing her potion backpack, she demanded an explanation for the prince's action. Looking down at the sword stained with thick blood, Kana understood that the rumors about the prince's madness had been minimized. Raising the sword, the young man smiled slyly, and instead of answering, wanted to know what Kana thought of the situation. The prince rested the sword's blade on the young woman's shoulder. She felt her soul struggling against fear, but she wanted to know what he would do. The silence stretched, and with a gentle movement of his hand, the prince made a cut on the young woman's skin, leaving a wound. That action was not accidental. The confident way the prince held the sword indicated that he was ready to kill her. The boy smiled and gave her an option: whether Kana could solve the situation herself, or if she would end up asking him for help. It had been a long time since she got involved in aristocratic feuds, and the prince's attitude, as if offended by her rejection of his help, surprised her. She didn't expect him to be willing to kill her just to prove his justice. And her concern. She carried self-defense means in her backpack, but the situation did not allow her to risk taking them out. Her hands trembled with fear, but Kana had to admit defeat and adapt to the prince. The girl smiled innocently and pretended that she couldn't fix the hem of her skirt, which was wet and full of mud. Although she didn't want to, she knew she only had one life. So she sacrificed her pride so that the prince wouldn't completely lose his mind. Argan was lost in his thoughts. He had achieved what he was looking for, but the Duchess's quick submission did not please him. After waiting a few minutes, Argan raised his sword and moved it away from the girl, and a triumphant smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, several soldiers in black capes emerged from among the trees. They had been observing the carriage from the beginning. The prince ordered them to repair the carriage and then escort them to the palace, since he had killed the coachman. Kana managed to escape the trap, as the prince had planned everything, especially making her believe she was alone. If she had used her self-defense skills, she would have been killed instantly by the soldiers hiding in the shadow of the forest. Argon kindly extended his hand towards the girl, proposing to resume the journey. Since the Duchess was not allowed to walk with dirty shoes, Kana placed her hand in the prince's. She had to endure his company for a while until she was safe in the palace. Kana played along, although her heart was beating uncontrollably in her chest. She couldn't show fear. To demonstrate his superiority, the prince had to commit a murder. That's why she accepted his help without asking questions when getting into the carriage. Argon's mood was good. Despite the fact that a blood-covered corpse was behind him, he was not worried about it. They spent the entire journey to the palace in complete silence. And when the carriage reached the building entrance, Argon left Kana without saying a single word to her. When Kana met the Empress, the woman worried about the wound on her hand and wanted to call a doctor. But Kana refused that attention. The Empress understood that the girl had problems with the prince, so she promised to reprimand him tonight. When they escorted her to Amelia's rooms, she was already calm and her hands stopped trembling. While the maid helped the princess take off her shirt, Kana decided that for now she didn't need the Empress's help with her problems, since she still hadn't solved her main dilemma. This time, the princess did not resist the examination, and Kana was able to demonstrate her skills. Since an opportunity like treating members of the imperial family does not come twice. There were many reddish bruises on the princess's body. The skin was so inflamed that pus and infection marks were visible under the bruises. Noticing that the bruises had a round shape, Kana concluded that the illness resembled coin-shaped eczema. To discover the cause of the illness, Kana asked them to tell her all the treatments the princess had tried. But the Empress interrupted the conversation and asked her to bring the ointment Amelia used for the treatment. The maid returned with bottles of dark gray liquid, which according to the princess relieved the itching. Upon seeing the medicine, Kana lost her speech, as she didn't believe it possible that someone had used such a remedy. Noticing the doubt on the Duchess's face, the Empress explained that they always followed the doctor's advice, which coincided in treatment methods. According to the doctor's prescription, she should bathe several times a day with medicinal infusions and apply this ointment to the red spots. Kana couldn't believe that any doctor would prescribe a treatment based on mercury. When she entered university, she presented an essay on how in the Middle Ages in the West they used mercury to cure skin diseases. While in the East, doctors were focused on creating an immortality potion from this liquid metal. But none of the doctors knew the toxic properties of mercury, so these methods caused more deaths than cures. Now that she had returned from another world, she didn't expect to discover that similar treatment methods existed. So she had to find out how long the princess had been using this remedy. Thoughtfully, the Empress confessed that they had started treating her recently, so Kana calmed down. Since in 2 weeks the princess's body would not accumulate poison, the young woman forbade the princess from using the medicine from this bottle. But the Empress did not approve of this decision. The woman shouted that without this ointment, they could not fight the itching, which became more intense every day. Amelia listened to the instructions in silence. Now Kana had forbidden her from bathing frequently so as not to irritate the skin. On the young woman's back, the areas affected by the disease were very deep. Water could not be applied there, only cleaning the pus marks with a damp towel. And inflammations. Suddenly, the princess let out a laugh. Forbidding the use of medicine meant that she could die from the unbearable itching. To her view, reducing bathing time would also not help at all in getting rid of the inflammations. Amelia started screaming. Now she doubted Kana's knowledge, as her methods deviated from the practices that alleviated her life. The young woman demanded the Empress get rid of Kana, since all her advice seemed like rumors from street charlatans. But Kana remained serene and answered honestly that continuing with the old treatment would soon lead the princess to death. The princess shrieked, but Kana heard no more screams and firmly stated that the princess would never recover without her recommendations. Panic appeared in Amelia's eyes. She didn't know whether to accept a fleeting hope of recovery. Kana decided to go to the source and explained that excessive water procedures dried out the skin. which aggravated the illness. The young woman opted to mention the negative effects of mercury, but quickly interrupted herself, since she had to present it correctly. In the Western continent, mercury was barely used as medicine, so mercury poisoning cases had not yet emerged. So if she had started accusing the ointment of being toxic, she would have been branded a liar. So she simply said that the ointment was toxic to the skin, but her words instantly enraged Amelia, who considered the imperial doctor an incompetent specialist who had failed. With such a mood, it was pointless to argue, so Kanna hinted that the doctor simply hadn't been able to help the princess. But that didn't mean he wasn't competent in other treatments. That argument silenced the princess. The words reached her mind, and before resuming the discussion, she wanted to reflect. Kanna decided to consolidate the results. Convincing the princess was difficult, but possible, since she had suffered the illness for years. And no method had been effective. The empress did not interrupt the conversation, although it was surprising that Amelia herself was interested in the recovery program. But Kanna's words about enduring the itching instantly enraged the princess. The young woman jumped out of bed and ran towards Kanna. It infuriated her that she could suggest enduring the burning that embraced her skin. She threw the ointment jar on the floor and demanded an explanation of how she could endure something that even remedies couldn't soothe. The princess clenched her hands into fists and complained that her body was on fire. And every day she was ready to die. From her medical experience, Kanna knew that patients with prolonged illnesses did not think logically. They needed a different approach. So she ordered the princess to endure with all her might to fight the condition. Therefore, the faith emanating from the doctor could be transmitted to the patient. So upon seeing the determination in Kanna's gaze, Amelia began to consider new steps for the treatment. Kanna helped the princess get to bed. She promised to prepare a medicine that would alleviate the symptoms, but first they had to change all the clothes in the princess's wardrobe to natural cotton clothing. Amelia found it terribly hard to argue. Even now, she didn't want to wear cotton clothes so as not to look like a commoner. Holding the princess's hands, Kanna reassured her by assuring her that her skin would feel better in cotton clothes than in the silk dresses that aristocrats love so much. The princess's patience ran out. She threw her hand from Kanna's grip and made a movement to hit her. But Kanna did not take the blow, as the princess pointed her finger at the maid and ordered her to bring new clothes immediately. Then she turned to Kanna, demanding that she detail all the therapeutic recommendations. Seeing the sudden firmness in Amelia's expression, Kanna began to stammer, but quickly indicated the necessary changes in the sheets to avoid skin lesions. After hearing the suggestions, the princess ordered the servants to prepare everything immediately to start the treatment without delay. Kanna understood the princess's prolonged suffering, so her clinging to hope did not seem strange to her at all. The empress interrupted with her voice. She needed to know what medicines were required for recovery, so Kanna asked them to bring several herbs from the eastern continent. The woman swore to use all her connections to obtain the necessary plants to cure her daughter. Internally, Kanna celebrated having convinced the imperial family and directing them towards a new medical approach. After an exhausting day, Kanna arrived at the Hattie's mansion late at night. Kutcher opened the carriage doors, but the girl was powerless and couldn't immediately get out of the carriage. Regaining strength, she got out without the coachman's help, but her health worried her. Her head was spinning. A red blush appeared on her cheeks due to impending fever, and the wound on her shoulder began to burn. The bandage on her shoulder soaked through with blood, and the strong smell made her nauseous. Walking slowly through the lobby, Kanna dealt with the dizziness. Although the wound was not deep, the psychological shock had hit her hard. But she walked so slowly down the hallway that she couldn't help running into Duke Alexandro Hattie's. Judging by his attire, the father was preparing to leave the mansion, although he had dark circles under his eyes. In general, he looked as usual. Noticing the father's hand on his sword, a strong shiver ran down her body. Her mind immediately recalled Prince Aragon and his threats in the forest this morning. Slightly shaking her head, she reminded herself that she was at home, so her father surely wouldn't attack her with a sword. She was preparing to pass by her father, but he suddenly appeared beside her and asked her not to leave so quickly. His gaze fell on the bandaged shoulder that she was clumsily pressing against her chest. Without restraining the impulse, the father reached out his hand towards the wound, which had captured all his attention. But before inspecting the bandage, the man lifted his daughter's chin to look at her tired face. He didn't let go. The tone of his voice was not cold, but he demanded that Kana tell him what had happened to her. The hallway was silent. The father's words echoed through the room, but when Kana understood their meaning, she paused for a moment. Her father had never shown interest in her affairs, so she now wished to quickly escape his presence. Lowering her head, she invented a common excuse about an accident and asked her father to let her go. She didn't believe her father was willing to listen to her, as she doubted he would accept that his daughter had sacrificed her pride for her own life. Having ended up in a situation where Prince Iseberg ignored her duchess status and threatened her with his sword, the prince's sad memories were compounded by Orsini's words in the garden, when he assured her that no one would take care of her. The father held her face as his thoughts stirred, but still concluded that she herself would resolve everything. It irritated her that the father's gaze expressed concern for her, so lying that she was already very strong. Kana planned to get away. But suddenly, he held her shoulder, where the wound was covered with bandages, thus forcing the daughter to be silent. He took the young woman's hand and carefully moved it away to examine the injured spot. However, due to the abrupt grip, new blood seeped between the bandages, staining the Duke's hand red. Now the Duke's tone was cold. He authoritatively demanded an explanation of what had happened. But his voice did not match his face, where evident fear could be seen upon seeing the bleeding wound. The man was taller than Kana, and at that moment she felt trapped. Smiling ironically, she couldn't resist a biting remark, and asked what reward the father would give to the one who abused his daughter. His words hurt her, but Kana didn't stop. She laughed because someone, before the Duke, had shown her the consequences of showing her pride. Kana demanded that they let her go again, since if the Duke didn't intend to do anything, she wanted to return to her room. The man's hand opened, and the young woman managed to move a few steps away. But the Duke remained standing in the same spot. Kana didn't know why she had returned to this world. She had no family, no father. She also didn't understand why everything had to start over. So she left him alone. A white mist began to appear before her eyes. The dizziness intensified, and the last thing she managed to see was the outline of her brother, who managed to hold her. Before plunging into darkness, thoughts appeared in her mind that she did not need a family like the Hattie's family. But the angry thoughts disappeared when she saw her mother Liu Hua in her dream, who, as always, accompanied her during her slight illness. The dream was pleasant. In it were her mother and father, who promised to prepare the best soup so that his daughter would feel better. But her younger brother was also there, who enjoyed joking with her from time to time, although he never perceived danger in his actions. The younger brother had grown so much in the time she was Li Ju Hua that she now deeply missed their shared dinners. That dream was both happy and cruel. People she could no longer touch came to her through memories. In her drowsy dreams, Kana regained consciousness, but it still seemed to her that her younger brother was sitting in front of her, whose cheek she wanted to caress. Kalen was surprised. He didn't expect his sister to reach out her hand towards him and call him in her illness. Upon fully regaining consciousness, Kana understood that the dream had disappeared, and that she was in her room, where Callan Addies was sitting next to her bed. Everything had been a dream, and she could never again stroke her younger brother's head like before. Covering her eyes with her hand, the young woman tried to calm down. She didn't want to cry in front of Callan. The girl sat up in bed and asked Callan what had happened and how she had ended up in his room. It turned out that Kana had lost consciousness in the hallway. So Callan took her to his room and ordered the servants to take care of his sister. Then he waited hours for her to wake up. The night was approaching dawn. So although she managed to sleep a little, her body was still tense from the shock of seeing someone killed in the forest. In fact, almost a day after the incident, her hands were still trembling with fear for her life. But she had many important things to do. So she couldn't let the past ruin her plans in the present. She got rid of the sheets and headed to the experimental laboratory. Callan demanded explanations about where the wound on her hand came from and what had happened in the imperial palace. But the young woman ordered him out of her room, since now that she felt better, she didn't need to pretend to be a concerned brother. Approaching his sister, Callan covered her shoulders with a blanket so she wouldn't get cold in the cool morning. Then he took the young woman's hand and asked her to tell him the truth about what happened that day. The boy was embarrassed. He wanted to listen to his sister and tell her about the feelings he had in the last few hours. But Kana didn't want to waste time, so she forcefully pushed her brother's hand away and headed for the exit. Callan followed her. He didn't understand why his sister was heading directly to the experimental laboratory when she needed to rest well. The boy blocked the young woman's path. He was annoyed because he didn't know the reasons for her wound. However, this gesture did not stop Kana from reaching the basement stairs, while his brother tried to convince her to return to bed and regain strength. The young woman ran towards the experimental laboratory without listening to her brother. So he made a desperate decision and called her older sister. Kana stopped at the entrance to the room. She didn't know why, but Callan's plea resonated in her mind. Kana wanted to be left alone today, so she shouted at Callan not to call her sister. The girl approached the boy and began to forcefully push him on the chest with her hands. She cursed at him, since he had no right to call her sister or meddle in her affairs. Sticking her finger into Callan's chest, the girl asserted that to her, he was nobody, and that he was not her sister. Kana suppressed tears of resentment. She didn't want Callan to tarnish her memories of her true family, just because he was once her brother. Due to excessive impulsivity, Callan stood still. He didn't know how to react to what he heard. His face fell. Now he looked very disoriented, as if Kala's words had just shattered his most cherished dream. The girl did not value his suffering. She asserted that her words were not offensive at all, since as a child, she heard much more hateful expressions from Kala. Kala was devastated. He wanted to fix the relationship and forget the past, but Kala's negative attitude towards him broke his heart. So the girl didn't hold back and laughed at that confession. She didn't want to believe it could be true. She didn't feel like being part of Kala's family, since he was honest as a child when he asserted that he didn't want anything to do with the family outcast. She shouldn't rejoice in Callan's attention when he was happy and willing to talk to her. Nor should she beg his forgiveness on her knees when he was upset. All that was in the past. Now they are adults who must each follow their own path. Every word hurt the boy's soul. The only thing he had the strength to do was ask Kana not to say those hurtful words. The cave was empty. So Callan's whisper echoed like an echo when he asked her not to move away from each other, since they lived in the same house. But suddenly, Callan asserted that he was willing to stay close, since Kana called him when she was feeling unwell. The girl stood still. She didn't understand what he meant, because she would never have called him. Callan noticed that his sister had gone quiet, so placing his hand over his heart, he asserted that he would always be with her and that she should trust him, since even from the depths of an unconscious dream, she herself called him Mladchenki and expected him to take care of her. Kana didn't know how to react to Callan's declaration. The boy was sincerely convinced of the truth of his words and the strength of his intention to take care of his sister. Callan knew that his sister didn't have anyone else to count on. Neither Orsini nor Isabel, not even their father, could offer her the support he was capable of giving. Since even the night before, the father only watched Kana fall, while Callan personally took her to his room. For the boy, last night was like hell. He had barely returned home when he witnessed his sister falling unconscious in the hallway. He didn't know what to do. His attempts to shout at his father were unsuccessful. That night, Duke Alexandro Hades stood motionless like a statue, while sharp feelings and fears crossed his heart. The man silently watched his daughter fall. However, no matter how hard he tried to approach, his legs would not obey him. Seeing his son pick up Kana from the ground, he tried to give an order. But as soon as the Duke opened his mouth, he couldn't utter a sound. Fear paralyzed his throat. Overcome by his emotions, the man quickly turned around and headed to another room. Therefore, after what happened, Callan was convinced that only he could take care of his sister. But all the younger brother's hopes faded when a laugh echoed through the underground corridor. "Calm down." Kanna admitted that the youngest person she called was not Kellen. The Duke's behavior didn't hurt Kanna, so it was presumptuous for Kellen to think he could get close. Even a little to Sohan, whom the young woman had seen in dreams. Kellen was stunned. He didn't believe his sister would call someone else, since besides Orsini and Isabel, she had no one else. Kanna didn't feel like explaining further. But she made it clear that in the 7 years they hadn't seen each other, there were new members in her life whom she considered younger brothers. Her head started hurting again from the shouting. So Kanna began to massage her neck, but admitted that her youngest is the same age as Callan. And he is the one Kanna was calling. Since unlike Callan, Sohan is her real younger brother. The boy felt like being ashamed. He covered his face with his hand to try to calm down. But when he regained control, anger gave way to rage. He demanded the name of that damned person from the girl. Kanna got angry at such an insult, but Callan didn't care what he called the fake who had taken his sister. Now Callan started shouting. He asserted that he would not allow anyone to take her away, especially a boy who had never belonged to his family. The girl couldn't argue with Callan when she had already imagined many ridiculous accusations. So she pushed him aside. Looking him in the face, Kanna demanded that her brother disappear from her sight, while she was willing to resolve this peacefully. The boy was breathing heavily. He hadn't thought that getting close to Kanna would be so difficult, so he was willing to retreat. Now for him there was no older sister, only Kanna Velnitno, who was temporarily visiting the family palace. The hallway door slammed shut, and Kanna was left alone in the basement. The girl entered the laboratory, but she was annoyed that Callan had presented himself as a victim who might feel offended by her not accepting his apology for the past. The unexpected conflict sowed doubts in Kanna's soul. Now she desired even more to apply the elixir prepared a long time ago. For a long time, the girl tried to accept family relationships, but before the body swap. She managed to prepare a poison. At age 14, she found in alchemy books the recipe for an infusion that, when drunk, stopped a person's heart. During her adolescence, Kanna drank the first version of this poison, but it didn't work, since she didn't study the recipe correctly. But now, with her improved knowledge and acquired coldness, the poison can be completely reformulated. Putting the bottle aside, the girl decided to focus on other tasks. Now an important task that Kanna received from the Empress must be fulfilled. The night before, when the Empress personally came out to see the girl off, she apologized for a long time for Princess Emilia's behavior. Even as a child, Emilia was a wonderful girl, but the long struggle against the illness tore at her nerves, making her very irritable. The woman put aside sad thoughts and asked Kanna to make a promise. As a doctor, she would put all her effort into helping the imperial family. Upon saying goodbye, the woman noticed that the fragrance of Kanna's perfume differed from all those manufactured in the empire. Therefore, the Empress was intrigued about where the girl buys the unknown perfume for her. And to please the woman, Kanna agreed that at the next meeting she would bring a bottle of perfume as a gift for Her Majesty. The perfume was from a new collection at the online store Liju Hua. That's why Kanna was able to replicate it using plants from the eastern continent. 2 weeks before the banquet, Kanna spent time creating this perfume to promote its scent among the aristocrats. But due to the scandal with Lillian, the plan changed. But the fact that, despite the unfavorable situation, Kanna managed to acquire the Empress as her first client greatly inspired her, since it would be an important step for her future plans. It was a calm day as usual at the Velnitno Palace. However, the Duke himself stayed home. Argon came to meet him. The young man boasted that he had managed to spend time with Sylvian's wife. While the Duke worked on documents, the prince was lost in his reveries. Since the young woman's beauty impressed him, He was interested in knowing if Sylvian felt something similar. However, the Duke never looked at her with romantic eyes. Sylvian was completely focused on his work, even when the prince joked with him, saying that he shouldn't give women false hopes, nor start a relationship with a man. The prince wanted to recount the encounter with the Duchess in detail, but he wanted the Duke to be the one to initiate by asking about it. Suddenly, Argan asserted that he had used the sword against the Duchess, and that information made Sylvian stop writing the letter. The man was distracted from the documents. Then he looked up at the prince, who was sitting at the other end of the study. The question of whether the Duchess was dead was heard in the room, which amused the prince, who pretended to have done it for real. A dense atmosphere of tension accumulated around Sylvian, but he did not return to his work, since the debate about his wife's life intrigued him. Sensing that trouble was approaching, the prince began to justify himself, saying that the Duke's wife was alive, and that he had only killed a spy posing as a coachman. Those explanations were enough for the Duke to return to his work. Sighing, Sylvian complained to the prince that, in case of the Duchess's death, he would have to look for a new wife, which would require a lot of effort. The prince reminded the Duke that his sword contains a magic stone that makes wounds dangerous. Therefore, his wife might have lost consciousness several times before her body overcame the illness. Argan burned with impatience. He wanted to tell Sylvian about the Empress's plans regarding his wife. But the man hinted to him that he should not involve the Valentino family in imperial conflicts. The prince became encouraged. He clearly understood that the Duke was not interested in his wife, which meant he had no intention of interfering in the plans brewing in the imperial palace. The unpleasant events for Kana ended. She no longer saw her father in the mansion hallways. Callan did not harass her with questions about why she had a new family there, where Kana did not want to live. Even thinking about the old arguments irritated her, but now that the tensions in the Addis house had lessened, she could focus on her important work. After putting the medicinal infusions, she had prepared for the first princess into a box. Kana finally calmed down. Moreover, Kana's life regained tranquility because many monsters sprouted from the black smoke. So the Hattie's estate was left empty. Duke Hatties, along with his sons, the Sacred Knights and Duke Valentino, departed for war against the creatures. Although the departure of the Hatties brought calm, the therapy with the princess caused stress in Kina's life, especially when she couldn't restrain herself and, in anger, smashed vases. Amelia tried to follow all the recommendations and not touch her skin too often, but the itching burned unbearably. Today, Kana attended the 5th review. Every visit started with desperate screams. Every visit also included at least one broken vase in a fit of rage. But the princess never tried to hurt Kana, avoiding projecting her frustration onto the doctor. The young woman clenched her fists every time the itching overwhelmed her, to resist the impulse to touch her skin. But she could no longer bear the desire for medicine. Until the cure was ready, Kana examined the princess's body. But she never found new nail marks, mercury, or other ingredients that other doctors had suggested to her. The incredible willpower and longing for recovery emanating from the princess were astonishing. This approach excited Kana, and she felt motivated to invest more effort into the treatment. So she prepared a high-quality remedy to relieve the itching. The princess flinched upon receiving a new wave of itching, but the bottle Kana held sparked her interest. The princess's screams ceased in the imperial palace, and complete silence reigned. Kana prepared an astragalus ointment used since the Chosun era, and this very remedy was the most popular in the online store that Kana created in Liu Hua's body. Although getting the necessary ingredients took time, the young woman worked quickly to prepare it as soon as she received them. After seating the princess on a stool, Kana began to apply the ointment, explaining at the same time how Amelia should apply it herself. The ointment will only help if Amelia applies it constantly to the affected areas and follows the other recommendations. Amelia heard the servants say that the Empress had obtained all the ingredients only the day before, and she didn't expect a remedy to be created in just one night, but Kana was so urgent to help her that she worked tirelessly. After finishing the procedure, Kana praised the princess for her bravery in waiting, since she managed to endure so much pain. Therefore, Kana promised that now it was her turn to dedicate all her effort to the princess's treatment, since her behavior motivated her deeply. In fact, Kana had other concerns, since the empress had taken too long to look for the herbs. Even though with her connections, she could have gotten everything instantly, and the princess would already be cured. However, these thoughts brought Kana memories of her online store, since the necessary herbs were always available there, ready to be used at any time. It had been a long time since she got involved in business, and she feared whether Li Yuhua was managing her work well. The princess remained still, while Kana finished applying the ointment on her back, although all her thoughts were focused on how happy Li Yuhua would be at that moment. After a few minutes, the princess felt relief. Her skin felt slightly cool, and the itching began to subside. Yes, there was a slight burning, but now she could endure it without breaking vases in a fit of desperation. Although Kana remembered that to improve the effect it was necessary to drink infusions that she would prepare. The young woman was about to leave the princess's rooms when suddenly Amelia apologized for how impulsively she had behaved these days. Although this didn't worry Kana, hearing apologies from the princess's lips and the subsequent invitation to tea was surprising. Sensing no hidden motives, Kana accepted the princess's proposal to spend some time chatting amicably. Tea with the princess was interesting. Kana didn't even notice how sunset arrived, and it was time to return to the Hattie's palace. Amelia boasted that while the empress was looking for herbs in the eastern continent, she had acquired a rare tea for her daughter that no aristocrat had ever tried. Kana never imagined that a week ago, she would have the opportunity to establish such good relations with the princess, that now she was worried about whether the empress would like the tea. The first meeting with Amelia was a disaster, and the risky offer to cure her seemed like a death sentence. But now, after spending such a pleasant time, Kana, sitting in the carriage, fondly remembered that moment. A few days later, Kana returned to the imperial palace with a gift for the empress. Since the banquet, she had promised to create a perfume that had won the woman's heart. Gifts were common for the empress, but the delicacy of the scent of the new perfumes greatly pleased her. However, the empress wanted to know something else. Because, after 2 weeks, her daughter still showed symptoms of the illness. Although the princess was patient with the recovery process, the empress's behavior was different. She seemed not to understand that an illness doesn't heal quickly if it developed over years in her daughter's body. The dialogue was interrupted by the voice of a maid, who announced the arrival of the second prince. Crescent was the son of the empress and the emperor, and the most likely heir to the throne, who since youth showed good decisions in managing the empire. The empress praised her son, so the prince's arrival pleased her, although the unexpected visit was not common for her son. Crescent wanted to meet Kana, so he waited for the right moment to arrive at his mother's chambers. The boy was worried about his sister's condition, as he wanted to personally visit Amelia. But the empress advised him against approaching her room. Suddenly, the empress shouted at her son that he should not go to Amelia's chambers, because all the walls of her bedroom were impregnated with microbes. The woman approached her son to demand an oath that he would never enter his sister's room, although she knew that Crescent rarely kept the promises he made to his mother. Kana attentively observed the behavior. The empress, in a panic, begged her son not to drink tea with the princess so as not to contract the microbes that caused Amelia's illness. Kana understood that the empress's son would be the next emperor, but such indifference towards his own daughter shocked her. Watching this conversation was uncomfortable, so Kana decided to leave. But Crescent suddenly proposed a walk in the garden, which she could not refuse. The boy confessed that, although he did not attend Lillian's dinner, he had heard rumors about the beauty of the Duchess of Valentino. But while feigning surprise at the compliment, his mind understood that the prince was not acting without a reason. Holding the boy by the arm, the young woman followed him, although he remained amazed by her medical skills. As they chatted, the boy continued deeper into the garden, something Kana did not overlook. Realizing that she was too alert, Kana suddenly got scared when Crescent led her to the hedge and stopped abruptly behind her. The prince's joy at being alone with her terrified her, as she had already experienced a similar situation. The same thing that happened in the forest, with the carriage breaking and the impulsive murder of the coachman with the sword, could happen again. Crescent grabbed the young woman's hands and pulled her towards him, but she screamed and demanded that he move away. Quickly withdrawing his hands, the young woman suddenly noticed that a blue crystal that Crescent had given her had appeared in her palm. The prince asserted that it was an antidote that should help save the lives of Kana and Amelia. Kana didn't understand what was happening, but suddenly palace guards appeared from the bushes who came to arrest her. The knights were armed and demanded that Duchess Vilnitno follow them. Before acting, Kana demanded explanations, but received a dry answer. Princess Amelia had died, and they had to arrest her. The death of Princess Amelia shocked the imperial palace. According to the personal maid, the princess had felt unwell all day and fought fatigue. Suddenly, the princess began to cough up blood while heading to her room. But at that moment, Amelia collapsed to the floor and did not get up, although her throat continued to expel blood with hoarse gasps. Imperial doctors confirmed that her heart had stopped beating, and the preliminary diagnosis indicated that an unknown poison was used. Few were responsible for the death of Princess Amelia, but the Empress already knew who should answer for the murder. So without hesitation, she slapped Kana. The woman cursed her, as she had entrusted her own daughter's health to her hands. And now Kana had destroyed her with such a disgusting betrayal. The knights watched the scene from the other side of the cell. They were not authorized to intervene. A new blow echoed in the dungeon when the Empress slapped Kana again. The young woman did not actively try to defend herself. She no longer remembered how many blows she had received, so she didn't have the strength to justify herself. The Empress argued that all the food and supplies of the imperial family were exhaustively analyzed for poisons. And only through Kana's remedies was it possible to introduce something that would kill her daughter. The young woman again denied the charges, which further angered the Empress, who needed a confession to alleviate the pain of losing her daughter. The Empress longed for apologies, but Kana preferred to maintain her stance, as her medicines had not been the cause of Amelia's death. It was difficult for the woman to restrain herself. She firmly believed that Kana had been the last person to visit her daughter's chambers before her death. She grabbed the girl by the collar of her dress and declared that Kana was precisely the murderer of the imperial family. Furiously, she tugged the young woman's dress and pushed her aside. Such emotional actions quickly exhausted the woman. She wished to recover a little and ordered the guards not to feed or give water to the prisoner. Silence finally reigned in the dungeon. Kana settled into the cell. She understood that the Empress had an explosive character, but it seemed the woman hadn't shown everything yet. These charges were not the first in the young woman's life, so she was not worried about the outcome, since she knew for certain that she was not involved in Amelia's murder. When they captured her in the garden, they started treating her like a monster. They even stripped her of almost all her clothes. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Kana was a woman who had nothing, even though her family status should open any door for her. The coldness of her father and the indifference of her husband, known to all, indicated that she was a duchess whom no one, and never would protect. She had understood a long time ago that to survive in this world, she would need greater strengths than she possessed at that moment. But not the strength of other people, but creating a power that belonged to herself. After the intense confrontation in the dungeon, the Empress headed to Princess Amelia's bedroom. The woman needed to make sure that her daughter had truly died. The princess's body lay on the bed. After the doctors examined her, no one dared to touch it. As soon as the Empress saw the body, her breath hitched, her hands trembled, and tears began to form in her eyes. The woman couldn't believe that her little daughter had ended her life this way. The mother knelt beside Amelia, trying to listen to her daughter's heartbeat. And until the last moment, she wanted to believe that the doctors could have been mistaken. But now, with her daughter's heart stopped, the Empress could only regret all the harsh words she had said. It was difficult for the woman to find words, as she could not express her regret to her deceased daughter. Suddenly, the emperor burst into the room. Upon learning of his daughter's death, his entrance startled the woman, who began to apologize for Amelia's death. Lucas Isabel was furious. He did not expect such imprudence from his wife, since only a fool would trust the treatment of someone without training. The empress made desperate efforts to justify herself, but even her own punishments for losing her mind trying to save her daughter were useless. Looking at his daughter, Lucas felt defeated. His wife had always been a dominant and cruel woman, but never before had she seemed so foolish. The man reflected. Amelia's death could not be reversed, but he could still profit from the tragic events. The emperor announced that a trial would be held the next day, leaving his wife stunned. Lucas Isabel knew that Duke Addis and Duke Valentino were busy with other tasks and sent on solitary missions, so they would not receive news of the trial against Cana Valentino. The empress did not understand her husband's thoughts, but she already had a plan to hold the trial by taking advantage of her power. And the princess's death. The emperor asserted that, since Cana Valentino was involved in the murder within the imperial family, the Addis and Valentino houses would also face punishment. Since ancient times, the Hatties and Valentino families were descendants of sacred knights who always fought against the dark mist. The genealogy of these families was often considered nobler than that of the imperial family. This fact caused the emperor many problems, and he could not destroy them. But without these families, the empire could fall into the horror of war, and to keep the Hatties family and Valentino under his control, he had to act more cunningly. Now the emperor could show who was the master of the sacred knights, since the incident with Cana Valentino would help tarnish the reputation of both families, elevating the status of the imperial one. But Cana should not mind being a special instrument in the hands of the aristocrats. For this plan to work, it was necessary to hold a public trial against the guilty party. Such an event would show common plebeians that the imperial family still holds power over everyone. And Luke entrusted his wife with handling it. The emperor asked not to directly accuse the Addis and Valentino families, but to limit themselves to mentioning Cana in the trial, and his wife was not worried about the rest, since he himself would develop the line of accusation with members of the Supreme Court. As a result of the trial, Cana Valentino was to be condemned, humiliated, and mocked before the aristocrats and common citizens. But to avoid severe consequences, the emperor proposed to his wife to condemn Cana Valentino to death. The court session was organized so quickly that by dawn a crowd had gathered in the building. The plebeians did not hesitate to whistle at her and mention how horrible her black hair was. But Cana paid no attention to them. She was focused on understanding the process that was coming. Behind her, surprised exclamations were heard from the women, who feared her black eyes. A gesture was raised from the judicial table, demanding silence in the hall, followed by the empress's strong voice announcing the start of the trial. The Chief Justice struck the gavel several times on the table, demanding general calm. Then he called Duchess Valentino to the stand, where she was to defend her innocence. The young woman's appearance unleashed a new murmur in the courtroom, but there was one man observing silently. As the madness of the spectators reached its peak, and everyone demanded the death penalty, Orsini did not take his eyes off his sister. Public trials were a rare phenomenon. Gathering 100 commoners for the trial of Cana Valentino was nonsense. The empress watched the spectacle tiredly. She did not understand why Cana reacted so calmly to the boos. Although the woman did not know it, Cana understood her plan. Since such an important figure would not attend a trial against an exile if the princess's murder had not been designed from the start to use her and humiliate the noble families. The Chief Justice opened the report where Duchess Valentino appeared as Princess Amelia's doctor. Under the empress's attentive gaze, the judge began the hearing and asked the accused to confirm the information in the report. Cana accepted every statement, as she still did not notice any hidden clues from the judge. However, this was enough for screams to be heard among the spectators about the ineffectiveness of herbal treatments if the patient was hopeless. The judge handed over the list of herbs Cana used. Therefore, before the attendees, an expert who heads the Department of Oriental Medicine will appear to evaluate the accused's actions. Kana was internally amused by the situation, since in this empire any tea shop is considered a place of study for Oriental medicine. When the tea shop vendor appeared next to the rostrum, he professionally displayed a manual of herbs. The judge started with a simple question. He was interested in knowing if the expert agreed that the herbs on the list were suitable for treating. The man placed several branches on the stand and began to explain what type of plant was listed by the Duchess. Kana calmly watched the spectacle as the expert explained to the audience the process of making the remedy from cypress branches. Suddenly, the judge asserted that such a plant could be harmful, but the man tried to reassure him, stating that there was no risk with the branches. Concentrating, the expert began with a confident look, explaining the beneficial properties of cypress. That relieved stomach pain. The unexpected assertion enraged the audience, as there were other rumors about the princess's illness. Several commoners began to debate the rumor of a rare skin disease in the nation. The expert felt overwhelmed by the public. Now screams accusing him of being a charlatan using textbook excuses emerged from the crowd. Raising his hands, the man chose to reveal more data, since he had erred in the first diagnosis. Therefore, he now found an error in the treatment, as the infusions were made with more than 10 different herbs. The judge watched the expert attentively, but when he asserted that such a mixture would cause poisoning, he relaxed. Realizing that as an expert he had avoided discredit, the man delved further into the topic of combinations. Since if the princess had consumed the infusion of a single plant, it would be more effective. Kana could no longer stand listening to the nonsense, so she interrupted the man's speech with an energetic protest. The young woman asserted that the expert was wrong about the most basic thing, and that cypress did not relieve stomach pain, which surprised the judge. Kana clarified that it was the sea buckthorn seeds used against stomach pain. Therefore, trusting the vendor was foolishness. The expert tried to get attention, but the angry whisper of the audience revealed that there was another method to relieve stomach pain. Unable to bear the attention, the man shouted that he was the authorized expert to evaluate the herbs. Someone among the aristocrats defended the expert, saying that Kana might be wrong, since she had not studied medicine, and her previous statement had only been a happy coincidence. Unable to take it anymore, Kana pointed at the expert and loudly proclaimed that if the man was a herb specialist, he could immediately show in the manual what the forest cypress truly cured. The challenge infuriated the man, who anticipated defeating the arrogant young woman. And with that, he opened the book wide. Fixing his gaze on the pages of the manual, the man paled with fear and realization upon reading what it said there. A deathly silence fell over the courtroom, while the expert, with an astonished expression, scrutinized the page. The judge demanded an explanation for the silence, but the empress warned that the expert turned out to be fake. Muttering softly that the forest cypress was indeed used to treat inflammation, the man was speechless. But now his reputation before the nobles was completely destroyed, as the ladies began to condemn that they would never visit his shop again. Determined to completely destroy the vendor's status, Kana asked him to read aloud if the forest cypress was the best remedy against skin diseases. The expert flushed with fury. A self-taught person should not know such nuances, but being in court, he had to tell the truth that damaged his status. So he accepted the accused's arguments. Deep down, Kana celebrated. She didn't know what that charlatan had been paid to testify, but he had just ruined his career. But the expert was not willing to accept defeat and shouted in unison that it was not the forest cypress that was the problem with the cure. Pointing his finger at the accused, he shouted that she had also prepared the remedies incorrectly, so that the mixture of several herbs in a single elixir had caused the death of Princess Amelia. But she remained calm. She had already understood that the level of knowledge of local healers was not high, and she wanted to start a new debate on how to correctly mix herbs. The Empress's voice sounded from the hall. It sounded terribly tired, so everyone fell silent. Everyone turned towards the judicial stand, stopping the discussion about the justice of each defendant. The Empress closed her eyes theatrically and asked the judge to hurry so as not to turn the hearing into a circus. After hesitating for a moment, the Chief Justice announced that the verdict would be postponed, although the Duchess's guilt was proven. And the latter amused the young woman. A dry bang on the table interrupted the silence, reawakening the Empress's explosive character. The woman jumped up. She accused Kana not only of murdering the princess, but also of using medicines reserved only for commoners. An inadmissible offense for the imperial family. Sitting down again, the Empress asserted that Kana Valento's guilt would not affect the Addis families, and Valentino, so they would not receive severe punishment. But it was all a deception, as she then announced that instead of punishing all families, an on-capital execution of Kana Valento would suffice for the imperial family. The judge coughed upon hearing the sudden sentence, but the Empress did not miss the opportunity to demand an explanation of whether the imperial family was mistaken in their decisions. Not risking his career, the man banged the gavel and accepted that the court's decision followed the Empress's. The herb expert took the opportunity, and after the verdict, he asked that the poisoning murder be considered a triple crime. The Orsinis did not appreciate the cheers of the people when the judge confirmed once again that the Addis families and Valentino would not be punished. Another bang of the gavel echoed in the hall, and now the judge officially issued the verdict. Kana Valento would be sentenced to death. Cheers of approval were heard among the spectators, which made Kana cover her face with her hands so that the people's gaze would not reach her. However, by hiding her face, the young woman was not crying. She regretted that everything had turned out exactly as she had foreseen, as this trial had a predetermined end. They took Kana back to her cell. It was night outside, but she couldn't determine exactly how long she had been imprisoned. Although now something else interested her. Why did Orsini come to her cell door? The boy took off his hood. He was excited, but the girl's surprise at seeing him surprised him, as he hadn't been able to restrain himself. And he had promised her that everything would be fine. Orsini did not join the others in cleaning up monsters, as he had left home early instead. It was strange to see him in the dungeon. Kana knew this from conversations with the maid. Her brother was supposed to go for solitary training. The boy quickly controlled himself. He decided not to show more concern for the girl, so he said ironically that he would only observe her suffering. And he would leave. Kana laughed. Her brother never changes his habits, and today he didn't either. Not receiving a response from his sister, the boy insulted her again, since as soon as he tried to change her reputation. She ended up in the imperial jail, thus tarnishing the family's honor. Looking at her brother through the bars, the sister laughed. Finally, all her dreams had come true, but he seemed tense as if something was wrong. Orsini couldn't stand Kana's calm tone, so he demanded she stop acting arrogantly. To him, Kana acted confidently, even though she was beaten and dressed in dirty rags. But why did her face keep shining so much every time he looked at her? Orsini didn't know, but he heard that she was mocking his words, since he himself had been the one who hit her in the face. Such harsh words cooled his excitement, forcing him to step away from the bars. Kana enjoyed his surprised expression. She provoked her brother into a fight, since today would be the last time he could humiliate her. Out of helplessness, Orsini clenched the bars with a fist, but his trembling was still evident. He approached and remembered that the execution would come soon. The imperial family would not postpone the sentence. By changing to shouting, the boy remembered that only the father or Duke Valentino could influence the course of the sentence. The boy's screams confused Kana, because she believed that Orsini would be one of the first to rejoice at her death. But he behaved very nervously. She didn't understand why he was getting so angry at her behavior. Perhaps the brother wants to get something from her. After thinking for a moment, the young woman suddenly apologized to her brother, which made him step back from the grate. She pretended to be sad, since she had stained the family honor and now her father. And all members of the Hattie's family would be indebted to the emperor. Placing her palm on the spot where she had pressed Orsini's hand earlier, the girl moved closer to the grate. Looking at her brother through the bars, she understood that her words pleased Orsini. But it was time to attack, so she asked him not to hate her so much when she died. A slight smile appeared on her face. So impressed was he by his sister's speech that he stopped pretending. But Kana could no longer disguise herself as a lady dejected by shame, and confessed that she had said exactly what Orsini wanted to hear. Raising her voice, she shouted that she would never regret or apologize for her actions. So Orsini would not receive any excuse from her. The boy was confused when his sister made him a strange gesture with her fingers. Kana clarified that with that gesture, she was telling him to leave the underground, but he just laughed. He understood that his sister had lost her mind, since the old Kana Addis would never find herself in such a situation with her head held high. Shaking him off, the young woman asked Orsini to leave her alone. She wants to enjoy being crazy, but the boy just stood still. After a moment of reflection, he suddenly said that Kana should start begging him for help. This was a surprise to both of them. But Orsini continued and demanded that his sister beg him for help and salvation from her life. The girl didn't know how to react, but Orsini promised that if she did so, he would save her. She didn't expect such a turn. She knew Amelia would die. She supposed they would lock her up and sentence her to death. But Orsini, coming to offer her salvation, made everything much more interesting. Straightening up to hold the grate and maintain balance, the girl decided that her brother deserved another conversation. Placing her palm on his chest, she asked him with a pleading voice if he was telling the truth about saving her. The boy was uncomfortable. He stammered a little when admitting that only their father would save them from execution. But he could help them escape and find refuge. Then, feeling strength, Orsini smiled, pointing out that everything would be possible if the father did not reject his daughter after such dishonor. Orsini grabbed the girl's hands, understanding that after her escape, she could never live under the name of Kana Valentin, and would have to hide her identity forever. Eager for victory, Orsini became so engrossed in the conversation that his eyes burning with a crazy flame, suggested that his help would be in exchange for his sister acknowledging his greatness and becoming his lifelong servant. Without further ado, he demanded that Kana kneel before him like a loyal servant before her master. The basement fell silent, after which the girl's quiet voice completely destroyed the boy's dignity. Since she had manipulated him without reservation and let him fall into her game. A soft laugh stunned the boy. He squeezed his sister's wrists tightly, but could not move. Enraged, the girl spat on her brother's shoe, wasting no more time with him. Stepping away from the grate, she flashed a scornful smile at her brother's naivety. Although it wasn't the first time she had put on such a show for him. Intense emotions made Orson try to hold back laughter, but it threatened to burst out of his throat. His eyes remained crazy, but with every burst of laughter, pain intensified in them. To try to calm down, Orson clung to the bars of the grate and squeezed them with all his might, bending them under his fingers. The squeal of the metal made the young woman turn around, but she didn't think that spectacle deserved so much attention. But suddenly, Orson's hand shot out towards her and pulled her forcefully against the grate. Looking down at his sister, Orson wanted to hear from her lips if she truly accepted death. With a sweet smile, Kana proudly asserted that she was ready for anything. That's why she didn't need Orson's help. Upon loosening his fist, the young man pushed his sister forcefully and then pulled his hand as far away from her as possible. He was furious, and that anger wouldn't leave him in peace. So upon hitting the bars one more time, he muttered that he was glad the dishonor of the Addis family would die soon. Without wasting time, the boy turned around and headed towards the exit of the underground. The slamming of the door announced that the visitor had left the place, and Kana relaxed. She was already tired of his shared games, although she would never accept his help. Looking at the only window in the cell, the young woman made a firm decision. She would not accept help from her father, nor her husband, nor anyone else from her family. She would save herself, and not even the stone walls with narrow windows would be an obstacle. Since when the new day arrived, everything in her life would change. At dawn, the maid would go to Princess Amelia's chambers for the morning cleaning. But she would be surprised. Right before her eyes, the princess's body, which had been motionless all night in bed, suddenly came to life. The princess's eyes would be clear. She still doesn't know what happened in her absence. But now, the empress will definitely be the one playing in the battle for status. Since with Amelia's resurrection, Cana Valerio's counterattack begins. The sound of a broken crystal was heard in the hall, followed by the empress's screams. A maid had just burst into her chambers, completely pale, but she needed to inform the empress about the news. The maid nervously bowed her head and announced that Princess Amelia had come back to life. The empress froze. If at first it seemed to her that the maid was playing a trick on her, now things were different. Regaining her composure, the woman began to lament that such news was simply impossible. She herself had gone to her daughter's chambers to check if her heart was still beating. Stammering, the maid admitted that after the doctor's examination, it could be clearly stated that the princess's pulse was perfect. Just like her condition, waves of panic battered the empress. She could barely keep her hands still. But upon mentioning that even the emperor had checked Amelia's condition, the empress jumped up from the sofa, shouting that it was all impossible. The only thing that saved the maid from punishment and accusations of lying was that the hall doors slightly opened. Amelia appeared in the entrance, dressed in the same clothes her mother had last seen her in. With a restrained smile, Amelia apologized to her mother for making her suffer so much over her health. The empress couldn't pretend. She looked at her with anger. This behavior surprised the princess, who decided that her mother was not happy to see her. Smiling sweetly, the young woman begged her mother to rejoice for her. Clenching tightly, the empress examined her daughter's face, which now looked much better after the treatment. But soon, she burst into a fit of hysterical laughter. In front of her stood Amelia Isseberg, her daughter. It was not a deception or a dream. And although the fact that Amelia was a stain on her reputation, the shame the empress felt pushed her to get rid of her daughter. Amelia was meant to be the daughter, whose death would bring many changes to the imperial family. Because that was precisely why the empress decided to kill her. The woman clearly remembered the day the emperor moved away from her and asserted that a son born of his blood could not be ill. And the mere fact that a sick member existed would cause irreversible harm to all future descendants of his lineage. The emperor's voice echoed in the empress's mind, because then he accused her that her blood had been pure throughout the history of the imperial dynasty. But all the problems stemmed from the fact that in the empress's family tree, there were impurities that were now known to the world in the form of her daughter. That's why the emperor was worried about how the empress would handle the consequences if her son, Crescent, came to the throne and his children showed Amelia's illness. After giving her one last look, the emperor never mentioned his daughter again. But beyond that, at that moment, the empress definitively lost the connection with her husband, who never touched her again. Now, seeing Amelia alive, the empress remembered all the suffering that weighed on her reputation, and that of her precious son Crescent. For many years, the woman killed her daughter hundreds of times, but her fantasies never came to fruition. But suddenly, Kana appeared in her life, a young woman who did what even the prestigious court doctors had not achieved. At the beginning of her plan, everything was simple. She did not stand in Kana's way when giving basic recommendations that were not effective in curing Amelia. But this could have caused the princess to die and the empress's life to normalize. Now, seeing her daughter smiling radiantly after an ephemeral death, the woman panicked. Surprised, the empress found no words to say to her daughter, although she was already heading for the exit to give herself time to process the news. Behind the mask of serenity, the empress's world was crumbling, furious that her plan had not worked, even though an Eastern merchant assured that the tea would be the best poison. The stress made her itch, although her thoughts jumped between the worry that soon she wouldn't be able to attempt another murder, or the news of a covert murder would spread. The emperor was right. His wife was never stupid, and now she couldn't resort to cannibale twice in her plan, since that would be a problem in the future. Calming down, she understood that she needed to take a break to assimilate the gravity of the situation. Accusing Cannibal of her daughter's murder was a brilliant move, and as expected, The emperor even returned the power he had taken from her. But he also discovered his husband's fear of the Valentino and Addis families. So she could still devise something that would please the emperor. Resigning herself, the empress chose to wait for the right moment. It was only when her thoughts calmed down that she understood that, in the meantime, she had been scratching obsessively. Even though Cannavale was isolated in prison, she knew the empress would soon find out everything. At that moment, the empress's mood began to drop, perplexed by having been scratching her entire body. Looking at her hands, she noticed slight redness on them. Lowering her dress, she discovered horrible wine-red bruises. Distracted from her hands, she was planning to call a maid, but suddenly realized that the red spots were the same rash Amelia had. Sitting in the darkness of the room, Kana felt that her plan had worked, and the empress was falling into her trap. At that moment, the empress's screams echoed throughout the palace courtyard, where she, seized by an intense itch, scratched her entire body and shrieked that she would die. Laughing, Kana finally felt complete satisfaction. She had launched the first attack against the imperial family. Soon her imprisonment would end, since now the empress herself would want to meet with her. Meanwhile, in the hall, chaos persisted, with the empress trying to take off her clothes in a panic. She ran to the mirror to convince herself that the illness could not approach. But in the reflection, she realized that her entire body was covered in blue spots that were beginning to swell. It turns out that the empress's obsession with gifts should not have been so blind. And the perfumes created especially for her contained a secret ingredient. Now Kana didn't need help from her father or brothers. She had launched the strike successfully. When morning came, there was no execution. Not even the verdict days later was fulfilled. Few were the empress's truthful words, but when describing her daughter's good character, she was right, since Amelia wanted to recover and recognized her mistakes. When the princess invited Kana for tea, she cheerfully boasted about the rare tea collected by artisans from the East. During that tea, Amelia still didn't know that she saved her life and Kana's, since upon showing her the medicine, she immediately understood that everything could soon descend into chaos. Everything collected came from a single plant. Surprised, Kana did not hesitate to snatch the can of tea from the princess. It was impossible for Kana that such a plant reached the imperial palace. The girl was not satisfied with just handing the jar to the princess, but demanded an explanation as to why the princess was drinking that tea. Looking once more into the container, she understood that it was cho tea, but it had never been a medicinal remedy. Cho was made from the root of a purple flower and was used to prepare poisonous infusions that simulated the plant's healing properties. The princess remained silent, but Kana insisted on getting answers about who had prescribed that tea and how long Amelia had been drinking it. The girl reflected. They had given her the tea this morning and advised her to drink it for 3 days after boiling the herb with boiling water. Seeing the amount of tea in the jar, Kana understood that if this dose of poison was consumed, the princess would surely die in 3 days. Tension hung in the air, so Amelia couldn't restrain herself and asked what was wrong with that tea. But in Kana's mind, everything was an enigma. She couldn't understand why they were giving the princess a dangerous drink, precisely at the moment when the treatment had begun. If the princess died after starting the treatment, it would be the perfect pretext to accuse Kana of her murder. The puzzle began to fit together. Since the first meeting, the empress showed impatience in all processes. And the fact that Kana had no medical training did not stop her, even though the woman tried to delay the start of the treatment. When Kana treated Lucy, Callan personally demanded a list of herbs that were already delivered the next day to the Addis estate. All the remedies Kana requested were recorded in a single manual on Eastern plants, and they came with illustrations showing what they looked like. Although deliveries in the West were unstable, certain herbs were easily obtained using influence and money. But the Cho root was not registered anywhere, and it is impossible to obtain it without further ado. Working in the laboratory, Kana had exhaustively studied all the manuals and then completed them with missing information. The structure of keeping these books useful raised many questions, as even elementary things had not been noted. If the Cho root is unknown in this world, the inhabitants of the eastern continent cannot know much about its properties, and obtaining its use will be difficult. But more importantly, no one in the western continent would allow the Empress to use a plant that is not registered anywhere. If it is not a medicine, then the purpose of buying such a root was to eliminate a specific person. The conclusion that the Empress wants to kill her daughter shocked Kana, who had difficulty restraining her laughter. Since if the princess died during the treatment, this would easily divert the Empress's suspicions towards her. Everything was decided from the beginning, but no one valued how prepared Kana is for manipulations in the aristocratic world. That is why she now has the perfect opportunity to ally the princess with her. By telling the princess all her suspicions, Kana did not hide the terrible truth about the history of the Cho root and what exactly it was used for. However, Emilia did not rush to interrupt the young woman's story or add comments. When the story ended, the princess's face was no longer calm. Rather, it even showed touches of resignation. The young woman perceived no lies in it. She looked at her hands, where the itching marks were beginning to disappear, and recognized that she trusted Kana. The princess knew that her mother would try to kill her from the moment the Empress started looking at her differently a few years ago. For the first time, regret appeared in the Empress's eyes that her daughter would become an obstacle for Crescent to ascend the throne, since the Emperor cares a lot about his dearest son. The appearance of this tea indicated that the time had come when the Empress decided to eliminate her daughter from the family. Emilia's calm surprised Kana. She didn't expect her to be willing to die so submissively. Reflecting, the Duchess asserted that, unlike the princess, she was not willing to die unjustly accused. While preparing the Cho root tea, Kana confessed that she wanted to live like never before. And her words inspired the princess. Therefore, by bringing the cup with the poisonous tea closer, Kana asked her to go along with the Empress's plan and die a silent death. The young woman knew that the Empress would not abandon her attempts at poisoning, so she had to act to delay the potential murder in the future. With doubts, Emilia took the cup and reflected on the words, understanding that she had to drink the tea. Since the Empress would understand that it hadn't worked, as her daughter was still alive. While Emilia hadn't decided to take a sip, Kana insisted that after this incident, the Empress would have to temporarily suspend her attempts to kill her. Otherwise, unnecessary suspicions would arise. Kana swore that the time had come to be the daughter the Empress would not be ashamed of. But first, she had to die in the way the Duchess used. There is a medicine that causes painless death, whose essence is to slow the heartbeat so much that it almost stops. But in reality, the heart only beats a couple of times per minute. And the illusion of death ceases to be a lie. Once this plan is started, the effect of the remedy should wear off. And while Kana is in prison, the princess will have time to recover before the Duchess is executed. The cell door opened, and one of the guards called Kana. Bowing, the man apologized to the young woman for his recent rudeness, but Kana noticed that the maids with her belongings were behind him. She had come to accompany the Duchess to the Empress, who wished to meet with the young woman immediately. Kana was satisfied. She had outsmarted the woman, and now she would decide how the game would continue. To punish her, Kana created a remedy that caused itching several times more intense than Emilia's. So she hoped to teach the Empress a lesson, since no doctor could cure this illness. The Empress's body will burn more intensely every day, until not a single thought remains in her mind apart from the pain. That is why, when the servants took Kana to the Empress's chambers, the woman could not hold back tears due to the horrible sensations on her skin. When Kana approached, the Empress no longer cared about her pride. She jumped off the bed, took the girl's hands, and urgently asked her to give her the medicine. The woman's appearance moved Kana, although she had come to this meeting with a much harder attitude. The Empress's patience turned into threats. She demanded the medicine, or else she would apply a severe punishment. The woman's screams alternated between facts. She had seen Amelie's skin improve and wanted to receive the corresponding treatment. Before Kana could say she didn't have the medicine, the Empress slapped her across the face. The protagonist fell to the floor and did not try to get up, pretending to be defeated. when the Empress grabbed Kana by the neck, trying to bring her to her senses. Kana resisted even more to hide her true self. A guard tried to calm the Empress, as Kana was very tired after the rigors of the prison. But that didn't stop the woman. She demanded that the Duchess be woken up immediately so she could give her the medicine against the burning. The woman asked for cold water, or else she would personally burn the Duchess's skin. But suddenly, a scream from the Emperor behind her filled the Empress with terror. The man was surprised by his wife's desperate appearance. She looked like a peasant woman screaming in the market. Stepping away from the girl, the Empress realized that she had just fallen even further in her husband's eyes. Frowning, the Emperor disdainfully rejected his wife's appearance, comparing her to a beggar woman venting after getting drunk. Vulgar behavior inappropriate for the imperial family. Without waiting for explanations, the man turned around and headed for the hall exit. But the disdainful look she caught from the Empress again brought back the memory of that conversation from many years ago. For many years, the Empress dedicated her entire life to the service of the royal family. That is why her husband's behavior hurt her. But the man did not turn around, so the last image the wife kept of him was his disdainful look. The hall doors slammed shut, and for an instant, the silent room paralyzed her. But this was the last straw. She grabbed Kana by the neck and started strangling her, because it wasn't her fault, but part of Kana's plan. Losing control completely, the Empress jumped onto the poor girl's body to make sure she would choke her. Kana pretended to be injured, while the guards and servants tried to calm their mistress. But this angered her even more, and without letting go of her neck, she started shaking her to make her react. But in an instant, the situation changed. The woman's grip loosened when her gaze shifted to the door, and her face paled with terror. So Kana couldn't help but look in that direction too. In the center of the room stood Alexandro Hades. His clothes were stained with blood, and his gaze was tired. Quickly assessing the situation, the man observed the Empress's movements with his eyes. By taking a heavy step towards the woman, he worried her even more, since everyone knew the Duke's coldness towards his own daughter. But it was Kana who was most surprised, because in front of her was her father, who seemed to have left everything and arrived at full speed from the battlefield. Alexandro saw nothing but his daughter's face, still swollen from the Empress's blows. But when his gaze fell on the strange hands holding her by the neck, he could not afford to remain still, so he headed towards the center of the room. He waved his hand and bent it to be able to grab the girl in his arms. He knelt on one knee next to his daughter, no longer so restless, but eager to take her away soon. The Empress, frightened, removed her hands from Kana's neck and quickly stepped back. She allowed the Duke to take the young woman's body in his firm hands, after which the man got up from the floor. The Duke, ignoring everyone, headed with his daughter towards the palace exit. Kana still didn't know what had just happened. However, the fact that her father took her out of the enemy lair seemed unexpected. But somehow it resembled a normal denouement. The Empress dared not stop the Duke, so Kana decided she would give him a little more time to suffer with the itching. The Duke's carriage sped through the forest, heading towards the family estate. Kana continued to pretend to be injured and feign unconsciousness. His father's gentle touches, when seating her next to him and resting her head on his shoulder, troubled her. That was suspicious, since the Duke could have left her on the other side of the carriage, which was empty. Why did her father come to look for her? If someone saw her, they could misinterpret it. This thought did not leave her in peace as the carriage approached the place. Kana felt that her father considered her someone special, almost opening her eyes when he gently stroked her. She waited a moment and half opened an eye to make sure if he was preparing to attack her. Or not, since in the last few minutes the Duke had been very still, but the man watched her so attentively that it made Kana very uncomfortable. She quickly closed her eyes and decided that he definitely hadn't noticed the fleeting movement, which reassured her. However, the father did not try to remove his hand from hers, probably because, as Kana thought, he simply hadn't noticed her existence, so he didn't remove it. The carriage had almost reached the palace, so Kana decided not to open her eyes until they were home. Alexandro Hades kept looking at her, so Kana didn't understand what his true motives were. Therefore, relaxing, she understood that she couldn't change anything now, as she would have to wait until she reached her own room. The carriage arrived at the family property, and Kana almost decided to rebel against herself. But the Duke's actions dictated her decision, and the man personally took her to his room. Something she considered unnecessary, although judging by the maid's screams, she probably looked very hurt, which elicited pity from the father. The positive thing was that the Duke clearly hadn't understood the deception, so. Upon leaving her on the bed, he simply left the room. Rhea brought a towel and water to treat, even if slightly, the wounds on the Duchess's body. Letting the maid clean her, Kana relaxed so much that upon feeling the warmth, she started to fall asleep. Because the bed they had put her on seemed very soft after so long. After returning to the town, several days passed without incidents and also without the Duke reappearing. Therefore, soon the Empress herself came to the Addis property to demand the remedy. Kana noticed how hurt the woman looked, but she didn't dwell on it, as she had endured several days until the Duke returned to the battlefield. But as soon as the Empress opened her mouth, Kana understood that not even the most intense itching would make her reconsider her bad temper. To avoid hearing new threats, Kana conspicuously took out the vial with medicine. And that gesture silenced the Empress. At that moment, she didn't care if the Empress had changed, so with a quick movement, she applied the vial to her lips, forcing her to drink the entire preparation. While the woman was stunned by having obtained the remedy so easily, Kana only thought about how she was acting for the benefit it would bring her, even if the Empress simply suffered. After taking the medicine, the woman seemed to flourish again, as that treatment resembled a miracle. Due to the amount of emotion, tears welled up in her eyes, and it was hard to hold them back. And in the next instant, she burst into inconsolable tears, falling to her knees before the young woman whose death she had desired. Kana perfectly understood this weakness, because the Empress had not been able to resist the pain, and she had arrived at the crucial moment. From that day on, the Empress was under her control, as it would only depend on Kana whether the woman's body burned with horrible itching, or if she would live calmly every day. The day the Empress realized she was a prisoner of her illness, her life lost its meaning. All joy from social life faded in the face of the unbearable pain that overwhelmed her. And she didn't plan to give it up. That terrible pain could not disappear by the woman's will, and not even the jewels. Power nor the Empress's reputation were invincible. That's why, upon arriving at the Hattie's palace, her mind was in delirium, ready to beg the Duchess to give her the remedy. And the instant the elixir reached her lips, everything regained meaning. Then the burning began to subside, and it was enough for the woman for a moment to realize it. When she fell to her knees before Kana, she saw in her not the Duchess she had wanted to kill, but the person who had given her freedom. Tears of joy streamed down her face, while the woman tried to control her emotions. Then the hell began again. The Empress's body began to shake. The phantom burning returned, and the sweat, that the relief would not last long. Now the Empress depended on that hope the medicine had given her. And that thirst for relief began to form in the woman's mind. In an attempt to demand another vial of elixir, the Empress asked Kana to bring her another dress. At that moment, Kana noticed that she had broken the Empress's character, since she, like a slave, sat at her feet begging forgiveness for all her sins. Although the Empress felt shame, humiliation, and hatred, at that moment her pride didn't matter. She needed more medicine to feel relief. Hugging the young woman by the knees, the woman tearfully admitted that her dignity was not worth clinging to, since living without the spicy pain was better than anything. The tears dried up. Now the woman offered Kana any reward for inventing a remedy against the burning. Kana expressed a lie she had prepared for a long time. According to her conclusion, the Empress suffered from the same illness as Princess Amelia. That is why the symptoms would manifest much worse. But to avoid all the Empress's doubts, Kana asserted that she had already developed a treatment method, since she had previously created a remedy for Amelia. Upon withdrawing the hand with the medicine, Kana reported that the effect of the treatment would be too brief. and that she had not yet had time to create a complete remedy. Tears reappeared on the woman's face. It was enough for her, for an instant, that this imperfect medicine could offer her. Kanna showed determination and asserted that this pain should not disappear for even an instant. Therefore, she would do everything possible to cure the lady. That declaration impacted the woman, because after all the mistreatment towards Kanna, she still wanted to help her. But to avoid all the Empress's doubts, Kanna swore that she would put all her effort into freeing the mother of the nation from suffering. While the Empress was impressed, Kanna continued promising that, with adequate funding, she would create a potion with lasting properties. The Empress looked at the young woman like a miracle, since Kanna's gaze was so clear and pure that for a moment she felt pity for the suffering she had caused her. Since now, in her eyes, Kanna was not a common girl but a rescue. Before the Empress could start another argument, Kanna demanded that she be provided with a suitable environment to develop the medicine. Immediately, the woman promised to give Kanna any power and money she desired. Finally, Kanna's plan came true, and she could fully enjoy the result of her days of suffering. The most powerful woman in the empire wept at her feet, kneeling and begging for relief for her life. Kanna fulfilled her first promise by giving the Empress the first dose of the remedy and, in gratitude, she received a new warehouse that the Empress ordered built next to Kanna's laboratory so that she would always have a supply of necessary herbs to create the medicine. After the exhausting events, Kanna met with Princess Amelia to recount in detail the Empress's behavior. Amelia was satisfied that now her mother was experiencing the unbearable burning on her own body that she could not calm even for a moment. Although their first snack was marred by the poisoned tea, the girls could now enjoy another one peacefully. Amelia swore that their shared secret would remain between them, and she gave her princess's word to protect it. Kanna was happy to have an ally she could consider a friend in the future. But she did not forget that her situation remained unstable, and she needed to strengthen herself more in aristocratic circles. The young woman decided to tell the princess about her new treatment plan when the voice of a maid was heard in the hallway. The girls turned towards the door, as Crown Prince Crescent was heading towards the princess's chambers. The prince's presence raised questions in Kanna, but she did not express them aloud. As usual, the prince radiated positivity and asked sincerely how his sister was feeling. The conversation seemed casual, but Crescent noticed that his sister looked happier. The boy intended to sit next to the girls when Amelia clarified whether she had indeed helped the Duchess and delivered the antidote. The prince's personality intrigued Kanna. Despite being the heir, he acted unusually, and the fact that he knew about the poisoning raised more concerns in Crescent's plans. Without hiding it, the boy honestly affirmed that he not only suspected his mother's plans, but he also had irrefutable proof of a conspiracy intending to assassinate the princess. The girls exchanged glances. Although Amelia did not expect such a detailed answer, this increased her confidence in her brother. Crescent explained that as soon as his sister's treatment began, the Empress ordered that no one visit Amelia's chambers. No matter how much the prince argued with his mother, she did not lift the ban. So Crescent could not approach his sister and looked for a way to deliver the antidote through the Duchess. But his mother is cunning, so she was always one step ahead, and Kanna was captured before Crescent's plan could materialize. The prince's motives seemed ambiguous to Kanna, while Amelia pretended to ignore her mother's plan. Crescent spoke openly about the covert murder. However, before Kanna could process all the facts, the prince asked the key question for which he had come. He cared about knowing his sister's decision. Crescent promised to be a witness if Amelia decided to carry out the attack and punish those responsible. Noticing the perplexity in the girl's eyes, the boy asked directly if his sister would file a complaint with the emperor. With his palm on his chest, he swore that he would always follow his sister's decisions. Kanna was astonished by the forcefulness of the declaration, something she didn't expect to hear in such a conversation. Looking closely at the boy, she understood that he came to prevent all the princess's attempts before they materialized. Not only Kanna understood this, but the princess herself, accustomed to imperial manipulations, also perceived the true objective of her brother's visit. In addition to the Addis and Valentino families, the Mercy family exists in the Western continent, whose influence in the commercial sphere is so great that many empresses have emerged from it. And the current one is no exception. The head of the Mercy family is the empress's younger brother, so close to his sister that her will becomes the will of the entire family. Starting a conspiracy against the empress is equivalent to challenging the entire Mercy family. Currently, Crescent is under the protection of his mother's family, and if a conflict arises, he will lose his main ally to achieve imperial rank. The prince is at the epicenter of the struggle for the throne and acting against his family. And his mother just before such an important event does not seem like a calculated strategy. The prince's intentions were not clear. Kana felt that he was trying to test Amelie and wanted to find a way to convey her suspicions to the princess. But Amelie was not foolish, and before accepting anything, she pretended not to understand what her brother was talking about. This statement surprised not only Kana, but also the prince himself. After taking a sip of tea, the princess asserted that although the empress tried to poison her, she didn't understand her brother's insinuation about accusing her to the emperor. The prince understood the move when his sister asked him to stop expressing such nonsense, since any servant could misinterpret them. The siblings exchanged a look, and both clearly understood what the other meant. So Crescent acknowledged the wisdom of his older sister. From his perspective, Kana couldn't imagine how it was possible to maintain healthy family relationships in such a house. The empress tries to kill her own daughter. The siblings do not trust each other and hide their true motives, something that undoubtedly seems to confirm that in the imperial family, one does not live without tears. Although the prince found an antidote for his sister, that only meant he still had some conscience left. So, tired of observing more family secrets, Kana decided to leave the palace. 2 weeks have passed since the events in the princess's palace, and Kana's life is proceeding normally. Conversations about the events in the palace are no longer discussed among the citizens of the capital, especially with so many daily problems ahead. Kana was doing well. The princess is almost recovered. The men of the Hattie's family have not yet returned from their expedition to the dark clouds, and her stepmother does not bother her. The young woman wished it would continue like this in the future, but her tranquility was interrupted by the voice of an unknown man. Turning around, she saw an entire party of knights that had been sent by the Countess Josephine Ellister. The group scared her, but it was even worse when the leader announced that they must return the Duchess to the Belnitno house. That didn't look like the knights were coming only with a message. Kana understood that they were trying to take her by force. Kana tried to justify herself, explaining that after the false accusations and prison, she hadn't had enough time to recover. But the leader was inflexible and assured the Duchess that in the Velnitno house they would find specialists to solve all her problems. The young woman knew that it would be a great miracle if her health did not worsen in her husband's house. So she quickly looked for a way not to leave with those guards. She didn't manage to say a word when someone grabbed her arm to prevent her from escaping. Chloe Addis appeared behind her, smiling kindly at the guards and begging Kana not to disobey her mother-in-law's orders, and to go to the Velnitno house without making a fuss. The woman began to push her towards the guards, showing politeness, but insisting that her mother-in-law's order could not be ignored. That behavior reminded Kana how, before leaving for the Velnitno house, Chloe had demanded that she die there and not return home. Holding the young woman, Countess Eddies asked the knights to accompany her as quickly as possible to her marital home. Kana understood that her stepmother had been looking for an excuse to get rid of her for a long time. So resisting was useless, since while the Duke is not home, Chloe's word is law. Gathering some belongings, Kana left with the knights for the Valentino Duchy and arrived there at night. However, as expected, she did not receive a warm welcome. Instead, Josephine received her daughter-in-law with an uproar. Upon receiving a slap, Kana did not provoke the woman further, as she was not interested in those confrontations. Josephine tried to shout out all the negativity accumulated during meetings with aristocrats. But when Josephine asserted that Kana would not leave the place without her permission, the young woman got into an argument because she had to attend to Princess Amelia. The Countess promised that she would discuss it personally with the Empress, so Kana would never return to medicine while living in the Valentino Duchy. The argument ended, but now Kana was left without her belongings in her room. The Countess ordered the guards to collect all her clothes so she couldn't leave, and to take away the jewelry, although that order seemed absurd. Still in her pajamas, fears of spending several months in captivity invaded the young woman. But Kana couldn't stay still and decided to try to escape. From the hallway, the door to her room was guarded by 2 armed knights. So when a slight squeak was heard, one of the guards asked her to return to the room. But a strong sedative aroma enveloped her face, causing her to lose consciousness instantly. After the removal of belongings, it did not occur to the guards to check the young woman for hidden objects. So now she could use the dispenser that spreads a sedative to escape unnoticed. Looking at the fallen guards, the young woman rejoiced that her new invention worked, since the dispenser had rendered 2 burly men unconscious with a single touch. Khan hesitated between escaping. On the one hand, she could wait for the Empress to run out of medicine and come to ask her for help. But on the other hand, she didn't want to spend much time imprisoned in the jail. But before leaving the mansion, she needed to find suitable clothes to hide her transparent gown. Inspecting the hallway, she assessed her options. If she managed to reach the other end of the house, she would end up in Sylvan's second room. And she could take his cloak. In 7 years of marriage, the man had never spent the night there, so the probability of finding him was minimal. The way to the room didn't take long, and upon carefully opening it, she glanced inside. The gloom of the room concealed her, but upon inspecting, she noticed no traces of the Duke. So she decided to approach the wardrobe to steal the cloak. Carefully closing the door, she headed towards the corner of the room. But behind her appeared the silhouette of a man she hadn't noticed. But suddenly, Sylvan's voice echoed in the room, stopping her in her tracks. Turning sharply, Khan saw her husband coming out of the bathroom, observing her with curiosity. She didn't understand how he had managed to hide in the shadow, since his skin almost glowed in the dark. But the man demanded an explanation for what she was doing in his room. The man remained motionless by the wall, waiting for an answer, but Khan was still frightened by being discovered. Not getting an answer, Sylvie pointed to her appearance, as she did not expect to see a half-naked woman in her room at that hour. She was annoyed that he was looking at her, since by nobility standards he should have turned away long ago. Covering herself with her hands and turning her back, she told him she had entered by accident. As expected, the man didn't swallow the deception, and with a smile asked her why she had entered if she didn't know whose room it was. After thinking about it, Kana decided it would be unwise to involve the Duke in her plans, since he might not value her idea of stealing his cloak. The silence dragged on. Kana couldn't invent a lie while her husband watched her attentively. Suddenly, Sylvian took the initiative and admitted that he had heard many rumors about his wife's difficulties. Although she looked better than he expected, the man began to massage her neck. His body was tense after a long journey. But he didn't forget to reproach that Kana had been making a lot of effort lately to get his attention. Sylvian didn't let her start an argument and immediately reprimanded her for the negative effects those efforts had on the Valentin's reputation. That harsh accusation was new to the young woman. Although the man's expression remained indifferent, it clearly showed criticism. And a warning. That accusation, based on a deep misunderstanding, further fueled Kana's desire to escape the estate. Sylvian Valentin had long seen in Kana a young woman who, even under the threat of a death sentence, tried to attract his attention. But Kana's patience came to an end. She saw no point in trying to convince her husband if he considered himself so important. Interrupting his speech halfway, Sylvian agreed to reach an agreement. With a quick movement, he stood in front of his wife and leaning over her. He demanded that she go to his room. To him, the agreement meant completely different things, as his smile when mentioning they could go elsewhere left her perplexed. However, Sylvian maintained a neutral expression, although emotion shone in his eyes. The proposal of compromise hurt the young woman's pride. It was hard for her to accept that her husband hadn't changed and still saw her as an object, not as a person. Kana feared asking what else the agreement included according to her husband, but he anticipated it and declared that he wished that from now on she would be modest and quiet, as in the last 7 years. Something in Kana's chest tightened. Kana had come too far to return to being her husband's dark shadow. Looking at the bed, the Duchess promised that from her part of the agreement, she would at least fulfill her marital obligations. Tension threatened to come to light. Barely containing a hysterical laugh, Kana proudly asserted that she did not wish to have anything in common with Sylvian Valentino. She was not prepared to roll around in bed while being looked at with disdain. Something in Kana whispered to her that if Liu Hua were in her place, she also wouldn't have accepted these conditions. Tired of waiting for explanations, Sylvian asked Kana to return to being the direct person who recently frayed his nerves. Kana understood that her actions had led Sylvian to decide not to fight against her requests, but rather to believe that everything was a spectacle just for him and opt to resolve it with the body. Realizing how low her husband thought, Kana decided to stop this absurd dialogue. She did not plan to ignore the insult her husband had inflicted on her, but with a sweet smile, she decided to confess her desires to him. Hiding her hands under the hem of her nightgown, she assessed her strength to confront the man. Taking a small step towards him, Kana observed his arrogant expression, which saw no threat in her. Starting a distracting conversation, the young woman pronounced the words slowly, as if trying to hypnotize her husband. Almost sticking completely to him, she gently stroked his shoulder. Although Sylvian deliberately kept his hands away from his wife's body, Kana saw how the man's face was about to contort into a triumphant smile when she almost kissed him. While Sylvian was in a slight intoxication of imminent victory, Kana discreetly took the dispenser from her nightgown pocket. Moving to the side, the young woman aimed the sedative dispenser at the Duke's face. She had already decided that her affairs were none of his business, so there would be no concessions. The man was perplexed when a light mist of sedative emerged from the dispenser, enveloping his entire face. Kana flashed a smile, demanding that her husband no longer concern himself with what she desired. The effect of the sedative should be felt soon, as the man's breathing became agitated, and his reaction slowed down. Anticipating victory, Kana, with a glint in her eyes, made sure that Sylvian finally fell to the floor. This sedative aroma was capable of bringing down even young knights. It would surely affect the Duke. Kana smiled, knowing that he would end up lying on his bed while she stole his cloak and escaped the palace. Not everything went according to plan, since the sedative used to work faster before. But now its effect was prolonged. The dark mist still covered the Duke's face, although he remained calm. And with his hand, he tried to divert the aroma to the sides. When the mist dissipated, Kana horrifyingly understood that her husband's gaze was clearing up. As if her dispenser, instead of putting him to sleep, had stimulated him. So the young man, with a slightly unhinged look, demanded an explanation for what had just happened. The man thought it had been a failed, but potentially viable attack attempt. Deciding that the dispenser had emitted less aroma, the young woman panicked, quickly raised her hand, and a new dose of sedative hit the Duke's face. He watched with curiosity the scene unfolding before him, as such bold attempts at revenge from his wife were uncommon. Suddenly, the liquid inside the dispenser ran out, and she understood that this method would not work on Sylvian. So she actively tried to devise an excuse. Internally, the girl trembled at the imminent threat, but decided to attack Sylvian verbally so he wouldn't suspect even for a moment that something was wrong. Disguising herself as a loving wife, the young woman asserted that this remedy would help the Duke rest well, since he worked so hard that he shouldn't be tired when making important decisions. Both knew that everything said was nonsense, but Sylvian pretended to be interested in the girl's concern. Realizing that she could no longer deceive him, Kana raised the dispenser to pour the rest of the potion on him. But the man's hand caught her wrist. She had never before felt the strength of her husband. And yet, his grip on her wrist was like steel. Her vain attempts to break free did not immobilize the Duke, so he easily snatched the dispenser from her hand. Laughing for the first time in 7 years of marriage, Sylvian applied the dose of sedative to her. Throughout their acquaintance, it was the first time the girl had behaved strangely. Although Kana tried to hold her breath to resist the effects of the sedative, it proved ineffective. Her eyes blurred slightly, but she wasn't going to give up so easily, as she still had her pride. But in reality, it was very simple. The sedative was of excellent quality, and the girl lost consciousness instantly. So Sylvie managed to catch her when she fell off balance. The last thought in her mind was seeing her husband smile triumphantly when he finally fell into her arms, although in a different way than she planned. For a long time, Chloe had been able to have a cup of tea without worrying about the presence of a stranger in her house. She was exhausted after the time Kana spent in the castle, so even those minutes of tranquility helped her relieve stress. After all, Countess Elister volunteered to take on the problems her stepdaughter left behind. A maid entered the living room and informed the Duchess that Duke Addis had returned from his mission and was already at the castle. That news was reassuring. Now life in the castle should return to its course, as it was before Kana returned. As Chloe walked through the hallways towards the Duke's room, she reflected on Alexandro's cold character. Although they were a couple, they never shared a room, and even when they did, their encounters lasted a few hours at most. But the woman accepted it, as she wasn't the only one receiving such a meager portion of attention. Moreover, the status of receiving her husband after a military raid gave her satisfaction. Alexandro Haddies was impassive, cold towards others, and although many years of life together had passed, his habits remained the same. And even now, when his wife entered his room, her presence was indifferent to him. He was immersed in his thoughts, which he tried to calm with a glass of alcohol. Chloe stood behind him, unaware of his mood, and greeted him kindly as always, and offered to help him bathe. The quick refusal, which Alexandro didn't even consider, did not discourage Chloe, as she knew her husband well enough not to need to ask about his needs. Sitting on one of the seats, the woman praised him for remaining calm, even upon returning from the refuge of black smoke monsters. But as expected, she received silence in response. For Chloe, it was important that her husband worked hard and protected the balance in the lands of the Western continent. But the man took another sip of his drink, not bothering to comment on the compliments directed at him. The status of their marriage was one of Chloe's dreams. In the Empire, everyone knew that the Haddies and Valentino families were descendants of paladins, sacred knights from the age of magic. Thanks to these families, the Western continent had not yet suffered the fatal fate that befell the southern lands years ago. Of course, there was a sacred temple in the Empire, but its role in the fight was not so strong, since only the descendants of the paladins confronted the real black smoke monsters. That is why they were so respected among the people and the nobility. This need for recognition drove Chloe. She was willing to forget her pride and happiness so that her husband would continue defending the empire, while she would do everything possible to protect him from external and mundane problems. While observing her husband, Chloe promised him that after such a hard day, she would take care of everything so that the Duke would have no distractions while regaining strength. But Chloe made a mistake by starting a conversation about Kana, as she assumed it was because of her that the Duke was uncomfortable at home. But upon hearing his daughter's name, the man fixed his gaze on his wife, demanding explanations. The woman was surprised, as Alexandro had never looked at her with such intensity before. Now, his gaze worried her even more than usual. And stunned, she tried to improvise an answer, since he clearly expected an explanation and only showed such an expression at those moments. Chloe's confidence wavered, and she decided to focus more on the Valerio family, reluctantly recounting that she had sent Kana to the marital mansion at the request of Countess Elister. The woman had a bad taste in her mouth. She had never had to explain her actions at home to her husband before. So, backtracking, she promised that now Kana would never appear in her house again. Noticing her husband's lowered head, Chloe began to suspect that she had overlooked something. Since it wasn't possible for Alessandro Hades, impartial to everyone in the empire, to suddenly show interest in Kana. The news of Kana's departure shook Callan. He couldn't believe his sister had quietly returned to the Valerio home without anyone finding out. The boy demanded an explanation, whether she herself had decided on this step. But Chloe swore she hadn't kicked the young woman out of the house. Callan was confused. His sister had returned home to file for divorce, and now was surprisingly leaving without notice. But he was interested in another matter. Rumors that Kana was almost executed reached his ears. However, Isabel cut him short and asked him to forget the dirty past. Now it was the Valerio's problems. Sensing a trap, the boy asked his mother if the father knew about all the incidents. Chloe fell silent. The Duke's chilling gaze, still ingrained in her mind, wouldn't let her justify herself to her son. So she convinced him that all her actions were for the good of the family. Callan didn't buy it. He still didn't see the connection between his sister's actions, but Orsini suddenly laughed. He had already drawn his conclusions. To the elder brother, it was amusing that after Duke Valerio's persecutions, Kana had returned to him. Orsini declared that it had all been a plan from the beginning to draw attention to himself, since Sylvian never treated her warmly. And this cruel truth deeply impacted Callan. But Orsini lost control, drank several glasses of alcohol, and felt even greater bitterness for having been foolishly used in a joke. So overcome with fury, he crushed the glass in his fist. Isabel moved to the other end of the sofa. In those moments, he didn't control his actions, and the young woman knew the possible consequences. Orsini convinced himself of the absolute rejection of his sister. He was sure that, to win Sylvian's heart, she had risked her family's prestige. Recalling their encounter in the dungeon, the boy supposed that precisely because of Kana's hidden plays, she rejected his proposal. Now Orsini understood that instead of him, they wanted to see Duke Valentino, who should save Kana from her confinement. The elder brother was upset by Kana's choice, who opted for a husband instead of him. And upon getting up from the sofa, he tried to leave the room. But Callan noticed that among his close ones, he had had a fight. From the hallway, Orsini was shouting. He asked his brother to tell Kana that next time he wouldn't be as kind to her as she thought. The conversation ended quickly, so Callan returned to the office and took out the contract he had signed with his sister. It worried him to see how emotional Orsini became since Kana's arrival, although his brother's anger gave him no clues about the dispute between them. Although he also received angry words from his sister, who dismissed his efforts to improve the relationship. Callan did not rush to charge the home. He should have been indifferent that his sister chose the Valentino family, but something pushed him to get involved in the situation. Now Callan was not so worried about his sister's rejection due to old resentments. He repeated it to himself, as he didn't want to accept that Kana hadn't raised those barriers randomly, but to protect herself from emotional ties. But there was something more. Confusing images arose in his mind. Imagining Kana spending time with a stranger disturbed him. In a fit of rage, he crumpled the contract. He understood why he insisted on pursuing Kana, even at the cost of another family. It hurt Callan, as not even Sylvian's attention could be the main reason. Kana perhaps only wished to return to her younger brother, whom she called after her injury. Now Callan was sure. If his sister met a new brother 7 years ago, he was undoubtedly a member of the Valentino family. He clenched his fists tightly. His thoughts threw new suspicions at him that irritated him. At one point, he almost reached a false understanding of who his younger brother unknown to him might be. When a knock was heard on the office door, Lucy opened the heavy door and, stopping on the threshold, apologized for invading her brother's private office. But she wanted to know if Kana had left their home forever. The brother tried to calm the little one. He promised her that Kana had not said goodbye forever and that there was someone who would take care of her. Of course, his sister hurt Callan. They had developed a trusting relationship with Kana, who took good care of the little one's health. The sudden knowledge cheered up the boy, since he still had the signed contract. According to the contract, Kana receives money for treating Lucy and cannot leave the Addis estate until she fulfills all her obligations. Callan became convinced that Lucy and the contract were the reasons why he wanted to bring his older sister home. The boy cheered up. He promised Lucy that he would return Kana home today, as he had a document that she could not violate. Without wasting time, Callan started dressing to go by carriage to the Valentino estate. Lucy was happy that her brother was so determined to get his sister back. Although all of Callan's motivation was based on the fact that he had convinced himself that only because of the payments made to Kana for the treatment, he had to bring her back. Putting the hat on his head, Callan was sure that his arguments about the contract would help overcome his sister's selfishness. Kana woke up early in the morning, but it took her a few seconds to realize she was in Sylvian's room. Jumping off the pillows, she started looking around for Sylvian. Quickly examining her body, the girl found no signs of new injuries. So she sighed in relief. Grabbing the pillow, she started hitting him angrily, since Sylvian had defeated her the night before. Kana didn't understand why the sedative aroma hadn't taken effect on the man, as she hadn't been able to escape the palace for a long time. The guard changed in the hallway. The new guards were looking for the young woman, but they hesitated whether they could enter the Duke's room. The girl tensed up when she heard a noise behind the door, but when the guards decided to leave elsewhere, she calmed down. Now she couldn't use the sedative gas again, so she had prepared another means to get rid of everyone in the palace. In a special vial, there was a powdered poison that caused intense pain, like multiple insect stings. The poison did not kill. It only caused pain for a few days. Kana had planned her move. She just needed to wait for the right moment. First, she would apply the poison to the knights in the hallway. Then, upon escaping the house, she would add the powder to the water so that all the palace residents would be poisoned. And the servants would suffer the pain they deserved for their indifference to all the punishments Kana had endured. Suddenly, the room door opened wide. One of the maids entered apologizing for interrupting the Duke, but she needed to clean the room. Seeing Kana on the master's bed, the maid froze, not knowing how to react. Kana was amused by the servitude's reaction, as she didn't waste time and ran to the hall to inform about her mistress. Josephina Ellister was spending her morning with Princess Lillian when a maid ran up to her and gave her terrible news. She couldn't restrain herself and loudly mentioned Kana in Sylvian's room, which did not go unnoticed by the princess. Lillian's mood deteriorated. They convinced her that Sylvian and Kana did not share a room. Only now did Josephina realize her mistake. She should have controlled herself to avoid foolish situations in front of the imperial princess. The woman started justifying herself, saying that Sylvian had left the palace early in the morning, and that Kana had entered his room only to hide from the guards. But the countess talked so much that she confessed about the nights Kana spent in the Duke's room, which put the princess in indescribable shock. Now, Josephina has no way to justify the excessive truth that the princess discovered. The woman urgently needed to calm the princess's anger. So, getting up from the sofa, the countess ordered the culprit brought to the hall and punished for profaning the Duke's bed. Lillian remained silent. Deep in her heart, she trusted that Sylvian had not spent the night with his wife. Originally, the princess hoped that after the incident with the poisoning of the first princess, Sylvian would divorce his wife, as his reputation is based on justly punishing crimes. For Lillian, marriage to Sylvian was not a casual infatuation, but she deliberately sought to obtain the Duke to use this marriage as a basis for maintaining power. In her hands, the young woman did not wish to leave the country as the wife of a foreigner. She wanted to live among the elite of her empire. So there are only 3 families on the continent capable of helping her achieve this. The Mercy family was not an option for her, due to their relationship with the Empress. And although the Addis family has several sons, Duke Addis is so rich that it is difficult for his sons to obtain a higher title than their fathers. Of all the cases, only the less numerous Valentino family remains. The Duke is married, But that marriage will soon be dissolved, and it is unlikely that Kana will manage to give him an heir before it happens. Lillian's plan was simple. It was enough to give the Valentino Duke a son to gain support and power. When the guard led Kana to the hall, the princess stopped fantasizing, as in front of her stood the one who definitely should not continue the Valentino lineage. Josefina impatiently awaited her daughter-in-law, and as soon as she was close, she ordered her to kneel. Immediately, the guard grabbed the young woman by the neck to force her down. The princess watched calmly from the side, while the countess, openly furious, scolded her daughter-in-law. Kana listened silently to the reprimands, but Lillian noticed that she was wearing a wrinkled dress and looked like a dockside beggar. Superiority ignited in the princess's heart, realizing that it had been in vain to worry about the possibility that Kana Valen could become a rival for the Sylvian's heart. With a mocking smile, the princess turned to the countess, suggesting she stop the public punishment. Realizing that Lillian had calmed down, Josefina relaxed her posture. But she didn't want to lose more reputation in front of the imperial daughter, so she needed to please her somehow. Directing a furious look at Kana, the countess decided to act with more conviction. With a snap, she struck the folded fan against her daughter-in-law's face and demanded detailed explanations and a confession of her mistakes. Kana observed the happy princess, who was calmly sipping tea behind the countess. Without waiting, the young woman announced clearly that she had spent the night in the duke's room because she slept there. And those words silenced everyone. Laughing, Kana added that the duke had personally accommodated her in his bed and then covered her with a blanket. Unable to bear the lie any longer, the princess forcefully placed the teacup on the saucer. Her mind lost its calm. Now Lillian paid attention to Kana, who asserted that the duke was very careful about matters concerning the future heir, so he wouldn't allow common girls to sleep in his bed. Perceiving the princess's unstable situation, Kana confidently declared that the entire initiative for the previous night had come from the duke. Inventing a lie, Kana said she didn't want to be with the duke. But the man was so passionate that he ended up accepting spending time with her. Unable to resist the details any longer, Josefina slapped Kana. Lillian felt pleased to see the countess trying to please her. That's why she punished her daughter-in-law so intensely. Kana tried to cover her face from the multiple blows, while the woman threatened her with death for daring to insult a member of the imperial family. The girl didn't want to give up. She was even amused by how the aristocrats lost control over a few words. Although this couldn't last long, Callan appeared in the room, and what he saw hurt his heart, as now all his fears about his sister's life vanished into small fragments. A terrible scene presented itself before his eyes, his sister kneeling and wearing a dirty dress. Her face looked like deeply wounded skin, with bruises and swollen lips. And cracked. She wasn't even wearing house clothes, and the countess publicly led her to the room wearing only a semi-transparent gown. Anger seized Callan. He demanded an explanation for what was happening. Now he understood that in the Valentino family, there wasn't just a simple conflict between his sister and his mother-in-law. Josefina was stunned. She had let herself be carried away so much by her emotions that she forgot prudence. The appearance of the second son of the Addis family was a surprise to the woman, since no one from that family had ever visited them before. And if Callan understood correctly, this would be proof that the Valentino family encouraged violence. But Kana was not valued in the Addis family. Otherwise, they would have intervened more often in 7 years. After calming down, Josefina asserted that as long as Kana was part of the Valentino family, she must follow all the rules, and sometimes face punishments so that her bad habits would be eradicated faster. Callan was not convinced by the woman's calm tone. He didn't understand such a way to free people from bad habits. The boy exclaimed that no one should leave his sister, sitting on her knees in the middle of the hall wearing only a gown. Josefina noticed the insistence of the youngest Hades, who, due to his youth, did not perceive the obvious rules of the aristocratic world. From the woman's expression, Kana understood that she was very displeased. It had only happened once, when she first welcomed her daughter-in-law into the Duke's office during a meeting. Then, Kana did not want to damage her husband's reputation in front of other aristocrats, although the Duke refused to receive her. However, that was the last straw for Josephina, who for the first time hit her daughter-in-law in the face. Before, the Countess limited herself to insults and light punishments, but she had never used violence. Josephina's act was impulsive, something she herself didn't understand. How dare she touch the daughter of Alexandrides in such a disgusting way? But Kana showed her mission, apologizing to the woman. She made her understand that now all boundaries were erased, and her fears of a family conflict left Josephina's mind. From then on, they punished her repeatedly. But each time the consequences didn't reach Josephina, since no one tried to oppose. Now, when Kilinades attended to the Countess's internal rules, he quickly tried to justify himself, saying that he was defending the princess's honor. The young man ordered the Countess to get out of his way, but she tried to use her status to scare him, reminding him that in Valerio territory, the orders of the Hades were not followed. She hit Kana with a fan in the face and asked Cullen if he knew how brazenly his sister behaved. While Cullen stood still, the woman recounted that her daughter-in-law poisoned the knights to infiltrate the Duke's room, although she didn't even regret it. Noticing the doubt on the young man's face, the Countess harshly warned him that after the incident with Princess Amelia, his sister had shamed the Valerio family and still hadn't been punished. Cullen remained silent. His gaze turned to his sister, who was still sitting on her knees, listening to her mother-in-law's anger. When his sister turned to him, her face looked so calm, as if she hadn't just been hit. That hurt Cullen's heart. He didn't understand why she was so calm, if her face was injured and she looked tired. But above all, he didn't understand how she maintained her posture in this situation. And she didn't ask for forgiveness or help. For a moment, it seemed to him that even he was unnecessary in this dispute. So he didn't notice how the Countess approached and demanded that he show manners. Otherwise, he would never forget the rudeness that the Hades family expressed in the Valerio home. Callan followed the woman's face with his eyes, understanding that now he could create an absurd problem for both families. But too much time had passed thinking, and he would no longer hide behind aristocratic nobility. He abruptly drew his sword from its sheath and pointed the tip at the Countess, forcing her to flinch in fear. Callan gave the Countess one last chance to stop everything. Or else, he would be willing to face a potential conflict between two influential families. Waves of aggression emanated from the young man, indicating that he would accept any decision by Josephine Elster regarding the situation. The woman didn't understand how serious Callan was now. If he had decided to defend his sister, perhaps it meant he was acting on behalf of the entire family. Pride told Josephine to continue the dispute. But if the two great families ended up getting involved in a fight over the right to possess Cana, that would upset the balance in the empire. Once, Silvian Valentino had already had a serious conversation with his stepmother. The man hated those who created unnecessary problems and demanded that the woman not succumb to her own stupidity. The fear that the Duke would expel her from the castle allowed Josephine to resign and allow Callan to take his sister away. The result pleased the younger brother of Hades. After putting the sword back in the sheath, he decided to quickly leave the unfortunate palace. Heading towards his sister, who was still sitting on the floor, Callan tried to get her attention with words. When he leaned over her, he again saw no fear on her face. The young woman only asked him to cover her with his cloak. Without waiting for help, she got up on her knees, ignoring her brother. Accepting such behavior, Callan stood up in turn and took his cloak from her shoulders. He threw the clothes over his sister's fragile shoulders and gently hugged her to help her back to his carriage. Looking at the Countess, Cana regretted that with the appearance of her brother, she had missed a very interesting spectacle. The girl was not satisfied with such an easy victory. So before leaving the room, she stopped to blow her nose with a handkerchief. Without hesitation, she threw the handkerchief on the floor at the Countess's feet. Giving her one last look, Cana said goodbye with a smile, but received no response. Josephine held back her emotions. She didn't want to show weakness and attack her daughter-in-law again, but it was clear on her face that she was in serious trouble. As soon as the doors of the living room closed, the Countess began to violently shake her fan. Her face burned with fury, as she couldn't believe that the youngest son of the Hatties turned out to be a true barbarian. Princess Lillian, who remained silent in the corner, did not join the Countess's complaints about Kaylin Hades' manners. The young woman was bored by how the women tried to remain neutral, just to avoid falling into someone's disgrace. The woman's excessive emotion seemed absurd to her. Now she began to compare Kaylin's achievements with those of Duke Addis, since only cowards and thieves would dare to draw a sword in front of a lady. Suddenly, she stopped upon noticing a tingling sensation on her shoulder, which soon spread throughout her body. Still using the fan, she tried to find out what insect had landed on her dress. As Kana Addis left the grounds of the Balinatino manor, the shrill screams of the Countess asking for help reached her ears. Josephine was desperate. It seemed to her that tiny, but painfully stinging insects were attacking her everywhere. She tried to remove them, but it was useless, so she hurried the servants to help her. When the maids began to inspect the dress, the Countess's jerky movements prevented them from doing it properly. Therefore, the maids didn't know what to look for, since there were no insects on the woman's dress. The Countess's voice broke and turned into a howl, after which she began to tear off her clothes just to relieve the pain. Although Kana regretted leaving the Valentino palace before the commotion began, the young woman looked out the window with a bored expression. Her plan was working again, but she was tired of someone always interfering and taking away her feeling of triumph. Before the guard caught her in the Duke's room, Kana managed to prepare the toxic powder for use. Along with the poison, the young woman hid the antidote she kept in a bottle with a sedative aroma. When the maid who found her ran to inform the Countess, Kana applied the antidote to her skin so as not to fall under the effects of the poison. She never allowed Josephine to hit her, unless it was necessary to achieve her revenge. The Countess easily succumbed to provocations, so she began to move her hands and wave her fan, which helped spread the powder throughout the room. Now, Countess Elster will have to suffer from itching and irritation for a long time, which will surely affect her nerves. Even if she screams for help, no one will understand what calamity is pursuing her, as the effect of the poison seems like madness. And no one will know what insects she mentions. Even trying to imagine the chaos now occurring in the Valentino Palace did not please Kana. So Callan didn't understand why his sister was so upset. The carriage passed the first fork in the forest clearing when Kana finally decided to ask why her brother had come to see her. But he was prepared, so he proudly declared that the young woman had broken their agreement. Reflecting, Kana realized she hadn't checked their agreements in a long time, as she had many tasks. But she didn't know why she had started provoking conflicts with Valentino, if Lucy was healthy now. And there hadn't been any illnesses for a long time. That unbearable insistence irritated her, because it would surely become an obstacle in the future. Kaylin hoped that mentioning the contract would have at least some effect on his sister. However, her distant attitude towards his initiative saddened him, so he hesitated whether she would answer his main question. Hesitantly, the boy timidly asked if Kana truly considered him a horrible man, which surprised her greatly. Out of frustration, the boy clenched his hands. He still clearly remembered the look with which his sister greeted him at the Valentino Palace. And he knew for certain that she was not at all happy to meet him. But more than that, Kana's resignation towards the Countess's actions bothered him. As if, after many years in the Valentino house, it was normal for her to resemble a dirty animal needing training. To confirm his conclusions, Callan demanded that his sister admit what she was going through in the palace. His words did not move Kana, so, sighing heavily, the boy covered his eyes with his hand. Since without a direct confession, it was clear that his arguments were true. Now Callan wanted to know why his sister endured such humiliations. And hadn't told him, but that unusual question stunned her. With a mocking smile, she ironically asked what the Addis family would do to change the situation. Without trying to deceive, Kana acknowledged that life in the Addis family and in the Valentino house was the same. And they didn't differ in anything. For 7 years, Liu Hua survived in her husband's palace, and not even those tribulations made her return to the Hades to beg for help. Memories of the past constantly arose in Liu's mind, and she clearly knew that her life with Valentino would be the same. The loneliness Liu accepted only meant that she perfectly understood that her family would never take her side. Upon exploding, Kana started yelling at her brother that ignorance and mockery had been part of her life. So he shouldn't worry about it now. But when Callan demanded that she explain who had treated her that way, Kana did not hold back and blurted out everything about her family members to his face. By accusing him too of misconduct, Callan was left speechless, as he had never raised a hand against her. But his sister didn't want to listen to him, as violence is not only physical. Calming down a bit, Kana asked her brother to promise that her words and the incident on the estate would remain between them. Callan's hands were trembling. Now he couldn't keep quiet. He had to tell at least his father everything. His brother's naivety amused her. She could already imagine how her father would do nothing when Callan, with tears in his eyes, presented him with evidence of violence against his daughter. With a serious look, the young woman assured him that her problems were now only hers, and that no one should interfere in her affairs. The brusque tone disconcerted Callan, but he didn't even know what to say, as a completely new world was now opening up before him, against which his sister had fought. Observing her brother's shocked state, Kana decided she had said enough hurtful words, so she should stop. The silence of the forest was broken by the sound of hooves, and a noble horse appeared in front of the carriage. The coachman slammed on the brakes, and Kana, unable to keep her place, fell into her brother's arms. At that moment, the young woman stood still. She still clearly remembered the conflict with Prince Aragon in the forest, and now she experienced a feeling of déjà vu. The coachman calmed the horses, but shouted at Callan to get out and face the unwanted guest. The man got angry, as soon as he got out of the carriage. He accused the man of blocking the way for the moving carriage. But those words didn't scare Duke Valentino at all, who with a half-smile watched his wife get out of the carriage. The man admitted that as long as his wife was here, he would not allow the carriage to move further. Upon hearing that direct statement, Kana was stunned, as Sylvian had never called her his wife, despite living together for 7 years. The Duke's confidence did not impress Cullen, so he asserted that there is no Duke's wife here. The cheerful boldness of the youngest son of the Hades entertained Sylvian, who insinuated that the lady behind Callan is his wife. Kana remained silent. She didn't have time to recover from the shock, as now Duke Valentino treated her as if their arranged marriage had never existed. Upon dismounting, Sylvian approached Callan to clearly let him know his stance on the whole situation. Stopping in front of the Hades, he apologized for blocking the way, but affirmed that he would not tolerate not being able to take his wife home. And with those words, Kana understood that Sylvan had also decided to play with her.